Chapter 271 The True Spirit Who Failed to Advance, the Powerful Family of Blood. Chapter 271 The True Spirit Who Failed to Advance, the Powerful Family of Blood. The moonlight is like ink. The cold moonlight shone down, illuminating the scene north of the Holy Tower on the west coast. In the north, this place is no longer close to the sea. It is surrounded by land. It is a large plateau area with a lot of resources, but the environment is a bit bad. Dus and Sancherfe were walking on the plateau at this time, surrounded by thick fog. Due to the altitude, they did not dare to fly too high. Advertisement. We'll be there soon. Dus looked at the fog around him and exhaled deeply. You don't need to say it. Sanchali glanced at him and said, compared to this, we should be more worried about that Herman. His strength may be stronger than we imagined. Indeed, but although the Lord is already asleep, we still have the Lord Clay. As long as he agrees to us, it won't be a big problem. Dus pursed his lips and said. I hope. Sanchel said, Lord Clay doesn't belong to any faction. It's not easy to convince him. Don't worry, I have a solution. Dus smiled, looking at the fog ahead. At this time, the outline of the building appeared on the edge of the fog. Among the vast mist, wizard towers standing on the plateau showed their appearance, and the surrounding voices gradually increased, and a bustling wizard city appeared here. This is the city where the time hourglass is located, Hall City. Away. Sanchel was a little puzzled. Hey, you'll know when the time comes. Dus smiled and didn't say anything. Okay. Sancher nodded and said nothing. Soon, after identity verification, the two entered the city. Passing through the crowd, the two first went to their territory and told about what had happened recently. The time hourglass warlocks expressed shock one after another. After a set of procedures, the two walked through a large area of buildings and came to a wizard tower in the center of the city. Fat Dus knocked on the door lightly, then stepped back and waited. Sanchel followed. A few seconds later, the door opened, and an apprentice sorcerer poked his head out, looked at the two of them and said, Go back, Master Clay will not participate in your competition. After speaking, the warlock was about to close the door, but Dus stopped him. Holding the door with one hand, he smiled and said, I heard that your grandson's grandson seemed to have been seriously injured some time ago and fell into a coma. We should have a solution. The apprentice was taken aback for a moment, as if hesitating. At this moment, a hoarse voice came from the wizard tower, as if it was far away and very close. Let them in. Hearing the sound, the apprentice opened the door slowly without hesitation. My lords, please. Advertisement. Dus glanced at Sancher, then the two looked at each other and walked in together. The wizard's tower looked very old, and there were only a few alchemy lamps on the wall that were not so bright. The magic stone inside was used as an energy source, emitting a dim light, and as soon as they entered, the two felt an inexplicable pressure. Call. Dus took a deep breath, recalling the information of this time hourglass figure in his mind. He used to be the person in charge of time hourglass, with outstanding talent. It is said that even adults valued his talent very much. He used to study by his side when adults were still awake, and soon reached the limit of the third ring. But after reaching the limit of the third ring, a tragedy happened. It is said that an accident happened when he broke through, and he failed to break through smoothly, but failed instead. But what is interesting is that he did not die because of his blood, but fell into a kind of special circumstances. That is, although he didn't advance, he was much stronger than the normal three-ring limit. Some people call this state a half-step true spirit. Soon, the two were brought into a room. There is a bed in the room, a young man is lying on it, his eyes are closed tightly, his mental power fluctuates strangely, as if he has disappeared, and beside him is an old man, his eyes are bright and his hair grey and white, but the back is very curved, and there is a feeling of loneliness. Grown-ups. Dus understood that this was the person they were looking for this time. Is it really possible for you to wake him up? The old man looked at the young man on the bed, his eyes full of sighs. Of course, my lord. We found a precious dead soul flower in the middle of the country some time ago. This kind of magic plant, which can even be said to be a fourth-order magic plant, has a miraculous effect on this kind of soul sealing. Maybe it can help my lord. The blood ring in Dus' hand flashing, a box was taken out. The apprentice took it and handed it to Clay. Clay took it, opened it gently, and closed it again. After a few seconds, he said, I know what's going on with you. Logically speaking, the adults are still asleep. I shouldn't get involved in these things, but you have helped me a lot this time. When the time is right, I will make a move. Understood. Dus showed a smile, but then said, however, adults may not need to take action. Our means are more than these. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we will ask adults to take action at that time. Okay. Clay said softly, and didn't say anything else. Then let's take our leave first. The two of them had already achieved their goal, so they naturally didn't plan to stay. Soon, the two left the wizard tower. As soon as they got out of the tower, they saw 3 or 4 warlocks appearing outside the wizard tower. Each of them exuded a strong aura, and the front one reached the limit of the third ring. The one at the front was a strong man with short black hair and a dark body. He was frowning at this moment, staring at Dus with an extremely displeased expression, and said to the two of them. Dus, you shouldn't involve Master Clay in your plan. Hey, this is our business. Dus smiled, and the aura of the limit of the 3 rings also radiated from his body. The opposite party is an old enemy with him, and it is another faction that has always insisted on waiting for the adults to wake up before taking action. I'm sorry, Andrew, we have to go. Dus smiled, not planning to delay here. Stop. The strong man wanted to stop him. Advertisement. At this time, suddenly, a huge aura came from the wizard tower. Andrew felt it was difficult to breathe, and he couldn't even move his feet. The other 3 rings were even more unbearable in the later stage, and they knelt on the ground directly. Hey, thank you sir. Dus bowed back and turned to leave. After they left, Andrew and the others could act. Is this Lord Clay? Andrew's face was ugly. As a sorcerer with the limit of the third ring, and one of the best bloodlines in the third ring, compared to the wizard, it is more than 70 times the explosive power, but he can't even bear the breath of an adult. Damn it, let's go. After a few seconds, he cursed and left. Things are no longer under their control, let's see how far Dus and these guys can go. Teacher, another 3 rings joined us today. In the tower of the Bloodline Tower, Eli and Vivica sat together and said. Yet. Eli nodded. Because this time, Sergei and the group of wizards really made too much fanfare and attracted the attention of various forces, and Eli's battle was also spread. Herman's fame spread again, and several statues belonging to him were even erected in the White Tower. Only these little fellows finally believed in the relationship between He-Man and the White Tower. Afterwards, Eli returned to the Bloodline Tower with the awakened Vivica and others. What happened afterwards surprised Eli. A large number of warlocks joined the Tower of Blood. In just a few days, 3 or 4 warlocks with 3 rings joined the Tower of Blood. As for these people, they were basically warlocks who escaped after being defeated in the heart of the night, and some wait-and-see forces joined in, which led to the rapid expansion of the Bloodline Tower's power. Teacher, but with so many third rings joining, I'm worried that I might not be able to hold back. Vivica was a little worried. It's okay, I'm here. Eli smiled. Hey hey. Vivica smiled, and a smile appeared in her heart. But Santa will definitely make some moves later, you have to pay attention. Eli looked at Vivica. From the mouth of the warlock, Eli knew more about the situation, but also learned more about the hourglass of time, and understood that it was a powerful force. He has to be careful. So after this time, he has to grow with peace of mind. He won't come out until he is strong enough. Of course, he has to wait for one thing to end. That is the Silver Moon Festival. In the blink of an eye, another 50 years have passed, and the Silver Moon Conference is just 1 month away. And for some unknown reason, Jinji hadn't left the West Coast at this time. At this time, he was already a warlock at the limit of the second ring, a true genius warlock. So, next he had to invite Jinji again. Chapter 272 Third Class Talent, Jinji leaves. Chapter 272 Third Class Talent, Jinji leaves. A month later, with the explosion of strong elements, the Silver Moon Festival began. Jinji, who had already reached the limit of the second ring, came here in a hurry. 2 days later, Eli met Jinji again. After receiving the 4 elemental hearts, Eli silently remembered the situation in which he had not gained anything for hundreds of people in the past 50 years, and sighed. He felt that he underestimated Jinji, a person favored by fate. Advertisement. Long time no see. Eli looked at Jinji and sighed. In just a few decades, it has already reached such a level. In addition to Jinji's good talent, there is also the huge resources of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. With the blessing of the two, it is strange that Jinji's progress is not fast, which is normal. Compared to the adults, it is still far behind. The deeds of the adults were widely spread some time ago. Compared with 50 years ago, Jinji at this time is more shrewd, but he still maintains respect in front of Eli. Hey, it's just rumors. Eli waved his hand, he didn't want to, but it happened. Thank you for your elemental heart, I still need this very much. Eli thanked with a smile. Without Jinji, with so many elemental hearts, he might not have been able to obtain so many elemental hearts, let alone 150 years, even 1,500 years. This is what I should do. As time went by, Jinji did find that he seemed to be extremely sensitive to resources. Oh, by the way, my lord, I'm about to break through the third ring. I should leave within 5 years at the most. This time there won't be any accidents. Jinji raised his head and said to Eli as if he had remembered something. Yet. Eli nodded. Oh, by the way, I need some information. If possible, I hope you can collect it for me. Eli looked at Jinji and said. Oh. Break through the information of the true spirit. Eli looked at Jinji and paused word by word. He will soon break through to the late stage of the third ring, and it is time to consider the serious issue of breaking through the true spirit, but the information on breaking through the true spirit, let alone the past, is extremely precious even now. At least in the Tower of Bloodlines, he didn't find it. We can only see if Jinji has a way. Is it the information to break through the true spirit? Jinji frowned, as if he was thinking about something. After more than 10 seconds, he slowly said, My lord, this may be really difficult to deal with. The West Coast Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce definitely doesn't have such things. Maybe I need to go to the central continent to see if there is a chance. It's okay. Eli said. He didn't put all his hopes on Jinji. In addition to him, there are actually two directions, that is the ruins on the west coast, and the hourglass of time. From that warlock, Eli learned that there seems to be a lot of relevant information in the hourglass of time. Take your time, anyway, there is still a long time before he breaks through. The information on Warlock's breakthrough is strictly guarded by each school. Even if I do go there, it may be difficult to obtain. There is no way. Jinji nodded in agreement. Although it is difficult, since it is the request of an adult, then he will try it. Eli? Advertisement. Wait. Eli raised his hand, and only then did he realize that something went wrong. He pursed his lips and said leisurely, Actually, what I want is the information on the wizard's breakthrough. What? If it is wizard information, the difficulty will indeed drop sharply. My lord, if it's wizard information, then I should be able to find a way for my lord to find it when I get to the center of Lun and stabilize myself. Jinji said. It's not that he's joking, if you get the warlock's breakthrough data, the difficulty is 5, then the wizard's data is at most 3, although it's not easy, but for him at that time, it shouldn't be impossible. Then, my lord, I will visit you when I am inside. Jinji stood up, ready to leave. It is good. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After Jinji left, Eli used the 4 elemental hearts, and his talent was improved again. Finally, he successfully broke through the 4th class and reached the 3rd class. At this time, his meditation speed has increased a lot. Cool. Eli felt the changes in his body, feeling comfortable all over. The impact of talent improvement is serial. It seems that the time for him to break through the 3rd ring in the late stage will be shortened a lot. Hope everything is fine. Eli, whose talent has been improved, also returned to the Tower of Blood soon. Start to feel the change carefully. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 3 years, the power of the Bloodline Tower has expanded rapidly, and the number of wizards in the 3rd ring has actually expanded to more than a dozen. Although it is not as good as the Holy Tower, it is not too bad. This is also due to the good things that Eli did in the past. At that time, in order to hunt down Sergi, the Holy Tower sent most of the high-level 3-ring warlocks, and then they were wiped out by Eli. Even the Holy Tower was helpless. So, they worked so hard to build the Heart of the Night area. In the past few years, it had to be divided equally with the Tower of Blood, so inexplicably, the Tower of Blood has gone from a force with no sense of existence to the most influential force on the West Coast. It has to be said that this is the impact of high-end combat power on forces in the extraordinary world. During this period of time, Santa didn't do anything else. After silently absorbing the Heart of the Night and the resources from the Hourglass of Time, she fell into silence, silently licking her wounds. But it seems that they have shrunk their power, but no matter who it is clear. Wait until the Holy Tower is ready again, then the war will break out again. At that time, the Holy Tower will do its best to get rid of the Bloodline Tower, and the Bloodline Tower will also try its best to resist. After all, there may still be time for the Holy Tower to fail, but once the Bloodline Tower is destroyed, there will be no turning back. Here's the chance. The same is true for Eli, once the Hourglass of Time is unified here. It will have a huge impact on Eli's subsequent breakthrough to the True Spirit. After all, to break through the True Spirit, the resources needed are not comparable to those of the 3rd ring, but they are massive resources. If you want to gather them together, you may have to gather the entire West Coast to have hope. Advertisement. So this time, Eli won't let go. Of course, this is under the condition of ensuring safety. If his life is in danger, he will leave without hesitation. After all, the world is big and his life is the biggest. Everything seemed calm, but everyone knew that a storm was brewing. It depends on when this storm will start. As time goes by. A year later, Shengta's vitality basically recovered. At this time, the Tower of Bloodline also has nearly 20 third rings. At first, Vivica was worried that he would not be able to control it, but since Eli's exposure for a year, everyone has instantly stabilized. The two forces are ready. Although a major war has not yet broken out, small-scale frictions have gradually increased, and the atmosphere on the entire west coast has suddenly become tense. And at this time, an unexpected guest visited. On the square outside the Tower of Blood, the airship that Jinji was sitting on landed slowly. Jinji, together with the gold and silver at the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce at this time, came to the Tower of Blood. In the living room, Eli saw two people. "My lord, I'm leaving today." Jinji expressed his purpose as soon as we met. "Today I'm here to say goodbye to my lord." "Okay." Looking at the two, Eli nodded. Jinji's departure is a matter of time, and he did not expect him to say goodbye. "This is my token. If you come to the central continent in the future, you can use this to find me." Jinji took out a token and handed it to Eli. Eli didn't refuse, and took the token. It was a golden special token, which was very different from normal tokens. It is really possible for him to go to the central continent in the future, but it is not certain when it will be. It may be thousands of years later. I hope Jinji is still alive at that time. "My lord, these are my purposes for coming today, so let's leave first." Row. Soon, Eli sent the two away. Watching the airship gradually rise into the sky, Eli turned and returned to the wizard's tower. Jinji is his investment in the future. The next time we meet, it should be time to fully recover the proceeds, and I hope Jinji can find breakthrough information. Then he doesn't need to go to various ruins to find it. And just as he returned to the wizard's tower, Viveka also found him, and she brought another news. "Teacher, the war has begun." Eli narrowed his eyes slightly, and naturally understood what she meant. After 4 years of brewing, the war belonging to the Heart of the Night and the Holy Tower has finally begun. Chapter 273 Advancing to the late stage of the third ring, Wohen. Chapter 273 Advancing to the late stage of the third ring, Wohen. The war started earlier than Eli imagined, but the general time is not bad. As for the war, the Bloodline Tower naturally had expected it long ago. Therefore, when the war came, all departments of the Bloodline Tower would turn quickly like gears and play their roles. Logistical resources, war reserves, and warlocks are all ready. Soon, the first round of collision between the two forces met at the border of the Bloodline Tower and the Holy Tower in the Silver Moon Valley, and the first round of war broke out. Advertisement. The outcome of the war was evenly matched. The Holy Tower, which has been weakened several times, did not show a higher combat effectiveness than the Bloodline Tower in the war, while the rapidly expanding Bloodline Tower showed extremely high fighting spirit. Warlocks in the Silver Moon Valley are happening every day, and warlocks on both sides are losing, but no one backs down, because everyone knows very well that no matter which side it is, there is no chance of backing down. But in fact, in this situation, Santa is at a disadvantage. Because the Silver Moon River Valley is closer to the Bloodline Tower, for the Bloodline Tower, both resource scheduling and personnel reinforcements are much faster, and the loss of the Holy Tower is much greater than that of the Bloodline Tower. And there is another one that is not good for Santa. That's Nikolai. War is not a good thing for warlocks, but for Nicholas, it is simply a feast. After occupying the battlefield for only 1 year, his strength has reached the limit of the third ring, and there are still a lot of people under his command undead. Santa was very troubled, because warlocks were good at physics, but not every warlock was able to resist undead, which made their losses even worse. With the passage of time, the Bloodline family actually began to slowly gain the upper hand. But it was clear to everyone that the time hourglass behind the tower would not allow this. As an hourglass of time with a large amount of legacy from the wizarding world, they will definitely have new moves. At that time, the situation on the battlefield will not be easy to say. Eli also understands, but at this moment he has no mind to pay attention to these. Because at this time he has returned to the Iris camp. 2 reasons. One is from the mouth of the wizard. Eli knew the strength of the time hourglass, and he felt that he needed a little time to grow and develop. The second is that his mental strength is about to reach the standard, and he can break through the late stage of the third ring. Among the irises. After Eli gave Nina simple instructions, a new round of retreat began. 2 years later. Accompanied by a roar, huge elemental fluctuations flashed by. All the wizards raised their heads and looked in one direction, all shocked. Such a strong aura is much stronger than the ordinary 3 rings, and their iris flower actually has such a strong warlock? Half a day later, Eli walked out of the wizard's tower. Finally broke through. Advertisement. Standing in front of the wizard's tower, Eli took a deep breath. Compared with before, his state has undergone a huge change at this time. The magic power is more abundant, and the blood burst is also more powerful. According to preliminary estimates, it should be able to absorb almost 100 times the amount of elements of its own, completely surpassing the normal 3-ring wizard. And he has just broken through the late stage. If it reaches the limit in the later stage, Eli is a little bit looking forward to what level he can achieve in the third ring. No, the time hourglass still has a half-step 4th ring, I still have to develop. Eli shook his head. Last time, the warlock seemed to be a core member of Dus, so he knew a lot of things. Not long ago, he went to a certain place to collect a dead soul flower for Dus, so he also knew the trump card of Dus, Clay. A 3-ring who failed to advance to true spirit. Still have to check it out. Eli took out the dice and asked, do I have the ability to suppress this half-step spirit? The vitality disappeared little by little, and it disappeared for about 100 years in the blink of an eye. This is the time that Eli predicted that he would consume the most life. It seems that this person is indeed very strong. The dice turned slowly, and after a few minutes, they slowly stopped. 12 o'clock. Hiss, so strong. Eli took a deep breath. The third ring is the third ring, which is fundamentally different from the true spirit. Since the promotion failed, it means that it is still the third ring, at most it is strengthened to the level of the third ring, or it has a special ability, and it is impossible to truly reach the level of a true spirit. He actually only has a winning percentage of 12 points. It's too dangerous, wait for me to develop it for decades. Eli shook his head. It is not in line with his principles to fight at the same level. If there is still a possibility of failure, then there is no need to fight. Anyway, time is on his side. Let's wait for him to reach the limit of the third ring. This wave is emergency avoidance. Take your time, but I don't know what's going on with Vivica now. Eli thought, a person had appeared in her line of sight. My lord, have you made a breakthrough? Nina looked at Eli and asked curiously. Yet. Eli nodded. Nina was the daughter of Katarina's grandson back then, and now she is a wizard of the second ring, in charge of the Iris Flower faction. My lord is really too strong. Nina exclaimed. In the entire Iris wizard camp, only she knows the identity of the adult. You must know that Sergi, who is at the limit of the third ring, can be defeated before the adult breaks through. Now it breaks through again, and I don't know how strong it is. Oh, by the way, what's going on with the Holy Tower and Bloodline House outside now? Eli asked. As the largest wizard camp on the west coast, Iris has spread all over most of the west coast. Although it is a dark place, it still has its own set of news channels. Advertisement. The war is all right now. Nina said, and then added. Because of your previous actions, it seems that a large number of airships from the north have recently entered the north of the Holy Tower. It seems that a lot of things have been transported. I don't know what it is. Airship? Delivery. Eli frowned. The hourglass of time has inherited many things from the Wizarding Age, maybe there is something that can really change this situation, but Eli is not in a hurry. Wait. Sooner or later he'll find out exactly what they're shipping. There are no secrets before time. After some more inquiries, Eli returned to the Wizard's Tower. A year has passed in the blink of an eye. Eli also knew what the time hourglass delivered. Wahen. A large number of witch formations. It used to be a very common thing in wizard wars. By mobilizing the spiritual power of wizards and then acting together, a stronger force erupted, surpassing the current power. Although it is a remnant of the age of wizards, although it is to mobilize the spiritual power, it is still a big increase for the warlocks of the Holy Tower, which makes them gradually gain the upper hand in the battlefield. After Eli understood, he returned to the wizard tower silently. The sorcerer is so speechless holding the wizard's magic array to stimulate spiritual power. Instead of this, how about he refine some magic circles that can stimulate the blood of warlocks? Really, do you really think there are no wizards in this world? It's time to let these warlocks see the world. If he doesn't go by himself, it doesn't mean he can't do anything. Once the White Tower defeated the 10,000 Blood Alliance, he became a counselor just by relying on the virus. As for whether someone will come to take the shaman formation he refined, Eli is not worried. Vivica will find it. For at most 3 years, Vivica will definitely come to him. 2 years later. Nina knocks on Eli's door. My lord, Lord Vivica is here to visit. The door opened, and a space ring was thrown out. At the same time, Eli's voice came out, saying, Give this to Vivica. Chapter 274 War is approaching, Vivica returns. Chapter 274 War is approaching, Vivica returns. Master Vivikata, this is what my lord asked me to give you. In the Wizard's Tower, Nina looked at Vivica, a student of an adult, and also the tower owner of the Bloodline Tower, currently one of the highest-ranking people on the West Coast. As far as she knew, the Bloodline Tower was a warlock force with only 1 or 2 third rings before, but it was abruptly raised to this level by the adults. Your lord is too strong. Advertisement. Nina sighed, looked at Vivica seriously, took out the interspatial ring, and handed it over. Vivica was a little puzzled, but still took the ring. At this time, her whole body is tight, not only is she wearing a grey wizard robe to cover her whole body, but she also wears a mask on her face, which completely covers her. As the tower owner of the Bloodline Tower, it would be quite troublesome if other people knew that she was connected with the wizard forces, and it might lead to many bad things at that time. In fact, as time goes by, the status of wizards is getting lower and lower, and there are fewer and fewer, but the attitude towards wizards is also getting stricter. This is? Viveka asked. You'll know it when you see it. Nina also had guesses about what was in it, because Eli asked them to refine some things 2 years ago, which were accessories for the witch array. Considering the plight of the bloodline tower over the years, it becomes clear what is inside. It should be a large number of witch formations. What is it? Viveka didn't know, she just looked at the ring and thought. A few seconds later, her consciousness extended into the ring, and the contents inside were also reflected in her consciousness. The space of dozens of cubic meters is now filled with crystals, which are the cores of witch arrays, and unlike ordinary elemental witch arrays, each core is blood-colored. That feeling is like fresh blood. In a war, they naturally confiscated the witch formations before, but the Holy Tower's witch formations are completely different from this feeling, as if they are 2 types. This seems to be specially made for warlocks. And the level seems ridiculously high. She took a closer look, and found that the lowest level is also at the 2nd ring level, and most of them are at the 3rd ring level, and the witch array at this level, not to mention the Tower of Blood, is the hourglass of time, and there may not be anyone who can refine it. And with such a large number of witch arrays, the teacher should have been refining them for a long time. Did the teacher already expect that she would come to ask for help? Teacher. Viveka was a little moved. She held the ring in her hand and took a deep breath. With these 9 witch formations, it should be of great help to the war, but I don't know how effective these witch formations are. At the same time, Viveka suddenly felt a crystal ball in the space ring tremble. This is the crystal ball he gave to her student Alice, and it is used only in emergencies. Something big has happened. Advertisement. Viveka's heart skipped a beat. She immediately took out the crystal ball and sensed the information inside. The Holy Tower raided the Warlock team in the Silver Moon Valley, and the wizards suffered heavy losses, and more Holy Tower warlocks are gathering rapidly, preparing to launch their first major attack. After reading the message, Viveka immediately stood up. Looking at Anna, he quickly said, "Please thank the teacher for me, something went wrong on the battlefield, I have to go back." "Okay." Anna nodded. Viveka then quickly left Iris under Anna's arrangement. After leaving here, Viveka took off her disguise and flew into the sky, heading towards the Silver Moon Valley. Hopefully in time. Holding the ring, Viveka excited to the fastest speed. After she left, Anna came to Eli's Warlock Tower. "My lord, your ring has been given to Lady Viveka, she asked me to thank you for her." Anna said. "I see." Eli said calmly. Looking at the calm Eli, Anna asked, "My lord, there is one thing I don't quite understand, can you explain it to me?" "Just ask." "Why didn't my lord take the initiative to take action? It should be much easier with my lord around." Nina asked. Hearing this, Eli gave Nina a strange look. "It seems that this little guy is a little distorted about the way of survival. It seems that I have to talk to him about what is wretched. It's the way to survive. Nina, come in and I'll have a good chat with you, you're still too young." Eli opened the door of the wizard tower and invited. "Okay." After a while, Eli's voice chattered in the wizard's tower, and Nina made a sound of oh, as if inspired. It took a full 3 hours to confirm that Nina's mind had been corrected before Eli let her go. At the same time, Silver Moon Valley. A cyan arc flashed across the territory of the Bloodline Tower, and Viveka landed slowly. She glanced around. At this time, a large number of warlocks were ready to go, and their weapons were all in their hands. The team had assembled and was ready to go at any time. Catch up. Viveka took a deep breath and relaxed. Advertisement. Viveka's landing was naturally noticed, and soon, the crowd dispersed, and several wizards of the 3 rings approached, including Nicholas, her student Alice, and others. "Teacher, you are finally back." Alice came to Viveka first. "Well, I rushed back as soon as I received your message." Viveka replied. "Master Viveka Tower, you are back, so the team will be in your command." Nicholas stepped forward, and at this time he was the highest combat power here at the limit of the 3rd ring. "The people in the Holy Tower are almost approaching, shall we start now?" asked a 3-ring warlock. "No." Viveka shook her head and refused. Several warlocks were puzzled, and Nicholas was also surprised. "Of course there is a reason. Before the war, we need to familiarize ourselves with these things." Viveka smiled, and then took out the space ring. In the next second, the thing in the ring instantly appeared in the open space. The smoke filled the air instantly. Several 3-ring warlocks subconsciously took a few steps back and looked at the smoke. After a few seconds, the smoke dissipated. Looking at the large number of witch array cores piled up on the ground, although the pile is only 2 or 3 meters high, several 3rd ring wizards all opened their mouths wide. Looking at the witch array and Viveka, they all showed shocked expressions. This is... A three-ring warlock looked at the witch formation on the ground and gasped. It's not like they haven't seen this before, but they can't imagine, where did the tower master come from with so many witch formations? Could it be that she left this time to get them? Of course it's a witch formation. Viveka smiled. Don't be dazed, we have to send this quickly. I feel that the people in the holy tower seem to be getting closer. Everyone nodded, and then began to distribute the witch array. Only Nicholas looked at the Wuhan with a familiar feeling. After a few seconds, he gasped, and he recognized who this feeling belonged to. It's adults. But he also had a question in his mind, when did your lord become good at witch arrays? Nicholas was puzzled. Suddenly, a huge buzzing sound resounded above the entire bloodline house, and he instantly raised his head, because this sound only meant one thing. The people from Santa are here. The war is about to begin. Chapter 275 Great Disparity, War Wizard Formation. Chapter 275 Great Disparity, War Wizard Formation. It may be that autumn is approaching, and thick dark clouds have shrouded the Silver Moon River Valley again. The whole sky is dark, and even the sun can only pass through it. On the river valley, on top of a venom-flying dragon, Dus's broad body stood on its head, while his eyes were observing the situation. As far as the eye can see, within 10 miles, nearly 100 venom-flying dragons flapped their wings and roared, and there were many warlocks standing on each of them, and they were all fixed on it. On the ground, there are tens of thousands of warlocks, gathered in legions, and if you look carefully, you can see that among these people, there are some people who are surrounded, and they are holding a black short sword in their hands. The stick exudes a strange breath. Advertisement. This breath is connected to other staffs that are also held by the warlock. This is their stockpile, once harvested from wizard relics. On the opposite side of them is the warlock of the bloodline tower. But compared to them, the configuration is somewhat different from them. In the sky, there are only about 30 or 40 venom-flying dragons, and the rest of the place is filled with grey shadows, exuding the unique soul breath of the undead. Use the undead to make up for the lack of air power. This is the response of the bloodline tower. In the past few years, this kind of thing has been very common, and it has caused them a lot of trouble, but fortunately, it is not them who decide to fight today, but ground troops. At this time, on the ground of the bloodline tower, although there are a lot of them, they are still weaker than the holy tower. This is due to the suppression of the holy tower over the years. Specifically reflected in the fact that the number of people is only 3/4 of that of the holy tower, and the overall quality seems to be slightly weaker. Even in order to make up for the combat power, Dus also saw many monsters being pulled onto the battlefield. This is a good sign, it shows that there are not enough people in the bloodline tower. Steady. After the observation, Dus smiled. Dus, if we win this time, we can break through the gate of the bloodline tower and go deep into their territory. After fighting for so long, we finally have good news. A voice came, and Dus turned his head to look, it was Sancher. Indeed, and this time we still have wizards here. These are all good things from the wizarding era, and there are not many that can be kept until now. I believe that there are not so many good things in the bloodline tower. Dus laughed. Laugh, smile. Ha 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 ha, indeed, it's a pity that one is used and one is missing. Those wizards are amazing. Sanchel sighed. Humph, so what, at least for now, we are the ones who control the world. Dus smiled triumphantly, but he knew in his heart that if it was the former wizarding world, it would be no problem to hang him up and beat him. It's almost ready to launch an attack. Sanchel changed the subject. Dus nodded. Compared with the optimistic side of the holy tower, the atmosphere of the bloodline tower is undoubtedly a bit dignified. In the huge army of warlocks, each warlock looked at the overwhelming number of holy tower warlocks in the distance, and the many venomous dragons in the sky, feeling inexplicably terrified. Whether it is quantity or quality, Santa will surpass them. Advertisement. Can we really win? John's eyes were serious, and he clenched the staff in his hand. He is a second-ring warlock of the bloodline tower, and he joined the bloodline tower only a few years ago, and the reason for joining is also very simple, that is, the holy tower destroyed his family. That's right, he was the old man who was fishing with Eli by the river back then. 5 years ago, when the war started, his family happened to be on the way to the holy tower, and then it was wiped out. Only then did he know who was fishing with him back then. Then he came here, for revenge and to survive. But he still looked highly at the Tower of Bloodlines. Compared with the Holy Tower with the support of Time Hourglass, they are more than a little weaker, and they are often in a state of defeat. This time is a very important battle. But just looking at the configuration, it seems a bit not good. Fortunately, Lord Vivica and Lord Nicholas are here. He looked forward, and there were 2 figures standing in the front. One is entangled by a blue storm, like a real wind elemental spirit, and the other is Nicholas, who unfolds a huge spirit body and is surrounded by many undead. This is one of the reasons why he still has the courage to stand here. This at least shows that the Bloodline Tower has decided to stick to it. But he looked around, when many negative voices came. Damn, how do you fight? The Holy Tower completely crushed us, it's not a lost game. It's over, it's over, it's over. These small voices wrapped around his ears, making him a little uneasy. Fortunately, there are only a few of them, and it seems, they are not without cards. As if thinking of something, John put his hand deep into the pocket of the sorcerer's robe, and a diamond-shaped crystal exuded a slight burning sensation at this time, as if it made his blood throb a little. The reason why they have been losing all the time is that the Holy Tower's increased wizard array has a large reason. But suddenly today, Master Vivikata handed this over to him. The core of the witch formation. This shocked him very much. I just don't know how it works. The quality of the Holy Tower's witch formation is very good, and there is a high probability that it is not as good as it, but it is better than nothing. John thought wildly, and the power of the Holy Tower's witch formation had penetrated into his heart. He really felt the power of the group of wizards in the wizarding world. Suddenly, he felt a huge gust of air flash past. He looked up. A figure flew into the sky like a small thunderbolt. Does. John looked at the familiar lightning and knew who had shot it. Advertisement. On the side of the Holy Tower, a third-ring extreme warlock, whose blood is Dus of the Thunder Giant Eagle. But at this time Dus has completely changed his appearance. The blood veins made his body more symmetrical, and there are thunder wings spread out behind him, and there are thunder marks on his skin. Of course, the most conspicuous thing is the huge thunder and lightning around him. This is a very powerful warlock. At the same time, a grey shadow also flew out from the side of the Bloodline Tower. With powerful soul fluctuations, Nicholas fought with Dus. For a moment, thunder and grey clouds flickered and collided in the sky, but everyone could see that Nicholas was at the bottom. However, Nicholas still had a large number of undead to help, so he could barely fight. Attack! At the same time, the Holy Tower in the distance and the Bloodline Tower issued orders at the same time. In the sky, the venom-flying dragon collided with the sea of undead. On the ground, more than a dozen three-ring warlocks crossed the sky and fought together. On the ground, warlock legions began to attack one by one. The first one is naturally the long-distance temptation. The main bloodline of the Bloodline Tower is the low-level bloodline of the Wind Elemental Spirit, the bloodline of the Son of the Wind Elemental, while the side of the Holy Tower is the low-level bloodline of Udo's Lava Fire Monkey, the bloodline of the Fire Monkey. On the side of the Holy Tower, in the sky, fire elements condense one by one, like a rain of fire, flying towards the Bloodline Home, and the Bloodline Home is a series of storms that appear and fly away. In an instant, the battlefield was divided into two halves. The wind wall blocked the fire and rain, and one side was red and the other was blue. However, due to the lack of people in the Bloodline Tower, a loophole appeared in the wind wall after a while. Many fire rains flew over, and many warlocks were directly burned to death by the fire rain. Seeing this scene, the Holy Tower warlocks all showed happy smiles. The Tower of Blood can't do it. That's it. Stable this time. And after this round of long-range attacks, a voice came from behind. I saw a warlock standing in the sky at the back, shouting loudly, "All Holy Tower warlocks, activate the witch formation, and destroy the defense line of the Bloodline Tower in one fell swoop." The majestic voice swept across the entire battlefield in an instant, and the holy warlocks who mastered the core of the witch formation raised their staffs one after another. In an instant, gleams of light bloomed, illuminating the battlefield. A burst of invisible fluctuations swept across the entire battlefield in an instant. Although some Holy Tower warlocks felt as if their spiritual power had been connected, the legion seemed to be one. At this time, the aura of the entire Holy Tower reached its peak. All the warlocks of the Bloodline family felt a sense of powerlessness even though they faced it many times. This witch formation has defeated them many times. Are you going to start? At this time, in the crowd, John also held the core of the bloody witch formation. Looking at Viveka not far from the sky. Wait for her order. Chapter 276 Crushing, Victory. Chapter 276 Crushing, Victory. Nicholas, you are very strong. Otherwise, you can join us. We can give you what the Bloodline Tower gave you, and even more. In the sky, thunder and silence coexisted, Dus said to Nicholas while attacking. Humph, you can't give it. Nicholas sneered. Suddenly, the two also sensed changes in the ground. Advertisement. Dus smiled and said, Nicholas, you have no chance of winning this time. If you are willing to join us, I can let you go, otherwise you won't be able to escape. Hee. The only thing that greeted him was Nicholas hee. Dus was furious. The two fought again, but Nicholas looked towards the ground from time to time, as if he was worried, but also full of confidence. Dus, who was opposite him, was also baffled. The highest altitude is the battlefield of Dus and Nicholas. Further down, there are many battlefields of the third ring. Viveka is fighting Sanchal, a warlock in the late stage of the third ring, and his blood is the same as Dus's, the blood of the Thunder Eagle, and his body is surrounded by lightning. With the blessing of the witch formation, you are not opponents. Surrender as soon as possible. You have no chance in today's war. Sanchura looked at Viveka and said with a smile. Hee. Viveka responded with a wind blade. Sanchura dodged with a relaxed expression on his face. Once the ground battlefield fails, you may not even have a chance to escape later. Sanchura's tall and thin figure moved left and right, approaching Viveka. Then try. Viveka smiled, stretched out her right hand, and the wind elements gathered in her hand. Sanchura quickly backed away, thinking that Viveka was going to make some kind of attack. But in the next second, only the wind elements gathered, like a cavity, and in the next second the cavity shattered, and a sound like an explosion sounded instantly, which could be heard throughout the battlefield. Many people in the holy tower cast their gazes over, with a confused look on their faces. What is Viveka going to do? Make a noise? Everyone is a little unclear, but many people also know that Viveka is definitely not an empty gun, but since it has nothing to do with them, could it be a battlefield? Everyone looked down. On the battlefield, on the side of the bloodline tower, suddenly, a blood-colored beam of light flew out of the crowd and caught everyone's eyes. Next, beams of light appeared one after another. The high-level warlocks on the side of the holy tower all stared wide-eyed. A popping sound is heard. Knowing that it was time, John took out the bloody core, and was the first to release the witch array. At the same time, the others also released the Wahen one by one. Holding the witch array, John felt a magical connection between all the warlocks, which was different from the spiritual connection on the side of the holy tower. He felt as if they were connected by blood. The huge quantity seems to be integrated into a whole at this moment. The hazy blood light appeared above the bloodline tower, turning into a huge spider web, connecting the bloodlines of all the warlocks together. At this moment, all the warlocks only felt that the power of their bloodlines had been greatly increased. Damn it, what is this? Could it be the witch array of our bloodline tower? Impossible, this is too strong, the holy tower has received such an increase, no wonder we can't beat it. Outrageous. One by one, the crowd looked at the blood-colored clothes on their bodies, either shocked, confused, at a loss, or overjoyed. But there are also people who wonder, who is stronger in their witch formation that looks completely different from the holy tower. However, feeling the increase in the body, everyone's mood still rose a lot. Advertisement. Hope it goes well. Attack. At the same time, after the battlefield, the voice of the warlock in charge entered the ears of every warlock. All the warlocks of the bloodline tower shouted, the power of the huge bloodline gathered together, like a storm rushing on the flat ground, and then rushed towards the holy tower. The long-range battle is over, and the melee combat that warlocks are best at begins. On the other side, the Saint Tower side watched the changes in the bloodline tower side with surprise. But immediately someone came out to stabilize the morale of the army and shouted loudly. Don't be afraid, everyone. Our wizard formation is a good thing from the wizard era. They are definitely not our opponents. All warlocks listen to my orders and attack. After hearing the order, the warlocks regained their confidence one by one. The blood vessels were fully opened, and the flames erupted, and the fire elements in a radius of tens of miles converged and turned into a huge flame, which also rushed towards the blood tower. At this time, all the three-ring warlocks also stopped and looked at the ground. In the camp of tens of thousands of warlocks, even their third ring dare not enter easily. This is a real war. At this time, even if the third ring enters, if they are not careful, they may be torn into pieces. Fragments. Witch array. Dus stood at the highest point, observing the Tower of Blood. He couldn't figure out where the bloodline tower got so many witch formations, and the quality was very high. Could it be that some relics were also excavated? Are there any ruins that big on the west coast? He didn't understand, but Herman's figure inexplicably flashed in his mind. That man always seemed to cause them enormous trouble. Could it be him? Impossible, he is a warlock, how could he have such superb alchemy skills, which are almost extinct on the west coast? However, they are all witch formations, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Dus thought to himself. In fact, he is not the only one who thinks so, the other warlocks of the Holy Tower also think so. They are all witch formations, and they are still good things from the wizard era. Can lose? As for the warlocks of the Bloodline Tower, they were very nervous, because time was short, and they hadn't even tested the level of these witch formations, they only knew that they were brought back by Viveka. As for where it came from? They guessed it was from Lord Herman who had left temporarily. My lord's witch array. Everyone looked at the ground, waiting for the two sides to collide. The distance of a few kilometers is only a short distance for warlock. After more than 10 seconds of sprinting, the two legions are in everyone's eyes. Finally, a collision. The cyan storm collides with the red fire cloud. Instantly the ground turned into two colors, one blue and one red. The two teams seemed to be evenly matched, and no one would give way to the other, but after only a few seconds, a change occurred. The warlock above the sky was surprised to find that the storm seemed to be getting bigger and bigger, while the fire cloud was decreasing. The holy tower was suppressed head-on. On the basis of better numbers and quality, it was suppressed. In the sky, all the warlocks were dumbfounded. It's fake. Dus' mouth twitched. Advertisement. But at this time, he seemed to have noticed something different. That is, the witch formation of the bloodline tower seems to be connected with the bloodlines of all the warlocks, while the holy tower is connected with the spiritual power, but the main body of the warlocks is the bloodline. So that's why it was suppressed? Dus was confused. At this time, on the ground, the holy tower had been completely suppressed and torn into several pieces. Every second, a large number of warlocks were dying. A meeting, the holy tower is defeated? Is this increase too exaggerated? What did I see? Isn't it all witch formations? Why is there such a big gap? The source of the blood is above. The warlock on the side of the holy tower gritted his teeth, unable to believe it. Originally, according to the plan, the legion would tear up the bloodline tower, and then deal with the third ring, completely occupying this key territory, or continue to go deeper. But now it seems that they are thinking too much. This is ADK. Looking at the defeated holy tower, all the warlocks didn't know what to do. The entire three-ring battlefield was almost frozen for 3 minutes. Seeing that the legion had begun to condense their blood, ready to converge towards the sky, and ready to attack the third ring, Dus knew it was time to make his own decision. He glanced at Nicholas on the opposite side, and looked at the crowd with a look of unwillingness. In the end, he almost gritted his back molars, and said bitterly, "Retreat." The signal to retreat was issued quickly, and the defeated warlocks looked at the signal, and their momentum became even more broken. One by one, the witch formations were broken, and all the warlocks didn't care about anything else, and flew towards the distance. Seeing this scene, Nicholas laughed out loud, while Viveka shouted, "Kill them, keep them." For a time, the battlefield situation changed completely. The battle of confrontation has become a battle of pursuit and escape. Kill. 3 hours later, Viveka slowly landed on the ground of the Silver Moon Valley. At this time, this place has been completely occupied by the Bloodline House. Viveka glanced around and asked a third ring, "What is our record?" "My lord, we lost a total of 3 people in the third ring, but the Holy Tower has 6 people left. As for the second and first rings, their losses are more than 4 times that of ours, but they haven't had time to count. Looking at the numbers alone, this is a big win, and they also occupied this key place." 1. Viveka took a deep breath. She never expected to win so easily today. The witch formation that the teacher gave him is too strong. Simply terrible. This is the power that warlocks are giving up now. What exactly are they giving up? But now is not the time to think about it. She shook her head. "Fly into the sky." Looking at the warlock of the Bloodline Tower who had returned on the ground, with firm eyes, he shouted, "Everyone, this battle. We won." Chapter 277 Influence, Power Soars Again. Chapter 277 Influence, Power Soars Again. Above the Silver Moon Valley. Everyone cheered after hearing the news of Viveka's victory announcement. Before the battle, no one thought that they would actually win the battle. After all, their combat power was too weak, and the Holy Tower was not a vegetarian. Whether it was the staffing or the witch formation, it was a big problem. But it seems that the witch array brought back by Master Viveka Tower. Advertisement. All problems were solved. No one expected that when the witch formation gathered everyone's power together, the powerful Holy Tower Legion in the past would be so unbearable. What's more outrageous is that they also used the witch formation, which is a good thing from the wizard era. Everyone looked up at Viveka, with endless longing in their hearts. It's just that they also have doubts. Where did these witch formations come from? Only some people have guesses in their hearts. It's definitely the breath of an adult. Nicholas narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the feeling of the wizard formation. As a former wizard, he knew that it should come from the hands of an adult. Master. Alice took a deep breath. She knew that the teacher was going to the south, but she didn't know where. If there is anyone who can save the Tower of Bloodlines, it should only be Shizu. As for the others, they didn't think so much, each one immersed in the joy of victory. Now that we have won, the next step is to counterattack. Looking at the joyful people in the Bloodline Tower, Viveka turned her gaze to the north. This is only the first important node in the confrontation between the two forces. Winning here can only prove that they will be much more relaxed in the future, but it does not mean that they can relax. The next thing they should do is to take advantage of the victory and pursue it, expand the results of the battle as much as possible, convert the victory into real resource magic stones, and prepare for the still long war. She looked at the other 3 ring warlocks with sharp eyes, and said, "Everyone, it's not time to celebrate yet. Let's rest for 3 hours and continue heading north." "Yes." All the warlocks' eyes lit up. After being beaten for so long, it's finally time to counterattack. At this time, in a mountain range, there are layers of thick fog. And in the dense fog, a team is advancing like a long dragon. But different from the usual team, the whole team looks very scattered, and everyone's eyes are depressed, even confused, their faces are stained with blood, some of them are mutilated, and they wail from time to time. This is exactly the side of the Holy Tower that was defeated from the Silver Moon Valley and is on the way to leave. Advertisement. At the front of the line, on top of a venom dragon, 4 warlocks formed a circle, 3 men and 1 woman, all silent. Who can tell me what's going on with the witch formation in the Bloodline Tower? In the end, one of them spoke slowly, and his round body could make people call out his name clearly, Dus. "I don't know." Sanchel shook his head. He is still in a state of confusion. He never understood how they lost, and how they lost so thoroughly. Even though they are all witch formations, the gap is so huge. The 2 outer 2/3 rings were silent. This battle, they lost too thoroughly. "Hey." Dus shook his head, looked at Sancher, and asked, "The reason for the defeat this time is entirely because of those witch formations. I found those witch formations very interesting, as if they were tailor-made for warlocks. I don't know where they got it from. I don't know, even in the era of wizards, there are very few wizard formations targeting warlocks, and this is still the main territory of wizards. I don't know where they got it from." Sankir shook his head. This is the most confusing point for him. "Humph, do you think it's okay if we transform the witch formation into something like that?" After a few seconds, Dus looked at the 3 of them. "It feels unreliable." Sankir shook his head. "My lord, I am afraid that no one in Time Hourglass can do such a difficult experiment as transforming a witch formation. Oh, by the way, if I remember correctly, there has been no mechanical alchemist course in Time Hourglass for nearly 100 years, and no one has learned it. Already?" The warlock said silently. "Indeed, the last alchemist of Time Hourglass seems to have died decades ago, and no one has chosen after that." "Does?" He silently covered his face with his hands, not speaking. "Difficult. Shall Master Clay take action?" Sanchel asked, and the eyes of the other 2 lit up. "No, Master Clay will only make 1 shot, we have to come and leave it to Herman." Dus shook his head. Several people were silent again. Looking at the depressed people, Si knew that he had to cheer up, and said, "You don't need to worry too much, it's not like we have other means besides the witch array. We collected a lot of dark wizard things back then. We even have a huge hole in our hands that was once a black wizard's frozen soul slave. It's just that it will take a long time to lift the seal, so don't worry." Several people raised their heads again, their eyes were a little surprised. Soul slave? They were a little surprised that Dus could find such a thing. "Hey, take it easy everyone, we will definitely win." Dus laughed, and the mood of several people gradually became more relaxed. Suddenly, a venom dragon slowly approached them, and a warlock approached. Several people looked over. Advertisement. "My lord, the people from the Bloodline Tower have caught up, and they don't seem to plan to send us off." The warlock looked anxiously. "What?" Several people shouted loudly, their tone a little flustered. 1. It was 3 days after Eli received the news of the victory of the Bloodline Tower. Seeing the information Nina handed over, Eli's eyes lit up. According to intelligence, Vivica, who was victorious in the Silver Moon Valley, did not choose to retreat, but charged forward bravely. Not only did she catch up with the fleeing Holy Tower, killing nearly half of them, she also occupied several areas of the Holy Tower. With the help of the witch formation, the Bloodline Tower seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. It was really a big kill in front of a small range of opponents. If it wasn't for the follow-up reinforcements from the Holy Tower, it would have evacuated. But anyway, with this victory, the territory of the Bloodline Tower has expanded by a quarter again, and there are still a large number of warlocks who have invested in the Bloodline Tower, and even many wait-and-see forces before have finally decided to end, and many warlocks have joined the Bloodline Tower again. But that's it. The Holy Tower is not only a big force, it would be far to destroy them all at once. The defeat this time also made Santa calm down and made new adjustments to the power directly, and made a new gathering of power. Although it has shrunk, the power has become stronger. Moreover, the places to the north at this time are rarely as plain as the Uni River Valley, and the role of the witch array has been infinitely reduced, and the 2 forces have returned to the original confrontation state again. No one knows how long this confrontation will last. In this regard, Vivica also asked Eli if he needed to do something. Eli thought it was normal. There is no need to do anything special, mainly because there is nothing to do. Although they won, the Bloodline Tower is not a weak chicken. Just procrastinate. It's good for him to stall for time too. Wait until he can defeat that half-step true spirit before talking about other things. Anyway, he doesn't go out now, dragging is the best. Let's see how time goes by, what has it to do with him? And this victory also allowed the Bloodline Tower to harvest a lot of things, and almost all the materials for Eli's synthetic beasts have been collected. You can start refining synthetic beasts. Chapter 278 Synthetic Beast, see Della. Chapter 278 Synthetic Beast, see Della. The battle between the Holy Tower and the Bloodline Tower is in full swing. There is peace among the irises. For a wizarding force, as long as they are a bit obscene and hide in some hidden places, the danger is not that great, not to mention that the resources of the iris flower are closely related to the White Tower and the Bloodline Tower, so the danger is even less. As for other wizarding forces, it feels like there is no need to worry about it. Advertisement. Because at this time, in the entire West Coast, except for the iris, there is no second wizarding force. It's not that the iris has swallowed too much, but that the wizards are slowly disappearing as time goes by. In the blink of an eye, almost 4,000 years have passed since the wizard left. That is 4,000 years, not 40 years or 400 years. 4,000 years is enough for a civilization to develop from backwardness, and it is enough to make the traces of wizards disappear little by little. With Eli's help, Iris is still alive and well, but I don't know what happened to the wizards in other parts of the world. Eli can only hope that they are not completely gone. Forget it, let's think about my synthetic beast. Eli shook his head, dismissing these wild thoughts. At this time he is in the laboratory. The table is covered with a large number of objects, like a hill. The core of the elemental titan, the elemental binder, a large amount of fleshy elements, some ores, and Eli kept counting these things. It was also his first time refining synthetic beasts, so he had to be more cautious. And for this synthetic beast, he was about to empty out his family. Not to mention the elemental core of the peak of the third ring, even other materials, and there is no lower than the third ring. It is a treasure of the Bloodline Tower for hundreds of years. If it weren't for the backing of a huge force, it would be really not easy to collect them. The material is only one aspect, and other aspects of preparations have not been lacking. You must know that his idea was to transfer the useless devouring curse seal to the core of the synthetic beast. For this, he has been thinking for decades before he has grasped. Then let's get started. Eli snapped his fingers, and all the doors of the laboratory were closed, and even all connections with the outside world were cut off. Eli started compositing. A year has passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the laboratory, with the sound of the door opening, Eli walked out of the door slowly. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he turned his head and looked behind him. The door opens to reveal the laboratory inside. "Hi Della!" Eli called. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed by the side of the gate. Then a figure slowly appeared. A little snake. This is a small black snake with black scales all over its body, and its eyes are black, like shadows. If you look closely, you will find that its scales are not normal scales, but made of shadows, and there is no specially solidified entities. It's a semi-elemental creature and the result of Eli's year. Advertisement. See Della. Eli called out, and saw that the little snake quickly came to Eli's trousers as if ordered, and then came to Eli's hand along the trousers. Looking at this little snake, Eli showed a happy smile. See Della is the name Eli gave it, and it is also Eli's first synthetic beast. 1 level, still needs to grow slowly. Eli felt the level of this little snake. However, although it is the first ring, due to the material level and its swallowing characteristics, it only needs to swallow enough things to return to the third ring, or even the peak level of the third ring. Devour. It is its biggest special feature. Eli looked at his arm. The original brand of endless devouring had disappeared, because he had transferred it to the core of High Della. Hiss! He thought, suddenly lowered his head. At this time, High Della looked at Eli with black eyes, opened her mouth, and could even see a black core in her body through her body, which was branded with devouring runes. "Are you hungry?" Eli smiled, and took out an ore with shadow attributes. The ore was the size of a basketball, but High Della's dark eyes seemed to light up, and she let out a whimper, and then opened her mouth wide, as if there was a shadow vortex in her mouth, and swallowed it in one gulp. Watching this scene, Eli laughed out loud. This feeling is like watching a little snake swallow an elephant. Gata. And High Della, who swallowed the ore, closed her mouth and let out a gata, as if hiccuping, and a black light flashed in her 2 eyes, very satisfied. At the same time, the breath of High Della is slowly rising. Fun and interesting. Eli smiled. High Della climbed along the arm, all the way to his shoulder, and Eli left the mystery. After leaving the secret place, Eli met Nina. "Did anything big happen this year?" Eli asked. "My lord, nothing happened. The current situation seems to be stable." Eli nodded, and then said to Nina, Nina, help me collect more resources of the shadow system. It is good. Then Eli returned to his residence. Another 3 years. In the laboratory, Eli looked at the sea Della. At this time, High Della's body is already as thick as a thigh, and her breath has reached the limit of the first ring, only one step away from the second ring. Later, Eli took out a core of the shadow system, and gave it to High Della. Advertisement. Gata. High Della swallowed it in one gulp. A few seconds later, High Della's aura slowly began to rise. Half an hour later, his breath reached the second ring. But to Eli's surprise, with the growth of High Della, the back of the original body began to split slowly, and another snake head slowly appeared. But this time it is different from the black eyes before, this one is red, like a ruby. What? Eli looked at the change and pursed his lips. His synthetic beast seems to have undergone a little different change due to the devouring rune he incorporated. It seems that there is another attribute, the fire element, which of course may have a lot to do with the core of the element Titan. Interesting. Watching High Della break through the second ring, High Della slowly crawled over, approached Eli slowly, rubbed against Eli's trousers, and made a rattling sound. Come on, let me see your changes. Eli began to feel the changes in High Della slowly. The fire element is only one aspect. Soon, Eli discovered that the sea Della is special. In the snake head of the fire element, it seems that the consciousness that exists is still the sea Della, but the main soul is slightly split. That's it, interesting. I wonder if there will be a third ring. After getting some more recent information, Eli returned. There are still no major changes, but recently the Holy Tower has provided a lot of wizard resources, which has made some changes in the situation, but it has little impact on the overall situation. They haven't done enough to change the situation. 5 years later, Eli looked at Hyde, who had grown a third blue-eyed snake head. At this time, High Della's body is as thick as a bucket, and its body has reached tens of meters, like a giant beast, but because it is an elemental creature, it can still be shrunk to an extremely small level. 3 rings. Eli turned his head and looked at the sea Della on his shoulder. Gata. Still the familiar voice, High Della rubbed against Eli's neck. Ha 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 ha. Eli smiled. But it's okay now, but High Della's appetite has been increasing recently, and Iris, a hidden wizard force, has been hard to satisfy, and new channels are needed. Where can a lot of blood food or resources be satisfied? Eli thought. In the next second, his eyes lit up. Battlefield. Chapter 279 Awakened Soul Slave, 3 Rings Limit Sea Della. Chapter 279 Awakened Soul Slave, 3 Rings Limit Sea Della. No way. Eli shook his head. The battlefield is certainly good, but it's not that there is no need to improve at this time. When the resources are really insufficient, let him go to the battlefield again, and in a few years, the third ring will be in the middle and late stages, and it will be more stable at that time. It seems that it will take some time before you can support yourself. Advertisement. Eli nodded High Della's head lightly. High Della made a gata sound and leaned on Eli's shoulder. At the same time, far north of the Holy Tower, beyond a large mountain. At this time, there are a large number of holy warlocks stationed here, one by one around the mountain, and this mountain is also very strange, one side is smooth as if it has been cut, and there is only one downward hole. At this time, there were 3 people standing at the entrance of the cave. Urs, Dus, and Sanchel. Dus, it's been 8 years, haven't you lifted the seal here? Sankir looked at Dus and asked. It's almost there, this seal will take more time than I thought. Dus was also a little embarrassed at this time. This is the place where the soul slaves of the wizarding era were sealed, and it was also a place he discovered by accident, which stored a large number of frozen soul slaves. He had said before that he planned to use these to change the situation of the battle. As a result, for 8 or 9 years, he still hasn't lifted the seal. Now the battlefield cannot be opened at all, and the power of the Bloodline Tower is expanding rapidly. It used to be slightly weaker than us, but now it is almost no worse than us. Urs sighed. He even regretted getting on this thief ship, but it was too late. Don't worry, this seal can definitely be lifted within 2 years at most. Dus said. Then wait another 2 years. Sanchur and Urs looked at each other helplessly. There was nothing they could do except wait. 2 years later, the 3 appeared again. The 3 of them walked through the hole and walked towards the inside. The entrance was very narrow at first, but as it went deeper, a larger and larger space inside the mountain appeared in the eyes of everyone. Holding the alchemy lamp, a group of people quickly arrived at the place where the soul slaves were stored. Is it here? Sanchel looked at the darkness in front of him. In the darkness, there seemed to be a cold attack, and there were countless eyes staring at him. Standing here, he felt inexplicably terrified. Almost 10 years. Urs sighed. Finally in. Urs took a deep breath. Walking forward slowly, the alchemy lamp can only illuminate a range of a few meters, but a orchid slowly appears in his eyes, and not far away, a high wall like a moat appears. Advertisement. No. Not a high wall. In an instant, the alchemy lamp in his hand burst into light. It illuminates the eyes. The scene in front of them was completely revealed in the eyes of the three of them. Oh my god! The three exclaimed at the same time. In front of him, there was an orchid ice surface, like a high wall, filling the entire space, and within the wall, there were a huge number of soul slaves piled up like shadows. Countless races, countless numbers. The entire ice surface is full of frozen soul slaves. The number is probably tens of thousands. The overall quality belongs to the first and second rings, but this is not important anymore. Such a large number is enough to change everything. Dus's mood instantly improved, and he smiled. The other two also looked at each other, speechless. But how do we control these soul slaves? Suddenly, Sancher asked. You don't need to worry about this. The frozen soul slaves in the Wizarding Age are generally stockpiled as a basis for war. They have not been branded. As long as we brand the most core monsters, everything will be fine. Already. That's it. The two nodded. Hehe, in the mountains, the witch array is useless, but these monsters are like ducks in water, let's see how they deal with it. Dus sneered. The three of them also smiled kindly. New calendar year 3775. The Holy Tower has freed the stockpile of soul slaves from the Age of Wizards. Tens of thousands of soul slaves poured into the mountains overwhelmingly. The huge number and the unfriendly environment for warlocks quickly turned the tide of battle. In just 2 years, the Bloodline Tower was defeated in the mountain battlefield. Temporarily back out of the mountains. The Holy Tower's momentum rose sharply, and even began to prepare for a counterattack towards the periphery. But in the plain area, the Bloodline Tower relied on a large number of witch formations, but did not fall to the Soul Slave Legion. The Holy Tower's plan failed, and it also retreated into the mountains, preparing for a second counterattack. After this battle, the original vigorous momentum of the Bloodline Tower was also extinguished. The two forces are once again in a situation where neither can do anything to the other. However, there is one thing that makes the Bloodline Tower feel uneasy, that is, the strength of the soul slaves of the Holy Tower seems to have been greatly reduced due to the long-term freezing. But as the release time passed, the strength of the soul slaves was slowly recovering. After all, would wizards really use some monsters with first and second rings as their background in war? The start should be on the second ring road. The 3 rings are at their limit. In the secret realm, Eli looked at the Sea Della in front of him and sighed. On the lawn not far away, Sea Della is entangled, with a huge body as long as 40 to 50 meters. 3 snakeheads hiss, and 3 snakeheads have black eyes, 1 red, and 1 blue eyes. With such a large number of soul slaves, High Della's strength has improved very quickly. Advertisement. Eli sighed. He also didn't expect that Dus and the others would actually have inventory from the Wizarding era. These huge soul slaves were secretly transported away by the Bloodline House after death and came here. But one interesting thing is that although most of these monsters are only of the first and second rings, they used to be of the second and third rings. The essence of power must be very strong, and the nutrition is really sufficient. So High Della experienced the fastest growth in her life. In just over 2 years, it has grown from the initial stage of the third ring to the limit of the third ring. Such a Sea Della, with the power of 3 elements and the power of devouring, is almost reaching the limit of Eli in the midterm, but that's it. A special encounter. However, if those monsters continue to grow, it will be troublesome. Eli thought about it. As a wizard, he naturally knew what the frozen monsters were like. At least the monsters some time ago were obviously stronger than before. If this continues, the Bloodline Tower will not be able to hold on. He has to do something. But I can't go out yet. Eli felt his spiritual power. At this time, it is almost 345 points, almost a little more than a year, but the elements that can be mobilized are almost 120 times, which is much stronger than before. Let's see how much worse it is. Eli took out the investment and calculated the possibility that he could defeat the half-step true spirit. 13. It has improved a bit, but it is still very unstable. So he can't show up yet, so this time he can only let High Della take the shot. Thinking of this, Eli looked at High Della and stretched out his hand. Feeling Eli's gaze, High Della's body shrunk slowly, and then moved closer to Eli, so that Eli's hand could just touch his head. Go to the mountains in the north and kill the core of the soul slave. Eli left a little mental power in High Della's consciousness, and ordered. Hiss. High Della raised her head, her bright eyes blinked. In the next second, the two left the secret realm and came to Eli's wizard tower. High Della's body turned into a large shadow, and then turned into a shadow, and flew towards the sky. The speed was far faster than the ordinary 3 rings. Let the holy tower test your combat effectiveness. Eli watched Hydella disappear from sight before returning to the secret place. In the secret realm, Hill was still dancing with branches. When will you be able to advance to the second ring? Eli looked at Hill and sighed. He overestimated the promotion speed of this tree. Compared with Hydella's promotion speed, Hill can be called a tortoise, but Eli doesn't mind. After all, can you count on a tree? He had plenty of time anyway. Hydella should be able to buy him a lot of time. Chapter 280 Hydella's Attack, Eli's Instructions. Chapter 280 Hydella's Attack, Eli's Instructions. Gada gada. Hundreds of meters above the sky, a cloud of shadows flitted across the sky like a flying arrow, and countless birds moved away one after another, as if they had encountered something terrible. Della quickly crossed a large area of the west coast, and then entered the Blood Tower area in the north. Advertisement. Bloodline Tower. Everyone, the sole slaves of the Holy Tower are a big problem. Do you have any good solutions? Otherwise, it's not a good idea for us to go on. Vivica sat on the main seat, looking calmly at the dozen or so people sitting below. For hundreds of years, she has firmly grasped this power, and her power control is still at its peak. No one dares to disobey her, or even oppose her. My lord, I think we should choose a different path. The mountain range is really difficult for us to break through. At this moment, Rodan raised his head and said. At the beginning, he, Vivica and others were captured by Sergi, but before they could kill them, Sergi was easily killed by Eli, and after so many years of fighting, he was still alive. Inappropriate. As soon as Rodan finished speaking, some people objected. This mountain range is the last line of defense separating us from the Holy Tower. If you want to cross it, you can only follow the coastline, but the sea is much more dangerous than the land. Warlock said. Indeed. Vivica nodded. There is too much trouble in the sea. Okay. Rodan sighed and stopped talking. The others were also silent, and there were not many good ways to do it. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Hey. Vivica looked at the gate in the distance, a little strange. This is the conference room, who will be here at this hour? Could it be that something big happened on the front line? Come in. Vivica said. The guard in the distance immediately opened the door, and then saw a warlock running in, came to Vivica's side, and said, Report to the tower owner, a powerful aura is approaching quickly at the south of the Bloodline Tower, and the aura even probably stronger than any Sergi I've ever met. What? Vivica jumped up, with a look of shock and anger. Comparable to Sergi's breath. Although Sergi has been dead for a long time, no one has forgotten this powerful warlock. He is the top warlock in the third ring. Even if it is in the two forces, there is no one who can fight against it. Advertisement. Sergi? Are you exaggerating? South. Why did it come at this time? Is it a conspiracy by the Holy Tower? The warlocks talked a lot, but their expressions were dignified. After all, no one knew what the purpose of this strange force was, so it couldn't be ignored. The same goes for Vivica, who has just thought up a plan and is about to talk about it. But in the next second, Vivica's eyes suddenly froze for a few seconds, and her body remained motionless. Everyone was a little confused by her sudden action and looked at her. After a few seconds, her eyes returned to calm, she waved her hand and said, Don't pay attention to that breath, let's continue the meeting. What? Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what it meant. I saw Vivica sitting down, then looked at everyone and said, Let's talk about how we will carry out the next round of attack, and how to attack the Holy Tower headquarters after breaking through the mountains. Everyone? Do you hear what you're saying? All the warlocks looked confused, but seeing Vivica's serious look, it didn't look like they were joking. Could it be that the one found helped them? We've reached the border of the Bloodline Tower. Above the sky, through the eyes of the sea Della, Eli looked around. Under his reminder, the journey through the main tower of the Bloodline was smooth and unimpeded, and High Della soon came to the boundary line between the tower of the Bloodline and the mountains, the Saya Mountains. Looking at the continuous mountains in front of him, although he has not entered yet, whether it is the roar of beasts coming from time to time, or the breath of magical beasts one after another, Eli realizes that in the future, he should not be too hasty. The next step is to kill those core monsters. Eli thought. But how to find it, he is not worried about it. Dive in, High Della. Eli ordered again. Gada. High Della's figure slowly shrunk until it was almost the size of an ordinary small snake. The other two heads also slowly disappeared, and then slowly landed on the ground. After looking at the surrounding environment, she followed the fallen leaves into the mountains. Not long. They encountered the first warcraft. A huge mountain demon bear, with grey eyes and about 2 rings in breadth, covered most of its body with cocky yellow rocks, almost 4 meters in length. At this time, High Della hid in a big tree, watching the earth demon bear. Advertisement. At this time, the earth demon bear was leaning against a big tree, twisted together, most of its eyes were closed, leaving only a thread, but a large amount of earth elements gathered outside its body, indicating that even if it was resting, it was still very vigilant. Very smart. Eli smiled after seeing it. But although smart, it is still useless under the strength of High Della. Coincidentally, they also need this devil bear to settle those core positions. High Della, kill him. Eli ordered. High Della's small body was hidden in the grass, and then quickly approached the earth demon bear, her small eyes lit up. This was also an interesting process for him. After all, since he was born, the few battles are only in the secret realm. Eli puts some monsters for him to fight. Slowly approaching the earth demon bear, High Della's body is also slowly expanding. With him as the center, countless shadows gradually spread and approach the earth demon bear. In just a few seconds, shadows have surrounded the entire area. At this time, High Della's body also expanded to nearly 1.20 meters, only 2 or 3 distances away from the earth demon bear. The snake head raised, looked at the earth demon bear, and opened its mouth. But at this time, the great earth demon bear seemed to have sensed something, and suddenly opened his closed eyes, and then saw the big mouth that seemed to be like a black hole in his eyes. The earth demon bear was stunned. It wanted to move, but its body couldn't move at all. When it looked down, it realized that its body was already entangled by a thick shadow. Roar, woo-woo. This time, the mouth was also sealed. Then the great earth demon bear saw Sea Della's big mouth, and gradually fell into darkness. Gata. Feeling that the Sea Della swallowed the earth devil bear, the breath has slightly improved, but Eli didn't express anything. Just kidding, just a devil bear with a second ring, how could there be any accidents? And with the swallowing of the devil bear, the devouring rune in Sea Della's core also slowly played a role, and the body of the earth devil bear disintegrated bit by bit, but some special blood colors also appeared. It was a streak of blood. It is also the only connection between it and the core warcraft that controls it. It's enough to have this. Eli took a deep breath, and the few strands of mental power split in half, wrapped around the strand of blood, and then quickly consumed. At the same time, a faint connection was discovered by one person and one snake. High Della, go for a big kill, and then return. Eli silently gave orders to High Della. At the same time, the remaining ray of mental power slowly dissipated. The mission of this ray of spiritual power has been completed, and the next thing is to see High Della. Chapter 281 The Giant Snake Around the Tree, the Fear Brought by the Sea Della. Chapter 281 The Giant Snake Around the Tree, the Fear Brought by the Sea Della. Gata. Feeling the disappearance of Eli's breath, High Della suddenly froze in place. In the next second, his huge body began to turn over, and the other 2 snake heads also jumped out, circling around, as if looking for where Eli went. But it was not found. Gata. Advertisement. High Della was a little confused. This is his first time away from Eli. From its birth to the present, it has always stayed by Eli's side. It wasn't until half an hour later that High Della seemed to recover from the sadness, her eyes gradually became fierce, and the slightest connection in the air gradually became clear. As long as he swallowed all the bloody threads, he can return. Thinking of this, High Della felt one of the bloodlines, and a large number of shadows slowly appeared on the ground, and his body slowly merged into the shadows. Then in the shadows, the fast way forward. Hunting time. After a while, he arrived at the first destination. By a river. This is a river flowing in the mountains. The river extends from the north to the south. There is a large open space beside the river. At this time, a huge magic wolf is drinking water in the open space. The demon wolf is about 5 meters long, with silver fur, and there is a lightning-like mark on its head. Its aura is very strong, reaching the middle stage of the 3rd ring. At this time, tens of meters away from him, there were dozens of monsters watching the wolf drinking water from a distance, not daring to move a step. Cuckoo. Looking at this scene, Demon Wolf is still very proud. When he woke up, who would have thought that the wizards of the past had disappeared, and there were only some weak warlocks. Although he was still a slave, at least he was on the ordinary battlefield, not the battlefield with other worlds. The world war is much more dangerous than this. He once participated as a slave of a wizard. It was a real meat grinder. In order to protect his homeland, the master of another world would really go all out. Even if he participated in that war, suffered a dozen fatal wounds. At least you can still enjoy a happy life every day. This is not what happiness is. Looking back at his men, he lowered his head to drink water again. Soon, it drank the water and was ready to leave. But when he turned his head, he froze. Where are his men? At this moment, in the open space by the bank, his original dozen or so subordinates all disappeared one by one, and now there is only one wolf on the crowded river bank. Woohoo! He immediately tensed up, and his body tensed up. Looking around the front, it seems to want to find out what happened. But in the next second, he seemed to feel something, and looked back suddenly. Behind him, the huge shadow was already like a wave, 5 or 6 meters high, and in the shadow, 3 pairs of eyes looked at him as if they were looking at a dead wolf. The magic wolf was stunned and was about to turn around and run away. Advertisement. But in the next second, he only felt that his body was getting heavier and heavier, and when he looked down, his body had already fallen into the shadow, and it was getting deeper and deeper. Hoo! The wolf howled. After a few seconds, the howling disappeared. After the wolf died, Hidella made a sound, then changed direction and continued to set off. At the same time, there is a place behind the mountain range, in a camp. This is the base of the holy tower in the mountains, responsible for the dispatch and combat of the entire warcraft, and here, the wizard Sanchel is in charge. At this time Sankir was in a tent, and not far from him was a shelf on which were hung a dozen bloody tokens. Suddenly, one of the tokens shattered, and the bloody token cracked one after another. Then, with a click, it shattered into pieces, and the pieces fell to the ground. Sanchir froze for a moment, then frowned. The tokens represent the cores of more than a dozen monsters they control. There is only one possibility of breaking them, and that is death. How is it possible, the monsters of the third ring, there is still something in this mountain range that can threaten them? Sanchir couldn't believe it, and shouted loudly. Every core has 3 rings. With this kind of strength, what will happen in the wild to die? Could it be that the bloodline tower sneaked in? Impossible. Sanchel shook his head. This is unlikely. Even if that is the case, how can they find the core? Is that really an accident? Thornwell can only attribute the reason to this conjecture in the end. But he still had to investigate, he thought for a while, and prepared to get up. But in the next second, another token shattered on the shelf with a click. Sanchel's eyes widened, staring at the shelf. Grunt. His throat moved slightly, 2 of them disappeared in such a short time. What happened? At this moment, he realized that something was wrong. No, I'll wait. Sanchir thought. Waiting a few minutes, he wants to see if it happens again. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, with another click, another token shattered. The corner of Sanchir's mouth twitched, already realizing that there was a big problem, and it was a problem he didn't know. Do nothing. He immediately ran to the shelf, took more than a dozen tokens in his hand, and ordered all the core monsters to gather towards the camp, and brought their subordinates with them. After giving the order, Sanchir was relieved. In this way, it should be no problem. I just don't know what it is, but it actually killed 2 cores. Advertisement. As long as the monsters gather together, can this BD who doesn't know whether it's a human or a beast can directly rush into their camp and kill more than a dozen cores? Hee. Thinking of this, Sanchel was a little happy. Although this mountain range is a small mountain range, even so, when the monsters are scattered everywhere and want to return, it still takes time, and this time may still cause problems. Sanchir waited silently. 5 minutes later. A token is broken again. Another 10 minutes later, another one broke. Another 5 minutes. This time, there was finally a core of the 3 rings returning, which made Sanchir heave a sigh of relief. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Sankiel looked at the remaining 8 tokens, and the corners of his mouth twitched. There are a dozen or so, and only half of them are left at this time. Fortunately, the Warcraft cores had already arrived at the camp. Thinking of this, Sanchir walked out of the tent slowly. Outside the tent, 8 monsters with 3 rings were standing on the ground, as if they were waiting for something. Seeing Sanchir with the token come out, the monsters looked over one by one and let out a roar. Is this what's left? Sankir's heart bleeds, you know, they almost lost several cores in such a short period of time, but fortunately, as long as there is one left, they can control the others. He looked out of the camp. The camp is located on a mountain peak. At this time, from the mountainside to the bottom of the mountain, it has been completely occupied by monsters. The initial estimate is that there are thousands of monsters. There are still many monsters still on the way. Sanchel was completely relieved. So what happened to them? But doubts arose again. Sanchel frowned, and there seemed to be a shadow in the corner of his eyes. Shadow? Isn't it daytime? Where did the shadow come from? Sanchir was stunned, and looked down. At this time, all the trees, including the rocks, outside the entire mountain, had been covered by thick shadows at some point, like a dark ocean. Shadows are always accompanied by the unknown and fear, and Sanchel's mood is the same, but fortunately, there are still thousands of monsters, there are monsters gathered here and some of their people, his fear is not too strong. Is it the culprit who killed the monster? He pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes. At this time, when all the monsters saw the shadow, they seemed to feel a kind of extreme cold and felt uneasy. They roared one after another, and several three-ringed monsters also stood up, as if they sensed something, and looked towards the opposite mountain. It is not a high mountain, but the top of the mountain is a big tree tens of meters high, lush and lush. At this moment, a large shadow envelopes the whole tree. The shadow seems to be flowing. A huge body gradually envelopes the tree. In the shadow, Hydela's body slowly emerges from the shadow. The huge body is wrapped around the big tree, and the black body is like an abyss. The three heads of Hydela are looking at the camp, staring at the 7 or 8 monsters, as if they are looking at prey. For a moment, the hearts of everyone in Warcraft trembled. Chapter 282 The Collapsed Line of Defense, Go Home. Chapter 282 The Collapsed Line of Defense, Go Home. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? This breath is too scary, it doesn't feel like it belongs to the third ring. So many shadows, it's outrageous. In the camp, all the warlocks stared, terrified in their hearts. The monster in front of them did not belong to them, but its aura was ridiculously high. Advertisement. Every monster is not much better. The weak monster even trembled a little, even the three rings stared at Hydela, as if they didn't understand when such a powerful monster came. What exactly is this? Sanchel stood on the ground, looking at the giant snake on the opposite mountain. He could even clearly see the giant snake's icy eyes, as well as the huge snake-like and shadow-like body wrapped around the big tree. Although the body is tens of meters tall, Sanchel only felt the oppressive feeling when he met Lord Clay, but it is definitely not as strong as Lord Clay, but compared to the three-ring limit he has seen be strong. This feeling, shadow. Sanchel's heart beat faster, but looking at the shadows spreading around him, he inexplicably thought of someone. Herman. It's also a shadow, and it appeared on the battlefield of the two forces, and the core of the Warcraft was killed, as if the purpose was to release their control over the soul slaves. It's hard not to remind him of that man. But now is not the time to think about these things, they have to get through this difficulty first. That's not right. Sanchel suddenly turned his consciousness and looked at the monsters all over the mountains and plains. At this time, apart from the 8 cores, there are 20 other three rings, and their people, plus him, 2 three rings, and several thousand monsters. What is he afraid of? It should be that the giant snake is afraid. Sanchel's mood gradually recovered. Taking out the token, his will gradually passed through the token towards the 7 or 8 cores, and then used it as the core to pass over the entire group of monsters. His will also brought about the revival of the monsters, and each of the monsters also recovered their will, revealing their bloodthirsty instincts, which is another function of the token. A characteristic of soul slaves, absolute obedience. 7 or 8 monsters with 3 rings flew into the sky, and then flew towards the sea Della. The strong force drove the surrounding elements, and more than a dozen monsters attacked together. Gata. Hydela watched this scene with a playful look in her dark eyes. The body stretched out, the huge body turned into a shadow, and then rushed towards the monster. Advertisement. Boom. 7 or 8 three rings collided with the shadow, as if dividing the two halves of the space. Sanchel stood on the mountain, watching this scene, feeling nervous. In the next second, the shadow doubled in size instantly, like a black hole. The attacks of 7 or 8 monsters were swallowed directly, and even 3 of the monsters were not swallowed in one gulp. Seeing this scene, the remaining 4 beasts showed instinctive fear in their eyes, and turned to run away, but in the next second, Hydela's huge body had arrived, directly devouring the monster. Gata. After devouring such a large number of monsters, Della made a gata sound, seeming somewhat satisfied. But he didn't forget his purpose. The master wanted him to kill all the cores, and the cores were on the mountain at this time, so in just a second, he rushed towards the mountain where Sanchur was. Grunt. Watching the scene of the monster being devoured, Sanchel's back was drenched in cold sweat. He has clearly recognized a problem. The giant snake in front of him is ridiculously strong. They may not be able to beat. Now let's see if the quantity can stop it. Stop him. Sanchel ordered the next second. The huge army of soul slaves rushed towards the sea Della without fear. Facing the monster, Hydela stopped, and the 3 snake heads raised high at the same time. At the same time, a shadowy black light, a blue ice, and a scorching fire spewed out. The 3 heads each attack in one direction, like a world-destroying monster. The demonic beasts on the main side were directly melted in the shadows, while the flames were burned to ashes, leaving a black scorched ground, and the ice directly left a path of ice, freezing the demonic beasts. The attack lasted for more than 10 seconds, and by the time the attack was over, thousands of monsters had been killed or injured. This. Sanchel's mouth twitched. 3 elemental attacks, what kind of monster is this? But now is not the time to think about these things. Sanchur looked at the token in his hand, then at the monster under his eyes, and then made a decision. All monsters, run in 3 waves. Sanchal deeply understood that they might not be able to kill the monsters in front of them today, so let's run. As long as one runs out, they can still control these soul slaves. Although thousands of people died, there are still tens of thousands in the mountains. He suddenly regretted why he didn't save them from gathering together before. Maybe there was still a chance, but it was impossible. With so many monsters gathering for a long time, even food was a big problem. The monsters that received the order quickly divided into 3 pairs, and then flew in different directions. Sanchal, including other wizards, immediately followed, and he randomly selected a wave of 3 monsters. Advertisement. Gata. Seeing the monsters split into 3 waves, Hydella let out a roar. Sanchal turned his head to look while flying. The 2 heads next to Hydella's shadow head began to separate slowly, and in the shadow, a snake of fire element and ice snake composed of fire element and ice element appeared. Hydella chased Sanchal, and the other 2 giant snakes flew in 2 other directions. Sanchal is already numb at this time. What kind of monster is this? Is it so outrageous? But looking at Hydella who was about to catch up, Sanchal also knew that they had no chance, so he turned his head and stopped, and other warlocks and monsters also stopped. Since you can't run, you can only fight. Sanchal's gaze was firm, and then everyone rushed towards the sea Della. At this time, the sun was setting, and the brilliant sunset shone on the faces of many monsters and people, reflecting their tragic expressions. Sanchal took the lead, and the whole body was full of thunder. In the next second, the shadow passed by. Sanchal was swallowed in one gulp. Hydella shook her head, and seemed a little puzzled why this human being had such an emotional expression. As a synthetic beast, his emotions are not as abundant as normal monsters. All he has are basic emotions and his loyalty and love for Eli. It seems too complicated. Hydella is not thinking about it, but looks at other monsters. His eyes were cold. 10 minutes later, Hydella was entrenched on the mountain, and the fire snake and ice snake in the distance returned at the same time, and then merged into his body, and the 2 heads slowly appeared on both sides again. He looked around, and at this time the monsters had already dispersed. With the death of the last few core monsters, their bondage has been broken, and they are free again, unless someone can reconnect their broken connection, but that is difficult, at least no warlock can do it. Hydella could hear countless roars of beasts erupting in the mountains. Their carnival began, and at this moment, the defense line of the holy tower was shattered at this moment. Hydella is in a happy mood. The task is completed, you can go back to find the master. His body shrank slowly, turned into a shadow, and flew into the sky. Go back the same way, very fast. Like a child in a hurry to get home. Chapter 283 Breaking the Holy Tower, Everyone in the Parliament. Chapter 283 Breaking the Holy Tower, Everyone in the Parliament. My lord, do you think it would be too hasty for Master Viveka to ask us to gather here? A first ring warlock asked the second ring warlock beside him, his tone full of puzzlement. I don't understand either. My lord should have her own ideas. John shook his head. He looked around and saw how many Tower of Blood warlocks gathered together. The number was estimated to be at least several thousand, and in front of them were the continuous peaks of the Saya Mountains, which had blocked their progress for decades. Pace of advertisement. They tried to rush into it countless times, but they were all blocked by the Soul Slave Legion of the Holy Tower. The huge number of legions made them suffer, and the breakthrough was naturally unsuccessful. Just today, Viveka suddenly signed a document, and a large number of warlocks were summoned here. No one knows why, and no one knows what they are up to. The news they received had to wait. Wait for the opportunity. But where is there any chance here? Do you expect the Soul Slave Army to disband by itself? John is puzzled. In fact, this is also the place where most warlocks are unhappy. After all, they are suddenly called out from home, and then they come to the mountain range, just waiting, and they don't even know how long it takes. It's strange for them to feel comfortable. But no one dared to express it. After all, Viveka's reputation was too high. And behind her stood the strongest person in the Bloodline Tower, He-Man. However, it is foreseeable that if there is really no result, Viveka will definitely be criticized by many people. Hey! John shook his head and said nothing more. He closed his eyes and was about to rest for a while, when suddenly, a loud noise woke him up. A warlock ran over quickly, shouting to each other as he ran, some of the monsters inside the Saya Mountains have rioted. All eyes were on him. Riot? How could there be riots? John was confused, and then he glanced out of the corner of his eye, and seemed to see a shadow passing by like a black light in the sky, flying towards the south without stopping. Then, another warlock ran over. All the monsters in the Saya Mountains seem to have rioted and lost control. They are scurrying wildly, leaving the mountains, and fleeing into the distance. The messages one by one made John a little confused. He looked around, but he still didn't understand what happened. But in the next second, he heard the roar of beasts coming from the exit of the mountain in the distance. The roars of various monsters were mixed together, and some sporadic monsters ran out. They were the Soul Slave army. Just as John wanted to do something, the commanding warlock at the front ordered everyone to stay put, so he could only wait there. Advertisement. For the next 3 hours, John stood there, watching the outrageous scene. Santa's defense line ran away by itself. Has the Holy Tower Soul Slave Legion really disbanded itself? Why? John was confused, and that shadow suddenly flashed through his mind. Is it an adult? But obviously there is not enough time for him to think, because the commanding warlock has already issued an order. The whole army is attacking. New calendar year 3780. With the death of the core warcraft, the defense line of the Saya Mountains and the Santa Tower will be self-defeating. On the same day, the warlocks who had been ordered by Viveka rushed into the mountains, occupied this area, and built an outpost. They also found the Holy Tower camp hidden in the mountains. It's just a camp that has been destroyed. When the original warlocks arrived there, they are said to have stayed where they were. Pangda is above the mountain peak. From the top to the bottom of the mountain, it has almost been covered with dead monsters, and the 3 shadows, flames, and ice roads still exist in the mountain peak. Through the ice, the warlock who arrives can even see the state of warcraft and holy warlocks when they were frozen. Thousands of warlocks stopped blankly. No one knows what happened to these monsters and warlocks. However, the breath of a dead monster was detected nearby, which also made everyone understand that this should be the main reason for the fleeing of the monster. A thing that doesn't know whether it is a person or a thing will kill them here. Simply outrageous. At the meeting, Rodan stood up abruptly and listened to Viveka's achievements, this time with a look of surprise. The people from the Bloodline Tower have been in the mountains for a day, and the basic situation has been clarified. This is the first meeting after the war, but it is not reasonable to say that it is after the war. They should not have encountered any obstacles at all. This is the report on all the battles this time. What are your opinions? Viveka ignored Rodan, put away the documents, and looked at the crowd. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. They don't know what to say? In fact, they still haven't figured out what happened. It took a full minute before someone slowly raised his hand and asked, "My lord, can I ask a question?" "Ask." Viveka replied. "Did that black shadow solve the Soul Slave's core?" Warlock asked. Advertisement. In fact, many people have already thought of what happened in the last meeting. It seems that many of Viveka's decisions were made after that shadow. Yet. Viveka nodded. Really? I knew it had something to do with that aura. It's too scary, and it can solve everything with one. The warlocks talked a lot, as if a doubt in their hearts had finally been answered. Could it be Lord Herman? He has indeed shown up for a long time. Then the warlock continued to ask. No. Viveka replied. No. Warlock frowned, knowing that there was a shadow in the battlefield. He thought it was the adults who made a move? It's really not the teacher who made the move this time. Viveka glanced at everyone, and then said. This time, it's a small pet raised by an adult. Oh, not adults. Before the warlock could react, his eyes widened instantly in the next second, and his voice trembled even more, almost screaming, Master Viveka, do you think it's your pet? Not only the warlock, but other warlocks also stared wide-eyed. Pet. One pet broke through the defense line that has troubled us for a long time, and killed thousands of monsters. Just kidding, there are dozens of 3 rings. Warlocks are completely confused. They couldn't imagine how strong a pet could have such a record. Moreover, pets are so strong, so how strong is an adult? Your lord is really amazing. After half an hourglass, someone realized it, and choked out a sentence for a long time. Others joined in. Viveka looked at this scene and shook her head. She is also very confused. Eli's message that day told her what it was. At first she wondered if she was going to do some sabotage. But who would have thought that it would be destroyed directly? Adult pets are so strong. What about her? How much more can she help adults? All I can do is to manage everything for the teacher. Viveka's eyes became firm again. She was not an indecisive person in the first place. The teacher is very strong, isn't that normal? Chapter 284 The Collapsed Dose, 50 years. Chapter 284 The Collapsed Dose, 50 years. Sanchel is dead, the Soul Slave is gone, and the line of defense is broken. In the distant Holy Tower headquarters, in a room. The room is not big, the windows and doors are closed, the windows are covered, and the alchemy lamp is turned off, making the room very dark, and in this dim room, a man is sitting on the sofa in a daze. His eyes were dull, and he stared at the front without moving, and there was still a scattered document scattered around his hand. Advertisement. It's gone, it's gone. Dus just kept muttering this sentence. It lasted a full 10 minutes before his gaze slowly recovered, but it was still sad. He didn't understand how this could happen. It's fine if the tens of thousands of monsters disperse and don't react, but dozens of three-ring monsters, thousands of monsters, and warlocks are all dead, and they don't even have time to escape. Si was collapsed at this moment. As the more radical faction of the Time Hourglass, he spent a lot of effort to finally release the Time Hourglass, and then worked hard to win the big cake on the west coast. It is almost 100 years now. But what did he gain? The Holy Tower, whose territory is getting smaller and smaller, has failed again and again? So where did it all start? It seems that this is the first time he heard of Hermann's name, or after meeting the Bloodline Tower. It is obviously such a small force, but every time it can defeat one force after another that is bigger than them, in just a few hundred years, from a low-level force with only 1 or 2/3 rings, to now it can suppress them power. But this time, he took out his few stocks and failed. And his right-hand man Sanchel also died in it. Hey! Dus sighed deeply. But he can't let go. He has paid too much, and he has no chance to stop. If he really gave up everything and went back to the hourglass of time, it would be impossible to be the same as before. Those old-fashioned factions who were already very dissatisfied with him would not let him go. He had only one choice, to keep fighting. Moreover, he is not without cards. He still has the last whole card, that is Master Clay, a half-step true spirit powerhouse who failed to break through the true spirit. However, I need to wait for an opportunity, that is, wait for them all to show up, and then deal with them all at once. Dus slowly stood up, regaining his fighting spirit. Is there anything I can't lose? He gritted his teeth. At this moment, he thought of the huge amount of wealth he had accumulated and some resources and contacts of Time Hourglass. Maybe he could stand up again without the need of Mr. Clay. This time, he will put all his eggs in one basket. Only succeed, not fail. Advertisement. Good job. In the secret realm, Della rubbed against Eli's hand, as if acting like a baby. Eli smiled. Della did better than he thought, and in terms of combat power, Della is really not bad. He accidentally created an amazing synthetic beast. Patting Della's head, Eli walked towards the laboratory. Next up is Vivica. He is not strong enough. Watching Eli leave, Della opened her eyes wide and followed immediately. A year passed in the blink of an eye. During this year, under the leadership of Vivica, the Bloodline Tower quickly cleared up the remnants of the Holy Tower in the Saya Mountains, and sent a large number of personnel to garrison it. After stabilizing, Vivica didn't launch an attack immediately. Instead, he chose to hold his hand and continue to stabilize this front. This stability lasted for 3 full years. In the past 3 years, the Bloodline Tower has stepped over the Saya Mountains for the first time and has come to the area of the Holy Tower. A new war has broken out. At the exit of the mountain range, the Bloodline Tower encountered an unprecedented resistance. The Holy Tower's offensive was much stronger than anyone imagined. In the first round of attack, the Bloodline Tower not only failed to take advantage, but was completely at a disadvantage. The attack lasted for 3 days and ended with the retreat of the Bloodline Tower. This is thanks to Vivica's decision to stay stable for a few years, otherwise maybe after this battle, even the Holy Tower will almost attack and enter the Saya Mountains again. At that time, it will not be as simple as retreating. And the battle on this front lasted beyond everyone's imagination. 20 years later. Mountain exit. Kill. The warlock from the Bloodline Tower roared and looked at the front line of defense. In the distance, a high wall has been formed. At this time, thousands of holy warlocks above are constantly attacking, trying to stop their attack this time, just like the past 20 years. No one expected that this tough battle would last for 20 years. Although a battle may only break out once in a few months, it is too long. Hey, but this time, Master Vivica said that there will be reinforcements. The warlock was thinking. Suddenly, he felt a shadow covering him. He looked sideways. Just tens of meters away from him, there is a huge figure. Advertisement. With a length of nearly 100 meters and shadows around its body, 3 huge snake heads stood up high, looking at the Holy Tower defense line in front of it calmly, and its aura was even bigger. That's it. The warlock was dumbfounded. Is this the reinforcements? But before he could react, he saw 3 shadows, flames, and ice ejected from the 3 heads of the huge giant snake at the same time, and then rushed towards the high wall. With an unstoppable momentum, the 3-headed giant snake hit the high wall. Then the high wall broke. The sorcerer stared blankly. Looking at the giant snake that had rushed into the enemy's rear at this time, and the 3 attack marks that were tens of meters long, his brain was buzzing. He seemed to have seen this scene before. That was in the Holy Tower camp 20 years ago. Is this giant snake a reinforcement? Warlock's eyes flashed puzzled, but it didn't matter anymore. The important thing is that they finally broke through this line of defense. The new calendar is 3,804 years. Eli sent Della, and the Tower of Blood broke through the defense of the Holy Tower. The Bloodline Tower has finally entered the core area of the Holy Tower. A new war continues. The sudden breakthrough made Santa very confused, but they also quickly organized a new counterattack, and a tug-of-war began on a new battlefield. It was clear to all that this war was going to be long. Because this war will determine the final fate of the two forces. For Santa, if they fail, they will lose everything, but there may be a chance. For the Bloodline Tower, if they fail, they will lose a great opportunity. If they win, they will become the only big power in the central and southern parts of the west coast. Eli is also paying attention to this war. At this time, his mental power had reached 365, his own multiplier had reached 150 times, and the winning rate of Destiny Dice over Clay had reached 15 points. Time passed little by little. The two forces chose to consume at the same time, and thus also used a lot of means, but none of them could stop the decline of the Holy Tower, and could only watch the situation get worse. That's it, 20 years later. The Bloodline Tower finally came to the front of the Holy Tower. The Holy Tower has also been unable to retreat. Both sides are waiting. The next match will be the last battle. Armageddon is coming. Chapter 285 The Great Battle, 4K. Chapter 285 The Great Battle, 4K. Santa. As the strongest force heading to the west coast, they occupy the most prosperous land with the most resources on the west coast. Even the headquarters, the prosperity is not comparable to other places. Not to mention the huge headquarters like a city, which can carry hundreds of thousands of people for survival, and the wizard towers standing in the city are as many as several thousand, like weather vanes. And the most magnificent of these buildings is the tower in the center of the Holy Tower. Advertisement. Occupying dozens of acres, with a height of up to 300 meters, Shiraishi, which can improve blood cohesion, is used on the outside. From the outside, it looks like a white holy tower, emitting a shining light. At this time, the light was at the top, and two people were standing. One is fat and the other is normal, one is wearing a wizard robe covered with hourglasses, and the other is a tight-fitting warlock robe. The two do not communicate with each other, just standing quietly. Dus' eyes were gloomy, and he suddenly said, "Urs, what chance do you think we have?" "It depends on how much you can do." Urs shook his head, his face full of helplessness. "It may be difficult for our people to win this war, not to mention other things, that is the three-headed giant snake, we can't solve it either." Three-headed giant snake? Dus thought. He has also been to the front line, and he has also seen that giant snake on the front line of fighting. Really strong, ridiculously strong. Not only does it have 3 elemental abilities, but its huge body is almost composed of elements, and it is difficult for their people to cause substantial damage to him, so these years have also caused huge troubles for them. And according to the news he got, the giant snake was actually Herman's pet. How strong is Herman? In fact, he had never seen this person before. Since the Battle of Unu Lake, this person seemed to have disappeared without any trace. No matter how critical the situation is, he doesn't show up. He's as cunning as a groundhog. Otherwise, he would have asked Master Clay to kill Herman, and then take advantage of the situation to clean up the Tower of Blood. The abominable thing is that this person doesn't show up, but there are all kinds of support all the time, keeping them in a passive state, and the accumulation of disadvantages year after year has made the situation what it is now. Even they have no way to retreat. Urs, do you regret it? Suddenly, Dos turned to look at Urs. I have no regrets, it's just my own choice, and I'm responsible for my choice. Dur's eyes were calm, as if it wasn't the holy tower that was about to be destroyed. Okay. Dos smiled. This holy pagoda master subdued by him is more decisive than he thought. He patted Urs on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You don't need to worry, Lord Clay will come for the final battle. And it's a decisive battle. Most of the senior officials like Vivica will show up at that time. If Herman doesn't show up, then he will lose his subordinates. If he shows up, he will die together with those people." Dus's laughter came to his ears, and Urs nodded, but the trace of sadness between his brows was not resolved. He sighed deeply, and continued. "I hope so." Eli shook the dice, and the golden fate dice shone with strange colors, and the surroundings seemed to be shaking like golden threads. He had forgotten how many times he had used this divination like witchcraft. It seems to have been hundreds of years, and his lifespan consumed by just this witchcraft may have reached about 7 or 8,000 years, which is nearly 10 times his existing lifespan, which also makes the fate dice a little special. The dice kept spinning, and it took 10 minutes for the dice to stop. 17. Seeing the number, Eli puts away the dice. Another 20 years and 2 more points. This Clay is indeed very strong. Is he going to make a move? After all, this battle is too important. Although the winning rate is a bit low, it is not unacceptable. Oh, by the way, my silver eye is also on the 3rd level, and this should increase a little bit. If I'm cursing, and there's that witchcraft, it shouldn't be a problem. Eli pondered. He would insist on using the silver eye every day, and he was already at the level of the third ring. Then there is the curse. To be honest, it's not a big homework, because for low levels, maybe a name is enough, but for high levels, more clues are needed, and he doesn't even know Clay's full name. It doesn't do much, but it's better than nothing. Of course, he also has a trump card. Can Soul Blade kill Clay? Eli rolled the dice again. 20 o'clock. Eli's eyes lit up and he understood. After 500 years of accumulation, it is time for this witchcraft to see the light. Time passed little by little, and the tense atmosphere spread little by little. Advertisement. In the Tower of Blood, under the command of Viveka, huge resources were mobilized. Tens of thousands of wizards have crossed the Saya Mountains, arrived at the area of the Holy Tower, and gathered towards the Holy Tower. Even the few airships are heading north. Behind the Legion, there is a long supply of resources, which is hundreds of kilometers long, like a long dragon. On the other hand, the Holy Tower has also abandoned all external forces at this time, and all the warlocks have gathered in the main city of the Holy Tower, and the remaining resources have been taken out without reservation, preparing for the final decisive battle. Compared to the Bloodline Tower, they couldn't afford to lose. Therefore, they are desperate, and the threat to the Bloodline Tower is much greater than usual. Winter is approaching. At this time, on the battlefield between the Holy Tower and the Bloodline Tower, hundreds of thousands of people have gathered here. There are huge crowds of people, and even if there is a blank period in the middle, you can still see the oppressive momentum on the opposite side. At this time, inside the Bloodline Tower camp, dozens of warlocks were sitting in a tent and having a small meeting. Those who can come here must be the third ring, and the most core position is Viveka, who is in the late stage of the third ring, and Nicholas is next to her. As the absolute core of the Bloodline Tower, the two have this qualification. How many people from the Holy Tower have come? Viveka asked. Back to the Tower Master, there are nearly 100,000 wizards and tens of thousands of monsters outside the Holy Tower. They even pulled up the monsters used for transportation. Luo Danhui reported. At this time, the heart of the knight was gone, and he was completely at ease with the Tower of Blood. Yet. Viveka nodded. 100,000 is not too much. After all, most of them are written at the apprentice level. Officially, there are 10,000 to 20,000 people. However, it seems that they really plan to put all their hopes here. The battle is on. My lord, we have a good chance of winning this battle. Not only do we have the upper hand, but also Lord Hydella is here. Really? Master Hydella is so strong. I really don't know how strong Lord Herman is. I really haven't shown up for many years. A warlock broke the silence, and the atmosphere immediately eased. Don't be careless, there is still an hourglass behind the Holy Tower, and no one knows what accidents will happen. Nicholas said beside him. The breath of the undead shocked everyone. At this time, they also realized that it was too early for them to be happy. Nicholas is right, you can underestimate the Holy Tower, but you can't relax about the hourglass of time. Viveka nodded. However, it seems that the subject of the time hourglass is not interested in the Holy Tower, so there is a high probability that the Holy Tower will not show up in this war. You need to worry about this. Besides, the teacher told me that when necessary, he will make a move. What? Lord Herman will make a move? No way. The warlocks exclaimed. After all, Eli really hasn't shown up for a long time. Well, let's leave it like this, release the news, 3 days later, we will launch a decisive battle. Viveka looked at everyone with sharp eyes. Yes. The wizards nodded. This war is finally coming to an end. 3 days, so arrogant. In the Holy Tower, Dus slapped the news from the front on the table, then raised his head and looked around. There were also a dozen warlocks, all of whom were high-level members of the Bloodline Tower. How's the preparation going? Dus asked. It's almost there, everyone who can come is here. Yours set aside. Okay. Dus nodded. If you have any other ideas, you can tell them now, and let's see if we have missed anything. He looked at everyone and asked. Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. In fact, the situation of Santa is obvious to all, and it is really bad. They don't even see much hope of victory. Whether it's basic strength or high-end combat power, they are much worse than the Bloodline Tower. And there is also the giant snake named Della, which makes everyone feel even more terrified. Even ordinary warlocks with the limit of 3 rings are no match. It's okay, you can speak out what you think. Seeing that no one spoke, Dus frowned. Was his momentum so low? I have an idea. Suddenly, a warlock raised his hand. Udo. Urs looked at the man beside him, it was his student Udo. Let's talk. Dus glanced at the two of them, and then said. Can I not participate in the war? Udo gritted his teeth and said. Advertisement. In fact, since this war broke out, he has been doing logistics work, and he is unwilling to fight the Tower of Blood. As a student of URS, he also has this right, but now, he still has to fight moment. For the Holy Tower, this is the place where he grew up, and for the Tower of Blood, Herman also saved his life several times. He is also very tangled and complicated, so he said that. No fighting. The smile on Dus's face slowly faded. Udo, what are you talking about? URS slapped the table heavily, stood up, and angrily said to Udo, what time is this? You are so cowardly, come and put him in the prison. Immediately, 2 guards came and grabbed Udo, but Udo didn't resist, and Dus didn't say a word until he was pulled out. My lord, he is not sensible yet. Seeing Udo being pulled out, URS said to Dus. Oh, it's okay, you're young. Dus shook his head. He stood up slowly, looked at the crowd and said, everyone, we will not lose this war. Master Clay of the Time Hourglass has arrived, he is a half-step true spirit, and he will help us by then, killing Vivica and Hydella. The war is over and we will have everything back. Half-step true spirit. Hourglass of Time, Clay. The warlocks were a little frightened by this sudden change, but their eyes lit up when they heard the news. Half-step true spirit? Although I don't quite understand this level, what Tingdus means is the level that can end this war. Everyone's originally depressed mood was restored at once. Finally it's their turn. Get ready, everyone. 3 days later, it's time for you to show your loyalty to the Holy Tower. Dus said with a smile. The Holy Tower must win. Must win. 3 days later, early in the morning. The sun has not yet risen, and the world is still in a delicate state. Although it was summer, the temperature on the battlefield seemed to have frozen. Between the two sides, the buzzing of mosquitoes could be heard quietly, and everything seemed to be still. Hum. 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 The horn sounded from the side of the Bloodline Tower, and the sound of the horn from the Wizard era became more and more urgent, as if to bring everyone back to that terrifying era. Vivica was floating above the sky. At this time, Nicholas, Rodan, and many other 3 rings stood beside him, and the army belonging to the Bloodline Tower was under his feet. Tens of thousands of warlocks gathered together, and the whole ground was like a black ocean. As for the monsters, they were also bound at the forefront of the camp, and they would be the front line of the battle. Among them, there is also a huge 3-headed giant snake, the Sea Della. Sea Della's huge body stands in it, its body is upright, a height of tens of meters, and a lot of shadows are wrapped around its body, so that the warlocks dare not approach. A decisive battle, so nervous. With Lord Hydella here, we can definitely win. Santa is definitely not our opponent. On the ground, the warlocks held their weapons and stared at the Holy Tower warlocks in the distance. The smell of death. Nikolai took a deep breath, but of course he got nothing. The undead are always accompanied by death, but there is no doubt that today will be an unprecedented large-scale battle. There will be many dead people, but as long as he does not die, he will become stronger again. And such an opportunity, if it is himself, may hard to own. He glanced at the ocean like undead in the sky, they were his accumulation, but today he released them without reservation, just so that today he can maximize his strength. I hope you don't die. Luodan was trembling. He was timid, otherwise he wouldn't have run away when he saw Herman. This level of war, even if he is the 3rd ring, is very dangerous. I hope the master can come. Alice stood beside Vivica, expecting in her heart. At this time, she was already in the 3rd ring, but when he looked at the Holy Tower camp on the opposite side, he still felt a palpitation. She didn't know what it was, but she knew it must be the Holy Tower's backhand. Time passed little by little. A ray of light appeared, and everyone looked at it, and on the horizon, a round sun slowly rose, exuding a warm light, dispelling the cold of the night. At this time, in the sky, Vivica's voice also spread throughout the battlefield. Kill. Chapter 286 Terrible Clay, War. Chapter 286 Terrible Clay, War. Kill. The killing intent was as cold as the autumn wind, and with the slightest bit of coldness spreading throughout the battlefield, the huge Bloodline Tower Legion was instantly mobilized, like a giant beast in motion. Kill. Tens of thousands of warlocks and monsters roared, and countless roars joined together, and countless wizards rushed towards the Holy Tower like a stream of steel. Advertisement. In the process of running, blood-colored beams of light burst out vigorously, and the weak blood power of the warlocks was mobilized one after another, like streams converging into the sea. The blood is hazy, and the power of the blood is like a beast, roaring and rushing towards the Holy Tower. Seeing this horrible scene, many Holy Tower warlocks even trembled slightly, each heart trembled. Master Clay is here. Above the sky of the Holy Tower, Dus looked at this scene and was also a little moved. It's really hard to imagine that the Tower of Bloodlines has really grown to such an extent, but fortunately, there are still adults here today. It's really scary. Dur's eyes were serious. Such a scene was the only one he had ever seen in his life. Kill. Dus also flew into the sky, surrounded by countless blue and purple thunder and lightning. The air fluctuated slightly, and the momentum was like a rainbow, like a thunderbird, covering a corner of the sky. Kill. The warlock of the Holy Tower heard the sound and also moved. The first to dispatch is the huge army of monsters in front. These monsters are the best meat shields, and the front line composed of nearly 10,000 monsters is like this. The same wall generally moves forward. Even the lowest monsters are usually at least 2 to 3 meters long. Therefore, when these monsters advance together, even the whole ground trembles, accompanied by flying dust. And after this monster cavalry, it was only the charging Holy Tower warlock, who also activated the Witch Array, allowing the elements to fully wrap every warlock, and erupt with stronger power. Boom! On the battlefield, the bloodlines of the warlocks have been stimulated to the extreme, and the bloodshot eyes of many warlocks have been covered. In this environment, the fighting factor in the bloodlines of the warlocks is very easy to be aroused. The distance of a few kilometers is not worth mentioning to Warcraft and Warlock. 2 torrents of warlocks started from both sides and converged toward the center. Behind the Holy Tower warrior, Urs took a deep breath, and the gushing flames immediately engulfed him. This man was like a ball of flames, and in his hand, an iron rod appeared with dark black lines all over it. Advertisement. Boom! Flames spewed out from under him, and like a meteor, he was the first to collide with the Legion of the Bloodline Tower. The flames all over the sky descended like lava, and he swung the iron rod in his hand like an ancient demon. In an instant, dozens of warlocks were burned to ashes by the flames. There is a gap in the corner of the battle line. Stop! But before Urs could do it again, a huge grey hand appeared, extinguished the flames, and then grabbed him. Nicola is here. Countless undead wailed around, and the breath of death was lingering. He drew Urs towards the sky, and the two men began to fight. Ha 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 ha, let's have a big fight. Watching this scene, the sky burst into laughter. On the other side, Dus who flew into the sky looked towards the distant core of the Holy Tower. The thunder and lightning all over the sky condensed, as if its appearance changed into a thunderbird. Accompanied by a terrifying scream, Dus' eyes were firm, and he rushed towards the Bloodline Tower camp, and the target was very direct. It was the warlock headed by Vivica. Go to hell, Vivica. Dus' speed was extremely fast, as if it was a real thunder and lightning. Like a bolt of lightning piercing the space, he rushed directly towards Vivica. Seeing this scene, Vivica also immediately got ready. The wind element flowed down her shoulders like a cloak, and then turned into wings on the back shoulders. A silver longbow appeared in his hand, the whole body was silvery white, covered with complex and beautiful patterns, but the bowstring was empty, as if there was nothing there. Vivica held the bow in her left hand and pulled it with her right hand. As if a real bowstring appeared, the huge wind element gathered and turned into a wind element arrow, and then rushed towards Dus with the power of wind and thunder. The sharp arrow pierced the air and collided with Dus. To everyone's surprise, they saw that Lei Guang soared, swallowing Lei Guang in an instant. Vivica, if you have this strength today, then die here. Lei Guang was even faster, rushing towards Vivica. Damn it, is it that strong? Protect Lord Vivica. Come on. Beside Vivica, several three-ring warlocks were shocked when they saw this scene, and they immediately surrounded Vivica, ready to fight. Advertisement. Better than Sergi. Vivica's eyes widened too. Dus has always had a chubby image outside, but in fact he rarely makes shots. Even Vivica didn't expect him to be so powerful. Her attack just now, under the blessing of the witch weapon, was an attack that did not fall below the limit of the third ring. But she didn't panic because, in the next second, from the corner of Vivica's vision, a huge figure flew out. The huge shadow body is hundreds of meters long, with 3 snake heads raised, and each eye exudes different elemental power. Hydella, who has never taken the initiative, also made a move. Master Hydella is doing it. It's safe. Beside Vivica, several warlocks breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down a lot. Although Dus is very strong, he is definitely not enough in front of Master Hydella. In their hearts, Hydella is under the true spirit, that is, an invincible existence. Hee. But to their surprise, they watched the rushing Sea Della. Dus didn't dodge at all, or even make any moves. Like a warrior, rushed towards the Sea Della. Sea Della. Dus felt his speed in the sky, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly, Master Clay, it's time to act. Dus's voice will echo throughout the battlefield. At this time, he finally chose to reveal each other's last hole card. At the moment Dus shouted, everyone only heard a thunderclap, and then saw a purple thunder blooming behind the Holy Tower. In the blink of an eye, Lei Guang had already arrived on the battlefield. Hearing the powerful thunder in the sky, Hydella immediately raised one of her heads, a trace of uneasiness flashed in her eyes. It felt that Lei Guang was threatening him to a great extent. The next second, the thunder light bloomed, and a huge thunder and lightning giant hand appeared, like a thunder dragon, flying towards the sea Della, accompanied by the collision of shadows and lightning. The thunder light entangled the sea Della. Then, like a rope, it actually directly pulled the sea Della from the ground to the sky. At this time, the thunder light also gradually dissipated, revealing the appearance of a man. Clay's eyes were calm, and the giant hand with thunder in his right hand was holding High Della. Chapter 287 Half-Step True Spirit, but that's all. Chapter 287 Half-Step True Spirit, but that's all. Who is this? Master High Della was caught directly. How is this possible? It's so strong. The warlocks of the Bloodline Tower opened their mouths wide open when they saw this scene. Advertisement. It's hard for them to imagine that the Holy Tower actually has a backhand. The warlock of the Holy Tower is even more exaggerated. Oh my god, why is he so strong? It's outrageous. Is this the legendary true spirit? Otherwise, it's hard for me to imagine that the three rings can be so strong. Ha ha ha, with the help of such an adult, isn't our victory inevitable? Even if that He-Man comes, he's still just a dog. The morale of the Holy Tower soared instantly, and even the burst of blood power was much stronger. In an instant, the Holy Tower completely suppressed the Blood Tower, and the momentum of the Blood Tower was sluggish. This is... At this time, Vivica, who was holding the longbow, was also extremely shocked. Eli didn't tell her about Clay's existence, so at the moment when she saw Clay's attack, there was a gust of wind and waves in her heart, and she was terrified. She had never heard of High Della's strength, but the appearance of this person in front of her seemed to break everything. He actually easily grabbed High Della with one hand. But at the moment she is not in the mood to pay attention. Because with the capture of High Della, there was no obstacle in front of Dos, and Dos, who was bursting out with a powerful momentum, flew towards her like a bolt of lightning. Stop him! Several three-ring warlocks stood in front, trying to stop him. Go away! Obviously Dos was not interested in them. He roared angrily, a flash of thunder flashed, and several people fell to the ground in a daze, smashing a few big holes. With a few three rings, they couldn't even take a single move in front of Dos. Vivica's eyes were serious. There was an astonishing accident in this war, and her original mood of winning was suddenly depressed, and she was even more frightened when facing Dos. She didn't have the confidence to block it. The blood flowed all over the body, and the power of the blood was stimulated. The wind elements around Vivica began to rotate slowly, and a tornado slowly condensed, trying to block Dus's attack. A smile appeared on the corner of Dus's mouth, and his speed became even faster. This level can't stop him. But in the next second, a little shadow appeared in the void, and a wall of shadow suddenly appeared. This is it. Dus' pupils shrank instantly. There is only one possibility for this familiar shadow. Here comes Herman. Dus was shocked. The accumulated thunder light instantly dissipated, and his body quickly left in the opposite direction, not much slower than before. But it was already too late. Several shadow pythons flew out from the shadows, crossed the space, and came directly to Dus's side, devoured the thunder light beside him, and directly entangled it. Advertisement. After being entangled, it slowly returned towards the shadow. From the shadows, Eli stepped out. He stretched out his hand, grabbed Dus, looked at Clay in the sky, and said with a smile. First time meeting, hello, I'm Herman. In the sky, Clay calmly looked at Eli below. The sea Della in the thunder light was almost defeated by the shadows outside her body at this time, struggling crazily, howling loudly, and the three snake heads were spinning like windmills. I'm Clay. He said calmly. On the ground, the war is in full swing, roars and weapons are intertwined, and elemental attacks are as common as raindrops on a rainy day, but even on such a dangerous battlefield, many people turn their eyes to the sky with serious eyes. Master Herman finally appeared. I almost forgot how many years ago he last appeared. Your Excellency is still so strong, you actually solved Dus in one go. I just don't know if I can beat that warlock. This warlock named Clay is not a normal third ring at all. It's a bit difficult. High Della was easily subdued. A few minutes ago, High Della was arrested, and Dus confronted Vivica single-handedly. All the warlocks in the Bloodline Tower felt tense. High Della is the strongest creature on the Bloodline Tower battlefield, and Vivica is the command center. No matter which one is lost, it is a huge loss to the Bloodline Tower, especially Vivica. In fact, Vivica was advised not to show her face long before the war started, but she insisted on fighting in person. But fortunately, Dus was stopped, and the stopper was He-Man, one of the most soulful figures in the Bloodline Tower. A warlock who has not shown his face for hundreds of years, but is still remembered by everyone. At this moment, he was holding Dus with one hand, and he rose rapidly, and was at the same level as Clay. You know very well that the battle between you and me is the key to the outcome of this battle. I let Dus go, and you let High Della go. How about it? Eli said, looking at the half-haired man in front of him. It is good. Clay is straightforward. Today he is in a fighting state, wearing a grey-white warlock robe, controlling Hydella with his left hand, and holding a grey-white longsword in his right hand, emitting bursts of thunder. Hearing Eli's words, the thunder light in his left hand disappeared instantly, and Hydella's huge body also fell towards the ground, melting into a large shadow with a bang, and then condensed into a Hydella that was one size smaller. Hydella was originally an elemental creature, and he had consumed a lot of power just now. It looked pretty miserable at the moment. Seeing Hydella's appearance, Eli's eyes were stern, and Dus also slammed towards the ground. I didn't expect warlocks to use weapons like swords. Eli said to Clay. These are just inevitable. Sooner or later, the weapons of wizards will be replaced. Compared with those, warlocks are more suitable for these mortal weapons. Clay held the long sword, his eyes were neither sad nor happy. That's right. Eli nodded. Humph, I don't have time to chat with you today. Dus and I have talked about you. You are very strong, but unfortunately, you have to die here today. Clay pointed his sword at Eli and said calmly. As me who has stepped into the true spirit half a step, you don't even know what real power is like. Boom. Advertisement. As Clay's words fell, in an instant, there was a thunderous sound on the battlefield. Everyone looked up, and at some point, a large thick dark cloud appeared in the sky, and countless thunder and lightning intertwined in it, emitting a terrifying thunder light. A huge thunder eagle appeared behind Clay, looking down at Clay. Countless thunder lights surrounded Clay. At this moment, Clay was like a god of thunder, and he looked down at Eli, as if the whole world was crushing him. The hearts of the warlocks on the ground were beating one by one. Herman, are you ready to die? Clay looked at Eli, pointing at Eli with the sword in his hand glowing with lightning. Eli looked at him calmly, his eyes gradually turned silver, with 3 silver rings spinning in them, and a sharp force slowly brewed in his consciousness. He also looked at Clay, and a translucent sharp blade slowly appeared in front of him. Ordinary, without any fluctuations, as if it does not exist. This is how this 500-year-old soul blade feels. And as the sharp blade condensed, the silver light in Eli's eyes gradually bloomed, and the sharp blade seemed to transform again, with traces of fluorescence covering the sharp blade, and when the silver light dissipated, traces of silver had appeared on the sharp blade. This is your method. Clay had this scene and laughed. He slowly stretched out the long sword in his hand, and the infinite thunder light gathered. Thunder Hawk. Swinging down the long sword, a thunder eagle with a length of nearly 50 meters condensed, like a thunder that pierced the sky, and then rushed towards Eli with an unstoppable momentum. He didn't hold back at all, and as soon as he made a move, Clay used the strongest means. So is Eli. With a thought. However, the soul blade with a length of tens of centimeters flew towards the sky. In just a few seconds, the giant eagle collided with the sharp blade, but to Clay's astonishment, as the sharp blade entered the lightning, all the lightning began to melt like the first snow. The gigantic thunder eagle disappeared into space unexpectedly. Clay opened his mouth wide. This. The next second, the sharp blade arrived, but Clay hadn't reacted yet. I just feel that my soul seems to be torn apart, and my consciousness is gradually disappearing. The long sword in his hand fell. Clay stared at Eli, the last consciousness condensed, looked at Eli, gritted his teeth and said. This is not the method of a warlock. In the next second, his consciousness disappeared. Clay dies. Watching this scene, Eli shook his head, and flew slowly to the ground. Half-step true spirit, that's all. Chapter 288 Ending the War, URS who ignited spontaneously. Chapter 288 Ending the War, URS who ignited spontaneously. On the ground, the two forces are still fighting. A corner of the battlefield. The flames flowed like a big river, and the hot flames wrapped around Ur's body like a gorgeous flame cloak, and the long stick in his hand exuded a kind of pressure that seemed to be real. Opposite him, Nicholas's body was stretched out like a banner. Advertisement. Countless undead wandered in it, making the voice of the undead that made ordinary warlocks fantasize, and also provided Nicholas with the resources to resist Ur's attack. Nicholas, you are very strong, but it's a pity that flames can restrain the undead. Urs swung his long stick while fighting towards Nicholas, and a flame cut through the air and smashed towards Nicholas. Go! Flames swept through the air, but Nikolai waved his hand in front of him. A wall of undead had appeared, and with the hissing of the undead turned into fly ash, but Ur's attack was also blocked this time. The flames disappeared along with the wall of undead. Nicholas looked ugly. You are numb, this old guy, you are too difficult. You can block it once, how many times can you block it? Urs said calmly. The baptism of the years has already prevented him from expressing his thoughts easily. Clay is dead. Suddenly, Nicholas who was opposite him said to him. Urs frowned. Didn't he look down on him a little too much for this disturbing method? But suddenly, he discovered a detail, that is, why the ground he was on was sunny again, and it was obviously covered with thunderclouds just now. No, the thunder seems to have disappeared. Dur's lips trembled slightly, and he raised his head cautiously. A shocking scene appeared. The thunderclouds all over the sky are slowly dissipating at this time, and the huge thunder eagle is slowly rooting, like a illusory bubble, both real and unreal, and there is only one person in the center, which is He-Man. Where is Lord Clay? He didn't see Clay's body. Falling. Nicholas' voice came from a distance, mean. Hearing the voice, he lowered his gaze a little. At a position close to 300 meters above the ground, a figure was landing at a rapid speed. Thanks to San Juan's powerful eyesight, he could see clearly. That's Clay. The appearance is the same as before, without the slightest change, and there are some lightning bolts all over the body, but they flicker like a stuck shell, and what surprised him is that Clay has no soul fluctuations at all, as if, his soul it has been erased generally. The soul is gone, and generally only death will appear. This time, he seemed to understand something. Died? His body trembled in disbelief. How can that be? Advertisement. Isn't Clay a half-step true spirit? Dusk told him how to be strong. In the end, you told me that he died in the blink of an eye? Is Herman that strong? Boom. Dur's body was weak for a while, the iron rod was cut from his fingertips, and he smashed towards the ground. His eyes were mournful, and he closed his eyes when he looked at Clay who had fallen to the ground at this time. It's over. All of them underestimated Herman, underestimated this man. Naturally, URS and Nicholas were not the only ones who noticed the changes in the thunderclouds. Everyone else noticed too. How is it possible? How could Herman be so strong? My lord, this is defeat. Impossible, I can't accept no. How much strength is He-Man hiding? Is he a true spirit? On the battlefield, the warlocks of the Holy Tower were in despair. Just now Clay's godlike appearance was still reflected in everyone's minds, but in the next second, he was instantly killed by Eli's move, and the time did not even exceed 3 seconds. Can't understand. Master Herman won. Too strong. I knew your lord could do it, but I'm your lord's absolute support. You fart, you just called me finished, do you think I didn't hear? The bloodline tower was relaxed, and the warlocks heaved a sigh of relief after being shocked. How hopeless it was just now, how relaxed it is now. It's so exciting. Is this the teacher? Surrounded by a group of warlocks, Viveka's eyes flashed an inexplicable light. Looking at Eli's back in the sky, he bit his lip. Teachers are always so reliable. He couldn't imagine what would happen without a teacher today. For the powerful half-step true spirits, I'm afraid their dozens of 3 rings together will have no effect, but under He-Man's hands, they only made one move, and they didn't even see clearly what method He-Man used. But it doesn't matter anymore. At this time, Clay experienced a fall of more than 10 seconds, and fell to the ground with a plop. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but it happened to fall right in front of John, the second ring warlock. He was fully engaged in the battle when he suddenly heard a thud. Looking back, it was on the ground. Clay's body fell to the ground, making a small hole, but his body did not have a trace of breath. Clay is dead. Advertisement. John opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly. People around also confirmed that Clay was dead. News of Clay's death spread across the battlefield in the blink of an eye. The originally noisy battlefield stopped suddenly. Originally, many people still had a consolation in their hearts, that is, Clay was just beaten down and did not die, but at this moment, everyone's hearts collapsed. Originally, they were no longer the opponents of the Bloodline Tower. As a result, Clay appeared, giving them a glimmer of hope. As a result, Herman's appearance, in just a few seconds, shattered their hopes again. Great sorrow and great joy, there is nothing more than this. At this time, Viveka, who confirmed that Clay was dead not far away, also took a deep breath. Clay is dead. Throw to not kill. Her voice echoed across the battlefield. Boom. A warlock's weapon fell from his hand, then a second, a third. In an instant, the Bloodline Tower's desire to fight fell to the extreme. The sound of throwing voices spread throughout the battlefield, and most of the warlocks in the Holy Tower gave up resistance directly. The only remaining warlock who was loyal to the Holy Tower looked at his colleagues who had surrendered, gritted his teeth, and closed his eyes. In the next second, his soul burned and he chose to commit suicide. The warlocks who surrendered knelt on the ground, looked at them, and lowered their heads even lower. Compared with these ordinary warlocks, those high-level warlocks with 3 rings were about to escape immediately, but after running a few hundred meters, they found that boundless shadows had come to them. Herman. They closed their eyes in despair, and the next second, the shadows overwhelmed them. Seeing that the 3 rings were overwhelmed by shadows, the remaining wizards also sighed and chose to surrender. A corner of the battlefield. Still URS and Nicholas. Nicholas looked at Urs with a smile on his face and said, Urs, what is your choice? My choice. Urs turned his head to look at the battlefield, and then at the holy tower in the distance, which was the place where he grew up and struggled, but today, everything is over and everything is gone. He shook his head, with endless sadness and reluctance in his eyes, but then firmness. He glanced at Nicholas, and said, This time, you won. In the next second, flames entered his body. In the blink of an eye, Urs chose to spontaneously ignite without any hesitation. Looking at Urs, who was flying ashes, the corner of Nicholas' mouth twitched. He also wanted to devour the warlock's soul. What a waste! Chapter 289 Harvest, the end of Dus. Chapter 289 Harvest, the end of Dus. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, on the plain, thousands of Holy Tower warlocks were gathered together by the bound people, and not far away were the bound magical beasts and logistics personnel. It was dark, like an ocean. And this is not far away, in the sky. Advertisement. Eli watched this scene with calm eyes, and Viveka was beside him. Thanks to the teacher's help, we won an unprecedented victory. Viveka said respectfully to Eli. Yet. Eli nodded. At this time, he could clearly see the area of the main city of the Holy Tower in the distance from where he was standing. At this time, in that area, noises spread for tens of miles, and even the sound of battle could occasionally be heard from it. It was the battle between the entering Bloodline Tower and the warlocks in the city. Teacher, the city of the Holy Tower is full of remnants and defeated generals. We will be able to clean it up in 3 days at most, and besides here, the warlocks of the Tower of Blood have gone to various places to occupy the remaining forces of the Holy Tower. The occupation is estimated to be completed within a month. Since then, the entire south-central west coast has been completely in our hands. Viveka said to Eli with a smile on her face. Okay, how is Hydella? Eli nodded, and Eli asked. In that battle, Hydella was seriously injured, but fortunately, being an elemental creature, the impact was not great, but her strength was still reduced. Well, Lord Hydella has recovered. He almost eliminated all the dead monsters on the battlefield. Viveka said. It has long been known that Hydella can recover from injuries by eating. Oh, by the way, teacher, there is one more thing I have to report to you. She said suddenly. What's the matter? Eli turned his head to look, a little curious. Dus has escaped. Our people did not find Dus in the follow-up search. Viveka felt a little guilty. It doesn't matter, just run away. Eli shook his head. It's just a Dus, it doesn't hurt. Moreover, he ran away, but it might not be any better than being caught. Afterwards, give me a copy of the information on the Holy Tower. I'll see if there is any need, and the key point is to see if there is any information on breaking through the true spirit. Eli ordered. The Holy Tower has been destroyed, and he has been safe for a long time. He can also think about breakthroughs. True spirit, that's not a small bottleneck. Yes. Viveka memorized everything Eli said. I'm going back to the Tower of Bloodline, and I'll leave it to you. Eli said, ready to leave. Viveka looked at Eli's back, took a deep breath, and prepared to go forward to command the team. But suddenly, Herman turned his head around. Does the teacher have any other instructions? Viveka raised her head and looked at Eli. The war is over, don't push yourself too hard, take a good rest. Advertisement. Eli said, and turned to leave. Okay. Viveka smiled brightly. A month passed in a blink of an eye. Under the offensive of the Bloodline Tower, the remaining Holy Tower forces were occupied one by one, and the flag of the Bloodline Tower was also hung all over the central and southern parts of the west coast. Since then, the west coast landscape has changed again. The Bloodline Tower became the only owner here. And a large amount of materials were also delivered to Eli during this process. Eli also began to take stock of his gains. After taking stock, he found something useful to him. A witchcraft, a box of books. The witch tool is a bracelet, called Mithril Bracelet. The Mithril Bracelet is a 3-ring level wizard tool. The bracelet is made of precious mithril, with complex wizard runes all over it. This is a good thing left over from the wizarding era. The function is to create a special force field around him, which can control the gravity in a certain area, which is very helpful for melee combat. After all, there are more warlocks now, and Eli has to think about melee combat. And this weapon is already approaching the limit of the 3rd ring, very strong. After all, at his current level, there are actually not so many things that can interest him. It was another box of books that made Eli happy. The information in this box is all Eli needs. Part of it is the record of the soul, and the other is something about the mechanics. The soul will help him study the soul rune, and the knowledge of mechanics will hopefully help him break through the 3-ring mechanics, so as to open the box that has never been opened. He has been envious of that box for a long time. In fact, the same is true for soul runes. So far, nothing has been researched, and of course it may have something to do with him not putting too much thought into it. But it will be fine in the future. It is foreseeable that he will have a lot of time in the future. As long as the hourglass of time does not go crazy, crazy will find him to settle accounts. Oh, by the way, at this point, he should have run back to the time hourglass. Eli suddenly thought of Dus, the man who escaped under the noses of everyone. He learned about the hourglass of time from the mouth of the three-ring warlock. I'm afraid there will be no good end for Dus to go back. Hourglass of time. In Hall City, the hourglass city of time, there is a tall white building. The building is built with pure white time, and there is a balance in the center. A trial is underway. The presiding judge sat on the trial seat, leaning against the red velvet high-backed chair. He lowered his head, looked at a man not far away, and then sighed deeply. Dus, your recklessness caused Hourglass to lose a lot of resources in Mr. Clay, and also provoked a powerful force in Warlock. You can plead guilty. I plead guilty. Advertisement. Dus closed his eyes. At this time, he was wearing a grey wizard robe. The wizard robe belonging to the Hourglass of Time had already been disqualified, and his hands and feet were handcuffed, which were specially used to restrain warlocks. He ran away on the battlefield, but after returning, he ushered in the trial of the Hourglass of Time. He was well aware, but had no choice. Here, maybe you can survive, but it may be a bit miserable. Okay, since you pleaded guilty, then I will punish you to deprive you of your blood and imprison you for life. Do you have an opinion? Finally, the judgment came, and Dus sighed. No comments. It is good. As the hammer of judgment fell, his fate was judged. Soon, Dus was pulled into a room, and accompanied by painful and shrill screams, Dus was pulled out. At this time, he had cracks all over his body, and his blood was directly deprived. Dus could barely move at this time, and was being pulled to move. Next he will be sent to prison. But before he could leave this place, a person blocked his way. Dus, see that you not only failed, but also caught up with Lord Clay. A voice came, and the weak Dus raised his head. Andrew, are you here to laugh at me? He looked at the person and said bitterly. The person who came was Andrew, the leader of another faction of his time Hourglass, and there were 2 warlocks behind him. Andrew shook his head, looked at Dus with pity and said. I just came to ask about Herman's situation. We will go back sooner or later. I want to know about this enemy's situation. Dus thought for a while and said. If you want to deal with him, then you can avoid it. I advise you, unless he is dead, or the adults wake up, otherwise you'd better not have such thoughts. Andrew was silent. Naturally, he had already heard about Herman's situation and just wanted to confirm it. There is really such a strong 3 rings, outrageous. Okay. Andrew nodded, got out of the way, and let the staff drag Dus away. Seeing Dus disappear at the end, the people on the side asked, Sir, do you need to deal with him? No need. Andrew shook his head, a person who has lost his blood, what can he do? Let him die of old age in prison. Yes. Wait until your lord wakes up, and then we can talk about other things. Now shrink all the forces back and let the bloodline house go on for 100 or 200 years. We will go back sooner or later. Andrew said calmly. Dus died, and he was the only person in charge. Yes. Chapter 290 10 Years, The Opened Box. Chapter 290 10 Years, The Opened Box. The new calendar is 3,824 years. The Bloodline Tower defeated the allied forces of the Holy Tower on the periphery of the Holy Tower. The Holy Tower side invited Clay, a real magician who is half-step in the Hourglass of Time, but was killed by He-Man from the Bloodline Tower side. Many 3 rings were slaughtered. The original Holy Tower Master URS committed suicide, and Dus fled. The remnants of the Holy Tower surrendered to the Tower of Blood after hard resistance. Advertisement. Since then, the southern and central parts of the West Coast have been unified, forming a new situation headed by the Bloodline Tower and supplemented by many forces. At this time, Eli has returned to the Tower of Blood. Wizard Tower, among the ruins. Hill's green branches swayed gently beside Eli. Eli sat on the lawn, the warm sun shining on his face. Not far away is a large grassland, the green grass is gently swaying under the breeze, and the restored sea della is resting in it, and further away is an artificially simulated ocean environment, in which the former water element is planted. Fruit trees. Easy and comfortable. This is where Eli is now, he hasn't been this relaxed in a long time. I will be able to relax for a long time in the future, and slowly prepare for breakthroughs and learning. Eli pondered. With the defeat of Santa, the West Coast suddenly calmed down. The time hourglass should not go south for a short time, because the so-called adult seems to have been in a deep sleep state, at least it is impossible to recover in a short time. His next step is to meditate and study, and the rest is to improve his various methods, such as the silver eye, alchemy mechanics, etc. Of course, the soul blade also needs to make up for it. However, we can't relax. The so-called adult in time hourglass may be a true spirit, so we should be more cautious. Eli was also faintly worried. On the one hand, there are unknown enemies. On the other hand, there is no clue about the knowledge of breaking through the true spirit. Although the power of the Bloodline Tower has spread all over the West Coast, such high-level knowledge is still very difficult to find. I don't know what's going on with Jinji, I've been away for a while. Eli thought about it, and Eli still had some hope for this person whom fate favored. Oh, by the way, there is also the Silver Moon Lake Feast, and it seems to be happening again next year. Seemingly remembering something, Eli's eyes lit up. His talent is stuck at the limit of the 3rd class. As long as he can find one, he may be able to break through to the 2nd class. At that time, it is estimated that his meditation speed will be much faster. I hope to gain something this year. Eli curled his lips. Advertisement. A year passed by in the blink of an eye. In 1 year, the progress of the Tower of Bloodlines was much faster than Yyyyka had imagined. It only took 9 months to completely stabilize the site and clear everything. What's interesting is that half a year ago, when cleaning up the Santa prison, Udo was accidentally discovered. Knowing that he knew Eli and that he was imprisoned because he didn't want to fight, Vivica also asked Eli how to deal with it. Eli thought about it for a while, and finally joined the Tower of Bloodline with Udo, and managed part of the site that used to be the original Holy Tower. Udo also readily accepted this arrangement. In addition to these, it was the Silver Moon Feast that lasted for 2 days. As expected, no elemental heart was caught. However, he caught another precious fish. After Eli took it, his elemental perception was improved to a certain extent, so this time it was not a waste of time. Peaceful days are always ordinary. Another year later, Nina, who was far away in the Iris camp, was about to break through, and Eli gave the potion. 3 days later, Nina broke through the 3-ring wizard and became the first 3-ring wizard in the Iris camp. But what is troubling is that the power of the Iris camp has shrunk by a quarter at this time. When asked why, it is because the soul slaves released in the mountains were hidden in various mountains, and those places are exactly the range of activities of wizards. This caused them no small trouble. So Eli made a special trip to rebrand these monsters and control them. Since then, Iris has returned to calm again, and Eli's subordinates have added a batch of 2nd and 3rd ring monsters that can be used. The number has reached about 40,000, and it is still growing. The new calendar is 3,830 years. This year, Rodan died, and Vivica made a breakthrough. Eli's research on soul runes has a certain direction, and the progress of mechanical alchemy is very fast, and it will be soon after Eli opens the 3rd box. This year, Eli's mental strength was 375. The failure of the Holy Tower led to the growth of the Bloodline Tower, and also led to Eli having more available resources. With the help of a large number of resources, Eli's spiritual power has been improved rapidly, but the breakthrough is not far away distance. But Eli didn't intend to break through with 400 points of spiritual power. For future growth, he hopes to advance when he is really promoted to the point where he cannot be promoted. Anyway, he does not lack that time, so he has to take a long-term view. Advertisement. Another 5 years. In a stable environment, Eli's mechanical alchemy went smoothly. 1 step away from breaking through the 3-ring mechanical alchemist. After 5 months of bottlenecking, Eli's mechanics finally broke through. The breakthrough also means that Eli can finally open the box. Among the secrets. Underhill, Eli looked at the box in his hand. The box is the same as it was hundreds of years ago, without the slightest change. The whole body is silver and white, with sci-fi-like patterns all over it, and 3 mechanical locks are located on the sides and the front. At this time, the locks on both sides have been opened, and only the middle lock is still closed. Then the next step is the 3rd one. Eli looked at the box with calm eyes. He has been curious about this box for a long time. He got it from Vivica, who got it from Natasha, the original Bloodline Tower Master, and Natasha got it from a mechanical relic in the central continent. He is very curious, what is in it? Is it really related to the legendary wizard Grey Tower? Eli didn't forget that these forces who came to the west coast were all looking for clues to this illusory ruin, and they stayed for hundreds of years. Even though wizards have been away for thousands of years, they still haven't given up. Don't think about it, you will know what it is when you open it. Eli shook his head, and gently put the box on the ground. Looking at the mechanical lock, Eli took a deep breath. Start unlocking. 3 days later, there was a click. Eli watched the mechanical lock suddenly crack open, revealing the scene inside, an unknown number of gears and witch formations were still turning, and with the sound of clicking, the gears fit one after another. This process lasted 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, with a click, the box opened. The contents of the box were also revealed in Eli's sight. Chapter 291 Keys and Maps, People from the Central Continent. Chapter 291 Keys and Maps, People from the Central Continent. Click. Countless gears fit together, and the box slowly opened. Eli also saw what was inside the box. The bottom of the box is paved with dark silver memory metal, and inside the metal are two things, a sealed scroll and a key. Advertisement. The scroll is brownish yellow, with a fibrous feel, as if something is painted on it, and the whole is wrapped in translucent crystal, like amber. This is a kind of precious crystal, which is generally used to preserve documents. If it is in this crystal, even if it is thousands of years, there is no need to worry about damage. In addition to the scroll, it is the key. It looks no different from an ordinary key, but the surface is extremely smooth, without any depressions, but there are traces of grains flashing from time to time. Eli knew it was definitely the key to some kind of mechanical lock. A key, a scroll. Eli had a strange look on his face, the things inside were different from what he thought. But maybe the key and the scroll are related. Take it out and have a look first. Eli shook his head, and took out the key first. The key feels normal, but it must be a precious metal. Other than that, there is nothing special about it. After all, it is said to be a key, so there is no need to say more about its function. Next is the scroll. Eli took out the scroll, and the elements in his hands vibrated, and the crystal immediately began to crack one after another, making a cracking sound, and then it began to crack. After a few seconds, the crystal detached and Eli got the scroll. Without hesitation, he opened it directly. The scroll opened, but the contents left Eli stunned. Is this a map? Eli wondered. On the scroll, there are some mountains, rivers, and some terrains. What's interesting is that each faction is marked on it, and one of them is specially marked. Black Tower, Alice Wizard Academy, Storm Elemental Wizard Academy. The first thing Eli noticed were the names of the factions on the map. It seems that they are all wizard forces. It seems that the history of this map may be a long time, after all, the wizard has been away for a long time. But is this the West Coast? Eli struggled to figure out where the map was the same as the West Coast. Soon, he really found the same thing. This is definitely the Sawyer Mountains. The one on the map is exactly the same as the one I've been to. Eli looked at a horizontal mountain range on the map, his eyes lit up. After confirmation, this should be the map of the West Coast. So in this way, these wizarding forces should be the forces of the wizarding world. There is a key, a map, and a place with a special mark. Eli looked at these two things, and the things were so straightforward that he could clearly figure out that the key should open the place marked on the map. Not necessarily, of course, but most likely yes. Advertisement. But Eli's eyes were calm. Now that there are maps, then this must be explored. However, this map is obviously a little behind. After all, it has been thousands of years, and the terrain has changed a lot. If you look for it according to the map, it will most likely be very difficult. Even if it was him, it would take a few years to find him. I won't find it myself. Just kidding, the Bloodline Tower is spread all over the West Coast, and there are tens of thousands of warlocks. They are more familiar with the terrain than Eli, and they have some information to look up. Yes, I have to go see Vivica. Eli curled his lips. The next day, Eli saw Vivica in the Tower of Blood. Help me find this map, keep it secret. Eli took out the branded map and handed it to Vivica. Okay, teacher. Vivica nodded. But what is this, teacher? She held the map and asked. It was taken out of that box. Eli didn't hide anything, and said directly. What, is it the box left by Master Natasha? Vivica's eyes widened. I thought it was just an ordinary map, but I didn't expect it to be taken out of Kong's box. Only at this time did she notice that the map was unusual, that is, the map was full of wizard forces, and there was no warlock force, which meant that this was a map of the wizard era. No wonder the teacher asked her to help find it. Well, teacher, I understand, I will do it as soon as possible. Vivica solemnly nodded while holding the map. Be careful, find someone you can trust. Eli said. I understand. Vivica naturally understood. Don't worry, teacher, I will take charge of this matter personally. It will take at most 3 months. I should be able to find it. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. Eli nodded. It would be much better to have a map reference. Then Vivica chatted with Eli for a while about the Bloodline Tower and left, and Eli also returned to the Wizard Tower. He currently resides in the Bloodline Tower. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Vivica came to visit Eli. Teacher, we've found the place. Vivica seemed a little excited and said quickly. Advertisement. Oh? Where? Eli's eyes lit up. Master, you may be familiar with this place. Vivica smiled and spoke a few words slowly. Death Forest. Death Forest. The base camp of the home of the undead created by Nicholas has now been abandoned with Nicholas' departure, but because of the legacy of the undead, there are still many wild undead. On this day, Eli, Nicola, and Vivica came here. Above the forest of death. The three stood side by side, looking down. Vivica, you said there is a ruin here. Nicholas looked puzzled. Yes. She nodded, and said to Eli who was on the side, Teacher, dozens of people in the Bloodline Tower searched for dozens of days, and finally judged that the meeting here should be the place where the teacher judged. Okay. Eli responded casually, but the silver eyes had already been activated. The silvery white rays of light gathered and looked towards the forest below. Not to mention, it really made him find something wrong. About 100 meters below the forest floor, there seems to be a huge underground cave, and there is a barrier-like thing that seems to prevent him from watching. Well, it should be here. Eli smiled, and even thought of going down to have a look immediately. But after hesitating for a moment, he still took out the dice to check whether he would be in danger. 5 o'clock. Seeing the numbers on the dice, Eli frowned. It seems that this relic is not simple. 5 points is already high, and the risk is too great. And this is the West Coast, most of them are dark wizard forces, maybe there are some leftovers of dark wizards in it, and as we all know, the things left by dark wizards are generally not good things. If it is a curse or something, even he is unwilling to face it. My lord, what's the matter? Nicholas asked as he watched Eli's eyes change and his frown furrowed. It's okay. Eli shook his head, he was just thinking about how to open this relic, or who should take the risk. Teacher. Suddenly, Vivica spoke from the side. Eli turned to look over. Teacher, Alice has sent news that in the south of the west coast, that is, near the mountains, a huge sky cloud whale is approaching the west coast, and the Holy Tower of Time has also received the news that a top genius of the central mainland Holy Tower is coming here. It is said that there is a clue. Vivica raised her head, looked at Eli and said. The genius of Central Continent. Eli blinked his eyes, as if he didn't expect such a thing to happen. Chapter 292 Santaro Yet, Tell a Big Lie. Chapter 292 Santaro Yet, Tell a Big Lie. Saucier Mountains. Located in the west of the coast, it is the largest mountain range in the vicinity. There is no one. The continuous mountains are undulating, as if there is no end. Advertisement. It is said that after crossing this mountain range, you can reach the core and most prosperous area of the wizarding world, the central continent. Above the mountains, there is a boundless sea of clouds, a vast expanse of whiteness. At this time, in the boundless sea of clouds, a 5-meter-long giant eagle is flying. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something, and turned its head back abruptly. The next second, the giant eagle uttered a terrified cry, and then quickly landed towards the ground. And behind him, the sea of clouds rolled, accompanied by the buzzing sound. A huge monster flew out of the sea of clouds. I saw that this creature looked like a whale, but its volume was at least several times that of an ordinary adult whale, and it was more than 100 meters long. The outside of its body was like a series of vent holes, and its body was blue on the top and white on the bottom. At this time, streams of air jet out from the ranking holes on both sides, stirring up the sea of clouds. Even just a blowhole is much bigger than that giant eagle. The giant eagle descended rapidly, and its eyes were on this huge monster. He had never seen such a huge creature in his life. And there seemed to be something on it. Giant eagle decided to take a look. He speeded up, away from this huge creature, but his altitude was climbing, and after a few kilometers, he was finally on the same level as him. There is actually a castle above the huge whale creature. This is a gorgeous black stone castle, with a Gothic style in appearance. The spire of the castle stands high and inserts into the sea of clouds, while the body of the tower is linked by dozens of chains, and the chains are connected to the back of the whale. There seems to be someone in there. Suddenly, it only saw a stream of fire flying out of the castle. The scorching flame contained bursting energy, and in just an instant, the giant eagle with the second ring disappeared in the flames. Hey, it's so boring. Luoya watched the giant eagle disappear, and the flames on his fingertips slowly disappeared. He was on the balcony of the castle right now, and there was a table and some delicacies on the balcony. Luoya, you won't be bored when you get to the west coast. Opposite him was an old man, who was holding his beard and said. I hope. Luoya stretched his body. He doesn't look old, but has the feeling of a young man, with black hair, but the pupils of his eyes are red, as if they contain bursting flames. Well, anyway, you applied for this operation, and we will be responsible for protecting you. I hope you don't get nothing this time. Hall continued to stroke his beard and said calmly. Well, I also found this map in a mechanical ruin. I think it must be useful. Luoya looked serious and took out a map. Advertisement. The yellow map seems to be worn out, but some places are still clearly recorded on it. According to the records, in a certain year, the city of Sky seems to be connected with the city of Machinery, and then the house of Machinery shipped something to the west coast. I think there is a large degree of connection, maybe there is a connection. Luo Ye said. I hope so, otherwise, dozens of us would have wasted years coming to this kind of place with you. Hall said with a smile. This time, in order to protect this genius here, the Holy Tower sent dozens of three-ring warlocks, among them there were several half-step true spirits. No way. Luo Ye shook his head, if he wasn't sure, he wouldn't have come here either. He looked back, and there were dozens of third-ring warlocks sitting in the castle at this time. With these people, this journey should not be too difficult. Oh, by the way, have you contacted the Holy Tower branch here? He suddenly turned his head and asked. Not yet, but I contacted URS more than 10 years ago, and everything is normal. Hall said. That's fine. Luo Ye nodded. It's only been more than 10 years, and nothing will happen. Hey, here's the message. Suddenly, Hall took out a crystal ball. What? Luo Ye raised his head. Santa is ready to welcome the arrival of the adults. Hall said with a smile. Luo Ye also smiled. He stood up slowly, looking forward. Accelerate, I hope to arrive sooner. It is good. A few seconds later, with the sound of a whale cry, the huge sky cloud whale accelerated and flew forward. Tower of Blood. In the meeting room. Eli, Vivica, Alice, and Udo sat together with serious faces. Udo, tell me about the situation. Eli looked at Udo and asked. Udo took a deep breath. He is currently in charge of managing the area of the original Holy Tower, but this incident really made him feel a little confused. The Holy Tower just went down, and then the superior of the Holy Tower came. What is this called? My lord, the person who came this time is Luo Ye. It is said that he discovered a hell from a ruin. After research, it is a map of the west coast, and he is going to explore it. Udo said. Luo Ye? Top genius. Eli raised his eyebrows. It is said that this Luo Ye is very unusual. It is said that the fusion is the top bloodline of the fourth ring, the superior bloodline of the lava fire monkey, the hell fire monkey, and the talent is very good. At this time, it is already the limit of the third ring, and it is not far from breaking through the true spirit. It's far away, and it is expected to inherit the position of the Lord of the Holy Tower. Of course it is still much worse than an adult. Udo looked at Eli and said. Did they say how many people came? Vivica asked from the side. Advertisement. About 30 or so people, but the worst is the late stage of the third ring. Among them, there are 3 or 4 people at the level of the half-step true spirit, and it is said that this Luo Ye's combat power is comparable to that of the half-step true spirit. Wu Duo pressed Mountain Big. If this group of people came and found that the Holy Tower had been destroyed, wouldn't he be finished? It seems that the central continent is indeed stronger. Eli sighed. The people who came this time are almost comparable to all the top combat powers of the original West Coast, and this is still part of the combat power of a faction. My lord, this is the map projection, they asked us to find it first. Udo suddenly took out a branded map. Looking at the map, Eli and Vivica showed subtle expressions at the same time. Because this map is exactly the same as Eli's. Teacher. Vivica frowned. He looked at Eli, but saw Eli smiled. Same. Eli smiled lightly. Isn't this still thinking about who will explore for him? Isn't someone here? It's just a group of 3 rings, don't panic. But you have to think about how to deal with this group of people, after all, the Holy Tower has just been conquered by them. He was lost in thought. 10 seconds later, he raised his head and looked at Udo. At this moment, Udo lowered his head, his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Udo, you seem worried. Eli said. My lord, please stop joking. How can I not be nervous? After all, the Holy Tower has been destroyed. Udo raised his head, his face was a bit bitter, and he still didn't understand what to do. Has it been destroyed? Isn't there still you, the tower owner of the Holy Tower? Eli looked at Udo and said. Me, Lord Santa. Udo blinked, but didn't understand what it meant. But Vivica at the side already understood. He looked at Eli and asked, could it be that teacher, do you want Udo to simply pretend to be the Santa Tower Master and deceive those people? Cheat? Eli's tone was strange, didn't Udo take over the position of Santa Tower Master after URS died naturally? Hearing this, Udo's eyes widened. He seemed to understand what the adults meant. This is going to be a big show, and his role is the Tower Master of the Holy Tower. It seems that you understand what I mean. Eli looked at several people and said. At that time, you will place these people in an area, and then I will temporarily modify the memory of the people in this area, and then entertain them. Eli pursed his lips, and the silvery white light in his eyes flickered. This kind of thing is not very difficult for him now. The other 3 people looked at each other in blank dismay, modifying their memories, it was still hundreds of people. Is this something that warlocks can do? But Herman, that seemed reasonable too. Chapter 293 The Genius Luo Yat, Hall's Vigilance. Chapter 293 The Genius Luo Yat, Hall's Vigilance. The scorching sun is rising, and the golden sun is pouring down. Outside the Holy Tower City, in a large open space. Dozens of people were waiting, most of them were high-level members of the Holy Tower, and leaders including Udo, and Eli was also there, but he followed Udo like a bodyguard. Udo glanced sideways at the crowd, and listened to the whispers of these people, and took a deep breath. Advertisement. A warlock from the Holy Tower headquarters actually came here. I don't know why. The old Tower Master has just died, and Udo has just taken over as the new Tower Master. I don't know if there will be any accidents. Maybe, but other forces are very stable recently. Recently, we have established contact with the Tower of Blood. Recently, there are quite a few of them here. I believe that the adults should not have any opinions on us. Listening to the words in his ear, Udo couldn't help looking at Eli, the guard beside him, with awe in his eyes. What the hell is this method? Even a bloodline with illusion skills like the psychedelic butterfly can't do it. Dozens of memories of the three rings were actually modified. And it's not just them, hundreds of people in an area of the city have also been modified. Unimaginable. This is not just a memory problem, how to arrange the memories so that people can't see the loopholes is even more terrifying. He can't imagine how the benefactor did it. This is not a warlock. Relax, nothing will go wrong. Eli, who had already concealed his aura, looked at him and said with a smile. If something goes wrong, fix it all. Udo took a deep breath, and his breath gradually returned to calm. Judging from the time, the people from the Santa headquarters should be here soon. Coming. Suddenly, someone spoke, and everyone raised their heads. The clouds in the sky dispersed, and the huge sky cloud whale slowly landed. Looking at the huge creature hundreds of meters away, everyone gasped. Sky cloud whale, an adult creature with 3 rings. Eli's eyes lit up when he looked at this huge creature. He had never seen such a large material before. But it's a pity that I can't dissect it, after all, it belongs to the Holy Tower. The huge cloud whale in the sky stopped when it was about 300 meters above the ground, which is the lowest distance for this kind of creature, and at this distance, other people can also see the castle above the cloud whale, and the cloud whale there are little black dots next to it. Advertisement. Suddenly, the black dots began to fall off the Lee Sky Cloud Whale, towards the ground. Eli also saw clearly the appearance and strength of the visitor. Needless to say, the young man in the front should be the so-called genius Luo Yat. He is indeed very strong. Eli can feel that although he is not only the limit of the third ring, he is no weaker than him who just broke through the late stage 30 years ago. And there are 32 people behind him, each of whom is in the late stage of the third ring. And there are 3 people behind him, all of them are half-step true spirits, and they all belong to people who have been promoted to true spirits but failed. The landing was very fast, and in just a few seconds, dozens of people had already landed on the ground. Luo Ye took the lead, followed by many 3 rings. He strode up to the welcoming team with a smile on his face, but he couldn't hide his arrogance. He stretched out his hand towards Udo, who was at the front, and said, "Hello, I'm Luo Yat, and you are URS, the master of the West Coast Santa Tower. Hello, I am the Lord of the Holy Tower, but my name is Udo." Udo looked at this group of 3-ring late stages and extremes, feeling his heart beating fast. "Hey? Udo." Luo Ye let out a light snort, he turned to look at Hall, and asked, "Hall, did I remember wrong?" "No, I remember that the person in charge here should be URS, I checked." Hall frowned. "URS is my teacher. He died a few years ago, and I just took over, and I haven't had time to pass the information to the headquarters." Udo said with his heart raised in his throat. "Oh, that's it." Luo Ye nodded. "Hey." Hall frowned. "Hall, don't think so much, it doesn't matter." Luo Ye looked at Hall and frowned, and said, "Yeah, adults, I have already prepared the area where you live. We have sent people to look for the map that adults gave us, and we will probably find it soon." Udo said quickly. "Let's go." Luo Ye nodded. Hall wanted to say something behind him, but was pulled away by Luo Ye. So, just like that, the group was taken away by Eudora, and the cloud whale in the sky slowly dived into the clouds. Eli took one look, then followed Udo. The area prepared for Luo Ye and the others is an area near the east side of the Holy Tower, which belongs to the area with the best environment, and there are few people here, and their memories have been modified. Soon, they came here. Looking at the villas and the wizard tower in front of him, Luo Ye nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Luo Ye was very satisfied. It seems that this group of bumpkins from the countryside can still do it. Advertisement. Adults, please stay here. If you need anything, you can ask the adults at any time, and all the entertainment facilities are available here, so you don't need to go anywhere else. Udo said. Yet. Luo Ye nodded, and then said, it's better to find the ones on the map faster. Yes. Udo said respectfully, then we will leave. It is good. Udo was dismissed casually, and when they settled down, it was the next thing. Eli also left with Udo, and before leaving, he glanced at these people, especially the one named Hall, which felt a bit interesting. After Udo left, Luo Ye and the others began to divide the living area, and he also chose a wizard tower, and soon the group lived there and began to rest. They have been on the road for several months, and they really need to relax. But as soon as Luo Ye entered the wizard's tower, there was a knock on the door. Open the door, it's Hall. Hall, what's the matter? Luo Ye was a little displeased. Luo Ye, I think something is wrong here. Hall said, frowning. Ever since he came here, he felt something strange. There's nothing wrong with this, I feel quite normal. Luo Ye shook his head and said, I think you just think too much, you should take a good rest. After finishing speaking, he walked Luo Ye out of the door. Looking at the closed door, Hall's mouth twitched. But he can't help it. Compared with Luo Ye, the future Holy Tower Hope, he can only suggest at most. No, I have to check. He shook his head. There are still quite a few people in this area, so he can search it secretly. One day later. Wizard Tower. Hall stroked his beard. After a day of checking, he didn't find anything wrong. He checked a lot of people around here, and it seemed that everything was normal. It was because he was worrying too much. It seems that I was thinking too much. Hall shook his head, relaxing a lot. One or two may have problems, but with hundreds of people, it is impossible for all of them to have problems. I'm old, I'm getting more and more timid. Hall smiled, and turned to go back to rest. Chapter 294 Very Moist? Central Continent Situation. Chapter 294 Very Moist? Central Continent Situation. For the three-ring wizards who had gone through a long journey, a short rest was enough for them to recover, so a male warlock walked out early the next morning. So comfortable. The warlock walked out of the wizard tower, feeling the texture under his feet, and smiled. Compared with the feeling in the sky, he still prefers the sense of solidity on the ground. Advertisement. His name is Diogo, he is one of Luo Ye's followers, and he is also a three-ring warlock from the Santa headquarters. I've never been to the west coast, so I don't know what it's like here. Diogo looked over the villa area and looked towards the main city further away. There are many wizard towers, elements fluctuate, and a prosperous scene. Although it is far from the central continent, it seems to have unique regional characteristics. Go out and have a look. Diogo thought. Luo Ye didn't restrict their travel, but just told them not to cause trouble. Thinking of this, Diogo tidied up his clothes and walked straight towards the outside world. Soon, he came to the only way to the other areas, the way they had come here before. This road is located in the east of this area, connecting the DC area of the city, where a not-so-wide white round arch stands. But just as he walked to the gate, a man just came in. It's the Lord of the Holy Tower. I was sent by Lord Udo to serve the adults. Are you going out? If you don't mind, let me lead you out for a stroll. Diogo looked at the man. He has black hair and black pupils, looks pretty good, his aura is just an ordinary three rings, but his eyes have a kind of magical charm, which makes people immerse himself in it, and what's amazing is that the pupils of this person's eyes are silver. Okay. Diogo nodded. Since they are sent by the branch here, they should know this place very well. He couldn't help lowering his head and looking into the man's eyes. The mystery of silver also made him a little dazed. Opening his eyes again, Diogo stood beside the white arch, but the direction was completely reversed. He subconsciously looked at the man beside him, and patted his shoulder. Thank you, Herman, I had a great time shopping this time. Beside Diogo, Eli showed a humble smile. What do you say, this is what I should do? Okay. Diogo nodded, feeling a little tired for no reason. Then I'll go back first, I feel a little tired from shopping today. Diogo scratched his head, obviously feeling that he hasn't been out for a long time. And what did he do? It seems that he just ate and drank, and went to some places to play, but for some reason, his memory is a little fuzzy, as if he did it and then didn't. The wonderful feeling was still lingering in his heart, but he subconsciously ignored it. Scratching his head, he returned to his residence. He just went outside for a stroll, what could happen? The third layer of the silver eye has progressed more than halfway, the power is really good. In the distance, watching Diogo's back, Eli shook his head. Advertisement. There is nothing to go out for a stroll, but he watched Diogo in a daze for several hours, and he showed various smiles from time to time. Fooling this group of people does not appear to be as difficult as imagined. 10 days later, I feel that telling them the location in 10 days should be enough. Eli took out a small bench and sat by the arch, and waited for the next person who wanted to go out. Sunny, beautiful day. The other side. As soon as Diogo came back, he was called by Hall. Diogo, did you find anything wrong or interesting here when you went out? Hall asked, looking at Diogo. Although he has checked the people nearby, he still feels uncomfortable instinctively, which makes him a little uneasy. His blood is the giant spider, a spider-like three-ringed extraordinary creature that usually grows in a dark, cold, and humid environment, and therefore possesses the ability to perceive certain dangers, which has saved him many times. This time too, as soon as he came here, his blood made him feel a little uncomfortable. So he asked again. When Diogo heard the question, he also respectfully said, "My lord, everything is normal, but there is one thing that is really interesting." Oh. Hall's eyes became serious. "My lord, the human body here is slightly different from ours. I find that the women here are generally more plump." Diogo said seriously. He experienced it himself, and that good brother took him there. Very moist. Hall. I've never been so speechless in my life. Get out. The corner of Hall's mouth twitched, and he glanced at him. In addition to being his subordinate, Diogo is also his nephew. Okay. Diogo was not angry either, and left with a smile. Seeing him leave, Hall felt a little more relaxed. It seems that he really thinks too much. Could it be that giant spiders still suffer from discomfort in different places? Time passed day by day. Except for Luo Yat, the warlocks of the Holy Tower have also gone out to stroll in the city of the Holy Tower, and they are all led by the warlock named He-Man sent by Udo. Everyone had a great time, even Hall. Many people also regarded Eli as good friends, and even invited Herman to go back with them to the central continent, but Eli declined. In this way, Eli fooled them for 10 days. Sit by the door every day and watch them fall into fantasy and return. Of course, he didn't do nothing, and he also learned a lot about the central continent. Advertisement. Including the composition of forces, as well as race, as well as the strength of the strong, customs, and the current status quo, Eli has a general impression of the most prosperous area in the world. First of all, in terms of the area of the central continent, it is at least hundreds of times larger than the west coast. It is a truly huge continent, occupying 60% of the entire world's land. It is said that the earliest wizarding forces were born here. Once upon a time, wizard forces occupied this piece of land and created incomparable brilliance. Of course, the above is all history. At present, the situation in the central continent is completely different from what it used to be. With the disappearance of wizards, warlock families occupied the land and redivided it into so-called bloodline forces. Wizards have almost disappeared in that continent, and the survival situation is much worse than that of the west coast today. At least there is one on the west coast, but from the mouths of this group of people, wizards are almost becoming legends, and only a few different wizards are still there. And different from what Eli thought, it seemed that the wizards only took away their own people and left behind a lot of alien forces, which led to many other races in the central continent, including elves, dwarves, and races that were once slaves of the world. They each occupy their own area, and because they are not weak at all. Finally, Eli also learned about the current combat situation in the wizarding world. True Spirit is almost already one of the top tiers. Even in the Holy Tower, there are only 2 True Spirits. In the central continent, there are not as many True Spirits as imagined. Eli is very happy about this, which means that as long as he becomes a True Spirit, at least in today's world, there should be a certain degree of security. The departure of the wizard has had too much impact on this world. Eli sighed. Pushing the time back 5,000 years, True Spirit is nothing more than a stronger character. How can it be like this now? This has to be said to be the sorrow of wizards. Good for him though. At least the less important the wizard stuff was, the easier it was for him to get it. Higher level of knowledge, flying city in the sky, dangerous wizard weapon, towering wizard tower, bustling strange small space, even the legendary Grey Wizard's Tower that can rule the wizarding world today if you get it. There was a glint of hope in Eli's eyes. Even now, he couldn't imagine a wizard tower 4 or 5 moons in size. What kind of creation would that be? He wants to see it. But not now. Eli shook his head, let's wait until he is strong enough. Stay here for a few thousand years first, and then go get those things when he gets stronger. Anyway, he has no shortage of time. Take your time. Eli's dejected look disappeared, and he looked towards the villa area. Compared with those, we should pay more attention to these warlocks right now. 10 days. It's time for them to go to the ruins too. Thinking of this, Eli tidied up his clothes, then made an anxious expression, took a step and ran towards the villa area. The speed was getting faster and faster. While running, while shouting. Adults, the ruins have been found. Found it. Chapter 295 Anderson's Confusion, Entering the Secret Realm. Chapter 295 Anderson's Confusion, Entering the Secret Realm. At the same time. Hourglass of time. In a 3-story building, a warlock hurriedly passed through the doors, stepped on the red carpet, and came to a door with flustered eyes. Seeing the door, he immediately knocked on it lightly. Advertisement. Come in. A majestic voice came, and the warlock walked in immediately. At this time, it was a very wild-looking room. The floor was covered with a carpet of monsters, and on one wall was a stuffed head of a monster. In the center of the room was a long table. A tall man. What happened? Why are you in such a panic? Anderson looked at the man who walked in, dissatisfied. Ever since Dus failed and was imprisoned, the radicals have been in a slump, and he has completely mastered the hourglass of time, so this period of time can be said to be a happy one. My lord, something serious happened. Warlock is Anderson's confidant. Without explaining, he just said quickly. My lord, 10 days ago, we suddenly discovered a huge creature near the Holy Tower. After judgment, the sky cloud whale came from the headquarters of the Holy Tower. After our judgment, it should come from the headquarters of the Holy Tower. Moreover, those who are qualified to be such mounts are probably also big figures in the Holy Tower. What? Anderson stood up abruptly, his eyes full of surprise. Santa headquarters. Has the Central Continent's headquarters noticed this? Could it be that they noticed that the Holy Tower was destroyed, and were they going to deal with the Bloodline Tower? After being surprised, Anderson was overjoyed. They also don't want the Bloodline Tower to develop like this, but that fellow Herman is too strong. But it would be different if the Santa headquarters intervened. Not to mention He-Man, even uprooting the Bloodline Tower is possible. Thinking of this, Anderson's eyes lit up, but the next second it seemed that he noticed a word in the warlock's words. Wait, 10 days ago? Anderson frowned, and said slightly angrily, why did I only find out about this now? My lord, there is a reason for this. The warlock hurriedly said, my lord, you don't know, we also found that sky cloud whale at that time, but no one knew who came? And it seems to be secret, our people didn't even see those people. It took us 10 days to see that those people belonged to the Holy Tower. Then what's going on now? Anderson nodded. My lord, this is a strange place. The warlock looked tangled, and said after a few seconds, the group of warlocks seemed to have been living in one area after they entered the Holy Tower. Our people have been squatting outside, but there has been no one there. Come out. Anderson. When did this happen? The Holy Tower forgave the behavior of the Bloodline Tower. Isn't it so generous? The person from the main tower who was destroyed sub-tower came and stayed? Advertisement. This is not the same as his understanding of power. Is this the way of great power? Choose to forgive. For a while, Anderson and Warlock looked at each other, a little confused. Let's just observe. After more than 10 seconds, Anderson spit out a word. Yes, my lord. What, did you find it? Luoya looked at Eli, his eyes widened and he asked. Yeah, I found it, Lord Luoya, and Lord Udo sent hundreds of people to check the terrain of the wizarding world. After comparison, we finally confirmed the location on the map. Eli nodded and said seriously. That's great. Now that you've found it, hurry up and call the others. I can't wait. Luoya was very surprised, he didn't expect the speed of this group of people to be so fast. I thought I would have to look for another 1 or 2 months, but I found it in 10 days. It seems that the Holy Tower branch here is still capable. Thinking of this, he looked at Eli and said, don't worry, no matter whether we have gained or not, I will talk to the Tower Master and give you the rewards you deserve. Then thank you, my lord. I'd better go and inform you all first. Eli couldn't help laughing, and silently lowered his head. He has to go quickly, I can't hold back anymore. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting skills. Soon, under the notice of Eli, more than 30 warlocks arrived soon. And not only them, Udo also rushed over. In the wizard's tower. Luoya told everyone the fact that the ruins had been found, and everyone showed joyful expressions. After all, although this place is not bad, everyone still prefers the Central Continent. In the narration, Luoya also specifically praised the speed of the Holy Tower operation, saying that rewards would be given when he went back, and a group of people nodded. Udo kept his head down and didn't speak. Alexander. Indeed, Herman is very good, but it cost a lot to lead me. Hey, although the Holy Tower doesn't manage the sub-towers very much, the warlocks here do have a sense of belonging to us, especially Herman. That's it. All the warlocks nodded in agreement, and many of them looked at Eli as if they were good friends. Udo's mouth twitched. My lord, what have you done? Hey, Master Udoda, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Hall looked at Udo. It's okay, it's nothing, just how to arrange it after thinking about it. Udo smiled, with a kind face. That's fine. Hall nodded. Then 3 days later, we will set off in 3 days. Luo Ye said loudly. Advertisement. Facing Luo Ye's arrangement, the others naturally nodded. Return one by one and start preparing. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The team formed by Luo Ye and others walked towards the outside of the holy tower. Eli was in charge of guiding, and the atmosphere was harmonious. And the time hourglass spy guarding the door finally saw these people for the first time, and then passed this happy situation back to the time hourglass. For a while, Anderson was even more confused. He even invited more than a dozen warlocks to discuss together, but he couldn't figure it out. Why did Santa do this? Is the majestic power so kind? And just when they were confused, an airship had left the area of the holy tower and came to the area of the death forest. Everyone got off the airship and looked at the scene below the ground. Is this here? Luo Ye looked at the ground and asked Eli who was beside him. Yes, my lord, at the bottom of this forest. Eli said. N. Luo Ye nodded, but then began to worry. How to dig it? You can't rely on bombing, but they don't have Earth attribute bloodline warlocks either. My lord, Master Udo has prepared a witchcraft, and I have brought it. Eli said, taking out a staff. He waved his staff, and saw that the soil on the ground began to squirm, and then the soil rolled up and the big trees began to move slowly, like a mud vortex. Gradually, a deep pit nearly 100 meters deep and 20 meters deep appeared. At the same time, a mysterious spatial fluctuation began to arise. Is it a secret realm? Luo Ye's eyes lit up, and then he looked at Eli. He-Man, you guys have been of great help this time. What I should do? Eli took back the staff, which was actually just an ordinary stick, relying on witchcraft. Now that we've reached this point, let's go in and explore. Diogo and Chloe, you two are guarding outside, and Herman doesn't need to go in. Luo Ye looked to the side and said to the two. A three-ring warlock said. Although the strength of the two is not the strongest, they are very close to the limit, and they are trustworthy. Yes, my lord. The two nodded. Then everyone, let's go in. Luo Ye glanced at the crowd, and then immediately wrapped himself in flames, like a fire lotus, and flew towards the entrance of the secret realm. Others followed suit, including Hall and others. Watching everyone enter the secret realm one by one, the three remaining people looked at each other in blank dismay. Everyone, do you want to play cards? Eli looked at the two and took out a deck of cards. Their eyes lit up. So, next to the pit, the three of them put down a table and started playing cards. Eli was playing cards, and then glanced at the entrance to the secret realm. He left behind these people, and he could see the situation in the secret realm, so he didn't panic. When the time comes, he will go in again. Let them break through the danger first. Chapter 296 A Secret Realm of Crisis, Hall's Discovery, 3K. Chapter 296 A Secret Realm of Crisis, Hall's Discovery, 3K. Pleasant playing cards began. What Eli played with them was not the cards from the previous life, but the cards unique to this world, wizard cards, a game left over from the wizarding era. Just like how wizards crushed knights in the past, it is still the same now. Soon, the two warlocks began to lose a lot of money, and their expressions became more and more serious. Advertisement. However, Eli didn't want to win money, but just to waste time, so he started to deliberately lose magic stones, which made the faces of the two look a lot better, and the atmosphere improved. Compared with losing or winning all the time, this is also extremely superior. Eli looked at the two of them and smiled. While fighting, he observed the situation in the secret realm. Call. On the other side, Luo Ye was surrounded by flames, and he quickly passed through the gate of the secret realm. The dizziness of the space made him feel uncomfortable. Luo Ye shook his head. After a few seconds, he looked forward. At this time, he was in the midair of the secret realm, and when he turned around behind him, he could see the gate of the secret realm exuding spatial fluctuations, which was about 100 meters above the ground. Fortunately, he is the third ring. If he was an apprentice, he might just come in and fall to his death. This secret realm is interesting. Luo Ye raised his head and looked forward. At this time, the secret realm he was in seemed to be a fringe area, but it was only a distant view, and the area was estimated to be nearly 10 square kilometers. At this time, they were on the edge of the secret realm. Is there? He looked towards the center of the secret realm, narrowing his eyes slightly. Luo Ye, everyone is here. At the same time, the warlocks behind him had also assembled. Hall said to Luo Ye. Let's go. Luo Ye nodded, wrapped in flames all over his body, and was about to fly forward, but suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure from the surrounding space, making him descend quickly. In just a few seconds, he quickly descended from the air. The other warlocks are similar, as if the secret realm didn't react just now, but now they react. Luo Ye was also a little furious and displeased. Look up. In the sky, blue runes appeared in the sky, combined together, like a rigorous machine, but disappeared in a flash. A large-scale air-forbidden wizard formation. Hall behind him made a surprised voice. This kind of witch formation on such a large scale has already shown that this secret realm is not simple, and the danger is not low. Luo Ye, it looks like this secret realm is not easy, so be careful. Hall reminded Luo Ye. Luo Ye showed a smile on the other hand, with confidence on his face, he said, that's not right, it means that our trip may not have been in vain. Everyone, let's go. He said to the others, and strode forward. The steps are firm, without any hesitation. Hall looked at him like this, the corners of his mouth twitching. Still get beaten less. But who let this be the object of his protection? He sighed and followed, and the others followed quickly. But what no one noticed was that a little bit of the spiritual power of the colorless substance began to slowly separate from many people, and then began to gather in mid-air, and a silver-white illusory eyeball appeared. Fly towards the sky. At this time, the blue rune reappeared as if trying to prevent him from ascending into the air. But the eyes just blinked, and countless silver spiritual powers burst out wirelessly in an instant, as if they were going towards the witch formation, and then the shadow of the witch formation began to flicker, and then disappeared, as if scared. And the mental power eyeball retracted the silver thread, and then flew towards the sky. Advertisement. They didn't stop until they reached the top, a few kilometers above the ground, and followed Luo Ye and the others. The danger of the secret realm is beyond imagination. Even Eli didn't expect this secret place to be so dangerous. Enter the secret realm for the first hour. The group of people first came to a forest. After entering, a huge number of synthetic beasts sprang out from the forest. There were more than 1,000 of them, some of them were powerful, and there were even nearly 100 of them in the third ring. The battle is imminent. In this battle, Eli saw the fighting power of this group of people. Among them, Luo Ye is worthy of being a genius. He is really strong. He almost beat hundreds of synthetic beasts by himself, and even suppressed them. His blood is covered in flames, like a god. The others were not bad either. Under the leadership of Hall and several other half-step true spirits, they quickly started the battle and kept advancing. The speed was also extremely fast. In just half an hour, Luo Ye and the others passed through here without any damage. There are no shortages. After entering the secret realm for the third hour, after a short rest, Luo Ye and the others set off again. This time, a canyon greeted them. In the canyon, a gloomy old castle lives in it. This is the only way to get there. On the way to the castle, countless undead attacked them, and the terrifying sound of undead made the whole canyon tremble, as if a kingdom of ghosts had descended into the world. Eli watches from the sky. This group of undead is much stronger than Nicholas, and there are even undead who are at the half-step true spirit stage. Every attack can even make the warlocks feel uneasy. As it turns out, warlocks are still not good at dealing with these. Compared to the melee amalgam and undead, they're downsized here. The number of deaths has reached 4 warlocks in the late stage of the third ring. But Luo Ye was still high-spirited and full of fighting spirit. This kind of genius has always been like this, his eyes are higher than others, and he is less likely to compromise with danger, so, despite the dissuasion of others, he was the first to step into the castle. As soon as they stepped into the castle, the silvery eyes in the sky quickly retreated, because in their eyes, the castle began to collapse, as if decayed and withered. Black mist emanated from the castle, an unspeakable throbbing that even Eli stared at it. Only then did he discover that the castle was not real at all, but a terrifying curse that had been arranged in advance. They didn't want anyone to enter here. This curse, even if Eli is infected, is very troublesome. Eli on the outside even got distracted and lost several cards. And under this curse, several warlocks who approached were cursed, and after just a few breaths, the body tissues of several warlocks began to grow granulation. Even outrageous, their bodies began to attack themselves uncontrollably. This is a physical curse best suited to fighter-type creatures, including warlocks. Without a doubt, Luo Ye and the others won the lottery. Eli was also curious about how they would deal with it, and then Eli also saw why Luo Ye was so brave, and saw a bloodstain suddenly appear on his arm. The bloodstains began to burn rapidly, and a layer of silent flames began to appear. Like a spread carpet, it spread towards the surroundings and quickly covered everyone. The flame was orange, warm and comfortable, and the curse was gradually suppressed by this force. A power from the true spirit. Although Eli has never seen the real spirit, but he is sure that this is definitely the means of the real spirit. However, the flame didn't eliminate the curse, it just got stronger and suppressed it. After all, even warlocks who come to the true spirit are not good at these things. They got through here safely. Advertisement. Everyone, keep going. This time, Luo Ye's expression finally changed. A little uneasy. Everyone passed through the canyon one after another, but what Luoya didn't notice was that behind him, Hall shook his head, as if he had had a lot of influence on him just now. An inexplicable light flashed in his eyes, and he continued to follow Luoya. No one saw it, but Eli did. Interesting. Outside, Eli pursed his lips. This person needs to be dealt with. Moreover, their adventure has come to an end here, and it's time for him to pick the fruit. Thinking of this, he looked at the two warlocks opposite. Diogo was playing happily at this time, and the other was similar. 2. Eli's voice came suddenly, and the two turned their heads at the same time. Seeing only a touch of silver, the two felt as if the world was spinning, and then their eyes gradually became dull, and then their bodies became motionless and stiff. Eli stood up very calmly, then wrapped the two of them with shadows, and placed them next to the big tree. He took away all the chips on the table, then glanced at the secret realm, and walked in. The other side. Luoya and the others walked quickly, and encountered various traps along the way. Among them, Luoya took out treasured items several times to break through, but several warlocks still died. At this time, Luoyi's face no longer had the initial confidence, but it was still calm. Because they have reached the core of the secret realm. In the distance is a steep rock wall, standing in the center of the secret realm, and in front of it is a wizard tower. The wizard tower seems to be made entirely of metal, reflecting silvery white light, without any entrance. And on the large piece of land in front of the wizard tower, mechanical creations stood one after another, covered with dust and mud, many of which were entwined with vines, as if they had stood here for 1,000 years. Looking at the mechanical creations, Luoyi's eyes lit up. It's here. Seeing this scene, Luoya felt his heart beating fast. It was all done by dark wizards before, but a completely metal area suddenly appeared here. This is uncomfortable and nothing tricky, and the abnormality has almost been written on the wizard tower. Of course they have to go through this area first. Luoya turned to the remaining 20 warlocks and said, "Everyone, let's rest first, and then we will have a fierce battle." Yes. A group of people nodded and began to rest. Milo, come with me. Suddenly, one of the half-step true spirit warlocks suddenly heard a voice, turned his head, and saw the person approaching, except for Luoya, Hall with the highest status. What's wrong? Milo wondered. There's something we need to discuss. Looking at Milo who was still ignorant, Hall said in a low voice with deep eyes. Come with me first. Hall pulled Milo away, this time he didn't ask, and Luoya saw it, but he didn't say anything, and didn't think there was anything wrong. Soon, Milo was pulled to an open space in the distance. What's wrong? Milo asked, frowning. We were lied to. Looking at Milo, Hall finally spit out 5 words slowly. Cheated? Chapter 297 Big Harvest, Eli Kills People, 3K. Chapter 297 Big Harvest, Eli Kills People, 3K. These are synthetic beasts from the wizarding era. Whether it's technology or materials, or even the runes imprinted inside, there are a lot of things to learn from. Eli picked up a piece of synthetic beast core and observed it carefully. I have to say that Luoya and his group really don't know what a good thing is. But it's normal, this thing is really useless to warlocks. Advertisement. After digesting these, it should make Nicholas' breath even higher. Eli silently put away these things, let alone, there are quite a lot of them. Luoya is a good person. Eli had just entered the secret realm, and was walking along the path that Luoya had walked, collecting some things along the way. After collecting, he continued to move forward according to Luoyi's route in his memory. Soon, he came to that canyon. In the huge canyon, there used to be countless undead entrenched, but now it is silent. As for the castle in the center, it has long since disappeared without a trace. After Luoyi's treatment, there is no danger here. Eli sighed. The danger is gone, but there are also good things. Eli stretched out his hand, and the spiritual power surged like a sea wave, quickly spreading across the entire canyon, and fragments of spiritual power began to appear. These are the fragments of the undead after death, but the group of warlocks obviously couldn't collect them. The soul fragments were like pieces of mirrors, flickering in midair, and gathered towards Eli's hands. Gradually, a soul crystal slowly appeared. The quality is very high, almost the limit of the 3rd ring. Eli silently put away, this kind of thing will be useful sooner or later. His breakthrough may require a lot of this kind of thing. Going forward, he came to the area where the castle is located. As soon as he entered this area, suddenly, in the air, a thin black thread drilled out of the void, and then flew towards Eli like a black lightning bolt. But Eli's reaction was faster, or, he had noticed the shadow earlier. The silver eye turned, and a spiritual force field appeared. Under this force, the black thread gradually slowed down, and then was wrapped around each silver thread of spiritual force, trapping it. Good. Eli took it over. This kind of curse was something he had never been exposed to. And it seems to be a lot stronger than the normal curse he used to have, maybe Eli can turn it to his own means, after all, his curse hasn't been upgraded in a long time. Again. Luo Ye is a good person. Continue. Eli continued to look forward, everything was normal. Soon, he walked all the way forward, while collecting garbage that Luo Ye and others didn't like. I found high-level knowledge about soul science from a laboratory, found something about alchemy in a wizard tower, and saw a precious magic plant that can enhance the 5 senses on the road. In this way, Eli followed the road that Luo Ye had walked, and Gaga received the goods. Luo Ye and the others will suffer, and he will take the harvest. Again. Luo Ye is a good person. And at this time, he was already very close to Luo Ye and the others, and he also saw the mechanical wizard tower and the mechanical creations that filled the vicinity of the wizard tower. But looking at this scene, he quickly backed away instead. Not because of avoiding danger, but because someone is coming. Advertisement. Cheated. Milo looked confused, not understanding what Hall meant. Literal meaning. Hall took a deep breath and looked around. At this time, here is a mountain forest, surrounded by towering trees, and it is silent. Therefore, the voices of the two are very obvious, but fortunately there is no one else here. You mean there is a problem with the ruins? Milo asked, still not understanding what Hall meant, but he believed that Hall would not lie to him. No. Hall shook his head, and said directly, there is a problem with the holy tower, or we may be deceived by others. Oh. Milo's eyes became serious. Hall took a deep breath, and then said, as early as when I first came here, I felt that the holy tower always made me feel uneasy, but I didn't find any problem. At first I thought it was because I was thinking too much. But just before, Luo Ye used the backhand left by the true spirit, that flame not only suppressed the curse of those people, but also passed me, making my blood throbbing. Let me understand what the hell is going on? Hall's speech became slower and slower, and his face became more and more ugly, saying, we seem to be deceived by something, in fact, we have never visited the city of the Holy Tower, and we have been staying in that area all the time. What? Milo's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. Then try to recall your specific details. Hall sneered. Hearing this, Milo immediately recalled the details. But what frightened him was that those things seemed to have happened, but there were no details. What made him subconsciously ignore those things? What he remembered was that everything was normal in the Santa Tower and the kindness of that Herman. Illusion. He said suddenly. Yes, but it may not be a simple illusion. Hall nodded. It seemed that Milo had finally realized it, but it seemed that he just couldn't remember the details. It seems that the illusion that affects them may be stronger than imagined, as if directly distorting their spirits. This is too scary, what kind of blood can do this? But I still can't remember, and I still feel that memory is very real. Milo gasped, feeling a chill down his back. The water on the west coast is deeper than they thought. We have to inform the others. He looked at Hall. Yet. Hall also nodded. He was also afraid of accidents, so he called Milo first, and then went to inform other people. Hall was about to take a step, but suddenly, the spider sense belonging to the giant spider exploded again, and he only felt a huge fear covering him like a dark cloud, and it was near him. What? Hall gritted his teeth and looked towards him. Between the trees, a man with black hair and black eyes came out, looked at Hall, sighed and said, why can't you be more peaceful? But I don't blame you, it's normal that the power of the true spirit can temporarily eliminate the influence of the silver eye. Herman. ×2. Milo and Hall looked at the person, their eyes widened. Why did you appear here? Milo asked directly, his eyes full of caution. This person who had been with them before must have a problem. The two stood together, looking at Eli. The aura of a half-step true spirit emanated instantly, and the blood began to circulate in the body, like an angry dragon. Herman, it looks like you know something. Hall looked at Eli. Tell us, what is the reason for all this? Although I don't know why you came in, if you alone, you can't do anything in front of our two half-step true spirits. Hall's eyes had turned dark purple at this time, and several spider lances grew from his back, shaking slightly. A tree tens of meters high on the side instantly broke into two halves, but it just shook unconsciously. Milo was surrounded by a lot of flames, and his eyes turned red. He was somewhat similar to the former URS, but compared to him, his strength was not known to be much stronger. At this moment, the two half-step true spirits erupted with full force. Facing unknown enemies, they made a common choice. Advertisement. Watching this scene, Eli smiled, and the boundless shadow began to spread from his body, covering an area of several kilometers in an instant, and the blood had been activated, and a pair of golden dragon pupils looked at the two of them. Late stage of the third ring. Simply perceiving Eli's strength, the two were stunned. So weak? The corners of the mouths of the two began to rise. Milo, kill him with all your strength, I don't feel right. At this moment, Hall on the side suddenly said to Milo. Okay. Milo nodded. Then the two flew into the sky at the same time, and they could only take off for a short time due to the powerful prohibition. Looking at the shadows following up around them, the two of them began to explode, their blood fully opened. Hall let out a sound of neighing, and a mass of black liquid slowly appeared in front of his eyes. It was huge and exuded a strong stench, and with just one drop, a large crater several meters deep appeared on the ground. Spiders are also poisonous. Milo's whole body bloomed like the sun, exuding light and heat, and a flame circle slowly appeared in his hand, really like a sun. The moment it appeared, even a big tree more than 10 meters away from the two of them started to ignite spontaneously. Do it! The two looked at each other, and then rushed directly towards Eli. The two accumulated attacks struck at the same time like thunder. As soon as he made a move, he used all his strength, and the two half-step true spirits didn't hold back at all. For a moment, one side of the sky turned into two colors, one side was poisonous purple, and the other side was scorching red. The sky changed color. This was a joint blow from two half-step true spirits. Go to hell! Hall sneered. Such an attack, not to mention the late stage, is difficult to block even at the limit of the ordinary late stage. No matter who this Herman is, he must die today. But to his surprise, Herman didn't seem to have any panic on his face. He raised his hand calmly, and a smear of black began to appear in his hand. Like a black hole, it exudes terrifying power. The two felt nothing at first, but as they got closer, their blood seemed to speed up at the same time. It was the blood howling in fear. Black light gathers. It belongs to the strongest attack period of the Shadow Dragon, and the breath of the Shadow Dragon erupts again. The black light flew out, and a black beam of light flew towards the two of them. Click! In the shadows and black light, the venom and flames swayed like duckweed in the wind, disappearing in the blink of an eye. How can that be? So strong. The two were confused and wanted to escape, but the black light had already arrived. In the huge shadow of black light, the two of them just persisted for a few seconds before disappearing into the air. And the black light didn't stop after the two were eliminated, and continued to move forward, hitting a mountain. When the black light dissipated, the upper half of the mountain had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a smooth track. One strike. Eliminate two half-step true spirits, and flatten a mountain by the way. Hey, why is there such a big commotion? Eli looked at the scene and shook his head. If they met him 30 years ago, maybe they still have a chance. Unfortunately, 30 years have passed. Chapter 298, Things in the Wizard Tower. Chapter 298, Things in the Wizard Tower. At the same time, Luo Yat, who was resting, suddenly raised his head. Looking towards the distance, the eyes are all puzzled. What happened? Luo Ye frowned. Just now, a subtle sound entered his ears, which made him instantly alert. Advertisement. Milo and Hall. Luo Ye suddenly remembered something. Isn't that direction the same as Hall went out before? Problem occurs? He stood up immediately. Luo Ye's getting up also caused the others to stand up instantly, a little puzzled. They didn't hear anything. My lord, what happened? A warlock came over and asked. Hall went out just now, but I heard a voice. Although it was very small, there was no doubt that it was there. They must have encountered something. Luo Ye said, looking in that direction. My lord, move. But suddenly, a warlock suddenly exclaimed. Luo Ye turned his head in response, his pupils slowly narrowed. On the plain in the distance, all the mechanical creations seemed to have encountered some stimulation, and each of them began to tremble and change. In the blink of an eye, each mechanical doll began to stand up slowly, whether it was vines or dust. The eyes of the mechanical dolls exude a faint blue light. Then Kikai looked at Luo Ye and the others. My lord, we may be in trouble. A sorcerer looked ugly. You don't need to say it. Luo Ye's face was ugly. There is no doubt that the riot just now may have awakened these mechanical creations. As soon as his words fell, a mechanical puppet had already stepped forward and rushed towards them at an extremely fast speed, like a tank, rampaging. The corner of Luo Ye's mouth twitched, knowing that he might not be able to find Hall and the two of them. Ready to fight? He yelled, then yelled at the others. The battle is imminent. And what no one noticed was above the battle. Streaks of silver and white flashed, and a figure hidden in the midair quickly swept across the battlefield and flew towards the wizard tower. As for the original Forbidden Sky Wizard formation, it seemed to have no effect. The figure quickly swept across the battlefield and came to the back of the wizard tower. The battle is fierce. Eli looked calmly at the crowd fighting in the distance. The battle of mechanical dolls is still very interesting. Whether it is the changing machinery or its own resistance to elements, it is not so easy for warlocks to solve. They should also be able to delay for Eli for a while. As for the wizard tower, let him solve it. Thinking of this, Eli looked towards the wizard tower. At this time, the distance between him and the wizard tower was only a few meters, and when he raised his head, he could only see a part of the wizard tower, but he found that the whole body of the wizard tower seemed to be one, and there was no entrance at all. There must be an entrance. Eli groped carefully. Advertisement. Soon, he really let him see something behind the wizard tower. Outside the smooth wizard tower, there is a small hole. The hole is so small that it would have been impossible to find it if Eli hadn't observed it carefully. Could it be? Eli looked at the small hole, and naturally took out the key from the box. Although there is no reason, Eli feels that the key in his hand is the key to open the wizard tower. Without hesitation, Eli inserted the key directly. Very smooth. The key was inserted directly, and it seemed that it was integrated with the wizard's tower, and with the key inserted, it seemed that the last part of the wizard's tower was also completed. Eli heard the faint sound of gears spinning. He took a silent step back. Although everything is normal on the outside of the wizard tower, even if you just listen to the sound inside, you can know that there are countless gears rotating and twisting, and the internal magic lines are matching. Accompanied by Caracala's voice, a crack slowly appeared on the smooth outer wall of the silver-white wizard tower where the key was originally located, and was pushed towards the two sides, and a door that was only more than 1 meter wide opened. Really? Eli knew that he guessed right, that key was the key of this wizard tower. So what's in it? Eli turned his head and glanced at the battlefield in the distance. At this time, everyone was still fighting with the mechanical puppets, and what was surprising was that the puppets faintly suppressed the warlocks. Looks like there's still a long way to go for Eli to explore. But let's first predict the danger inside. Thinking of this, Eli took out the dice. After a few seconds, Eli silently put away the 0 dice. Step into the wizard's tower. Damn it! The corner of Luo Yi's mouth twitched as he looked at the mechanical puppet that had been burned by his flames but was not damaged. The strength of these mechanical puppets is much stronger than he thought. Even for them, it may take a long time to solve it. However, there is nothing to be afraid of. Luo Yi still didn't know what to be afraid of. He went out this time, but he brought a lot of things with him. As long as these puppets are dealt with, that wizard tower will be mine. His gaze turned to the wizard tower in the distance. This journey in the secret realm has fully demonstrated how extraordinary the secret realm is. They might actually find clues here. Fighting. Thinking of this, Luo Yi's fighting spirit rose again. While Luo Yi was fighting, Eli had already walked into the wizard tower he longed for. It's different from what I thought. Eli walked into the wizard's tower, looking at the layout inside, a little confused. It looks like a wizard's tower on the outside, but it's actually empty inside. Advertisement. Like a hollow model, the inside is extremely smooth, and even standing at the bottom, Eli can see the bottom of the wizard tower and the runes all over it. But it's not nothing. Thinking of this, Eli looked towards the bottom of the first floor of the wizard tower. On the ground, there is a metal box. The box is about 1 meter wide and 1 meter long, with silver and white patterns all over it, and there are also patterns engraved on it. It looks a bit like a city in the sky, and the top one looks like a wizard tower. Do you still have to open the box? Eli's mouth twitched. Immediately summoned a skeleton undead, and then ran to the box, trying to see if it could be opened. To Eli's surprise, when the skeleton held the box and lifted it lightly, the box opened directly. No lock. It seems reasonable, after all, there is already a wizard tower outside. And Eli has long observed that the wizard tower outside does not have the power above the third ring, that is, the power of the true spirit, so don't try to open it. What exactly is it? Is it a new map? Or clues? Or something else? Eli took a deep breath, moved closer to the box, and cast his gaze inside the box. And seeing the scene in the box, Eli was stunned. What the hell is this? Inside the box, a mechanical head was placed peacefully inside, and there was nothing else. The head looks like an ordinary mechanical head, its shape is similar to that of ordinary human beings, the whole body is silver and white, and there are broken wires at the neck of the head. This kind of mechanical head, Eli said he has seen it before. It's exactly the head of the most common mechanical doll. It is a very common appearance in mechanical creations. But is it really common? Eli frowned. Keys, maps, boxes, Luo Yi, dangerous secret realms, scalp-numbing curses, undead, a large number of mechanical dolls, and a wizard tower protected by a true spirit level. You told me just to save an ordinary mech. Impossible, absolutely impossible. There is definitely something wrong with this mechanical head. But he had to go anyway. Because the battle outside seems to be about to change at this time, he has to leave first. Thinking of this, Eli closed the box again, put it away, and turned to leave. But just a few steps away, Eli turned his head back. He took out a box, which was the box where the key and map were stored before. Eli silently put the box in its original position, then put a stone in, took a look, and gently closed the box. One last look, and then Eli just left. Then the door closed, but Eli didn't take out the key. It is mainly convenient for Luo Ye to enter later. The battle in the distance has reached the final stage. Eli took a deep breath, then flew into the sky, and then quickly flew towards the exit of the secret realm. Chapter 299, Luo Ye leaves, everyone wakes up. Chapter 299, Luo Ye leaves, everyone wakes up. On the battlefield, Luo Ye took the lead and fought against dozens of mechanical dolls alone, and each of these dolls had the power of the late stage of the third ring or even the limit. Another round of attacks came, and Luo Ye repelled the puppets again. No way. Advertisement. He frowned and looked around, they were being crushed and beaten. In this case, other means must be used. Thinking of this, Luo Ye took a deep breath, and said loudly. Everyone retreat immediately, leave this place to me. His eyes were firm, and a bright red mark slowly appeared in the center of his forehead. The moment it appeared, everyone felt a scorching breath. Luo Ye is going to zoom in. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened, regardless of whether they were injured or not, they quickly evacuated from the area, and the mechanical puppets didn't chase after them, but just looked at Luo Ye. Hey, the bloodline imprint given by the teacher not only needs to consume a lot of blood power, but also requires the same kind of bloodline to use it. It's a bit wasteful. Watching everyone evacuate, Luo Ye took a deep breath. A layer of dark purple flames gradually wrapped around his side. His body also gradually rose into the air. Although runes appeared around him, the flames Luo Ye emitted at this time were too strong, and the runes shattered one by one in just a few blows. He flew into the sky. In this case, let's end it. Luo Ye's breath at this time had completely transcended the third ring. He looked down calmly, and with a touch of his hand, a flame appeared, like a drop of water, dripping towards the ground. Just like raindrops dripping on the surface of the water, the moment when fire drops drip. A carpet of flames appeared in an instant, and the color was dark purple, spreading towards the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, it passed over many mechanical creations, the wizard tower, and the surrounding woods. The range is 7 or 8 kilometers. The flame looks soft and weak, but when it passes over everything, everything changes and disappears quickly in this gentleness. The mechanical creations turned into molten iron and various precious liquids, and the plants disappeared as calmly as water droplets flowing into the sea. There were even a few companions who had no time to escape, and disappeared before they could make a sound. This process only lasted a few seconds. After everything was over, everything returned to calm. The surrounding 7 or 8 kilometers have turned into scorched earth. Luo Ye also spat out a mouthful of blood, and the mark on his forehead gradually faded until it disappeared. He wasted a precious opportunity and suffered serious injuries as a result. It is still too early for him to use the power of the true spirit. But worth it. He looked at the wizard tower in the distance, and the flames passed by, but the wizard tower was not affected. This time, it might really pay off. He took a deep breath. Not being melted in the flames of the true spirit already shows his extraordinariness. He flew slowly towards the wizard's tower, then landed. When he came to the wizard's tower, Smooth Witchcraft opened a door. Luo Ye smiled and walked in. Advertisement. Especially when he saw the box on the ground, he burst out laughing like never before. Found it. Is this the power of the true spirit? At the gate of the secret realm, Eli sighed as he watched the flame disappear. That's why he didn't take the initiative to attack Luo Ye. Can a genius who goes out have no means of protection? I'm afraid he can't stop this kind of flame. However, I took the things. Eli sensed the box in his ring and smiled. Glancing at the secret realm, he walked outside. 3 days later, accompanied by the whale cry of the sky cloud whale, the clouds and mist in the sky began to disperse. This huge creature carried Luo Ye and others away from the castle. On the ground, Eli watched this scene, turned his head and returned to the city of the Holy Tower, followed closely by Udo. My lord, is this the end? Udo was extremely surprised. Yes, it's over. Eli smiled. Since his return, Luo Ye had been looking for experts in mechanics, but after being told that there were none here, he immediately decided to leave and return to the central continent. As for what happened to Hall, it was not found out in the end. Because the evidence had completely disappeared under Luo Ye's flames, and it became an unsolved case. As for Eli, he can't wait to activate that mechanical head. It's interesting though. Eli turned his head and glanced at the cloud whale leaving in the sky, thinking about the story just now. Luo Ye took his hand and gave him a token. Tell Eli that you must come to him in the central continent in the future. He covers Eli. He seems to be very grateful to Eli. Of course, this may be related to the fact that after Luo Ye came out, Eli solved the curse problem of these people for them. Get in touch with Eli. Looking forward to the next meeting. Eli shook his head, he didn't know when the next meeting would be. It may be 500 years, or it may be 1,000 years later. Hope he can wait. Tut tut tut. Then it calmed down again. Eli had to prepare to try to activate the mechanical head. He wants to see what this thing is. Thinking of this, Eli speeded up even more, and returned to the wizard's tower. Advertisement. Behind Udo is a look of admiration. In the distance, the spy who belonged to the hourglass of time passed what he heard back to Lord Anderson. This time it was different, they heard the voice. I just hope that adults will support it, the content is a bit subversive. He-Man, you are my good friend Luoya forever. As long as you come to the Holy Tower in the future, I will give you the highest treatment. Remember, this is my promise, Luoya, the future Holy Spirit. In the room, the water glass in Anderson's hand fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. At this moment, his face was dull, and he couldn't imagine it at all. In the end, what happened? Why? Wasn't the Holy Tower destroyed by He-Man? Luoya, the absolute descendant of the Holy Tower, didn't say anything, but he was so kind, which was completely different from what he thought. Is this how the world works? Anderson sighed, knowing that his hope of counting on the Santa headquarters had failed. This power is a weak bone. He sighed, but suddenly, a crystal ball in the distance shook. The crystal ball is located in the corner of the table. It seems that it has not been used for many years, but at this moment it suddenly emits a weak light, which means that there is news. Anderson's eyes widened, his body began to tremble, as if he couldn't believe it. Then he knew who was at the other end of the crystal ball. Could it be? He quickly came to the crystal ball and sensed it. A message passed into his heart. Prepare a lot of blood. Anderson took a deep breath, followed by ecstasy. My lord is awake. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Wizard Tower. On a mahogany table, there is a mechanical head, and Eli stands in front of it. But at this moment, he was repairing the mechanical head with various tools in his hand. With Eli gently repairing the last part of the mechanical head. The ordinary mechanical head on the table suddenly exuded an inexplicable attitude, flying all the surrounding metal parts towards the surroundings. Eli watched the scene calmly. Ignoring the destroyed environment around him, he stared at the mechanical head. In the eyes of the mechanical head, a blue light began to bloom. He woke up too. Chapter 300 Dog General Dylan, A New Crisis. Chapter 300 Dog General Dylan, A New Crisis. Dim blue light shines from the eyes of the mechanical head. Eli felt that the mechanical head had awakened. It's not the kind of awakening like turning on the phone, but a kind of awakening of the soul. A weak soul essence slowly spread out, and the surrounding air seemed to be flickering. A wave of spiritual power extended from the mechanical head, and then explored towards Eli. Advertisement. Do you want to communicate? Spiritual power is harmless, and Eli didn't hesitate to extend the spiritual power directly to Blend. Who are you? Eli asked directly. The mechanical head seemed to be a little demented. After a few seconds, a consciousness came over. My name is Dylan. Oh? Dylan. Not Gray. Eli curled his lips, he was still thinking if it was the big boss of the Wizard Tower. But who is Dylan? Then who is your identity? Eli continued to ask. I forgot, I seem to have only one consciousness transmitted into this mechanical body, whether it is the memory module or various modules, there are big problems, even forgetting. I remember that I seem to have another body, but it seems that I can't perceive it, but I vaguely remember that I seem to be a general. The mechanical voice came, and it seemed that Dylan was also in a state of dementia. Forward. Eli is silent. I thought there would be something to gain, but it seems to be disappointed. Of course not, maybe there might be clues in his lost body. Do you have anything to do with Grey Wizard Tower? This time, Eli asked directly. Wizard Grey's Tower? Such a familiar name. That's all for the sound, the robot seems to be in a state of thinking. It lasted for more than 10 seconds, and even the mechanical head started to smoke before uttering a sentence. Sorry, I really don't remember, but can you help me get a body? I can exchange it. Of course. Eli said, and the next second, his tone became strange. What do you want in exchange? High-level mechanical knowledge, even above the 4th ring. Dylan Yallen's eyes flickered. Although I seem to have lost a lot of things, my current brain seems to store a lot of mechanical knowledge. I can exchange it with you. Hiss. Eli's eyes lit up. Okay, I can give you a body, and I will make it myself. Eli said after a few seconds. At this time, he has realized that this mechanical head is definitely not simple. It stores high-level knowledge above the 4th ring, another body, and a mysterious origin. There are secrets. Thinking of this, Eli continued, then what are you going to do after you have your body? I'm going to find my body. I feel like I've stored something very important there. I seem to have stored it in the central continent. But before that, I have to find a high-level mechanical wizard. Maybe because Eli woke him up and he wasn't hiding it, A high-level mechanical wizard? Do you think I can? Eli looked at the mechanical head and asked. No, you're too weak. Dylan said. Eli. The requirements are quite high, but I'm afraid there are still wizards above the fourth ring. But he has to keep this mechanical head first. Eli rolled his eyes, and after a few seconds, he said slowly. Looks like you're not familiar with the wizarding world today? Today's central continent, if you go like this, you may be found and destroyed by those warlocks if you can't find it. I forgot to tell you, you may have been asleep for a long time. If the world in this world no longer meets your requirements, the wizard is gone. Advertisement. What? Dylan's voice fluctuated violently. This was the first time. He doesn't seem to know the current situation. But luckily, you met me, who may be the only three-ring mechanical wizard in the world today. Eli looked at Dylan and said. You're lying to me. Dylan said directly. He doesn't believe it. Although he lost a lot of memory, the power of the wizard seems to have been imprinted in his soul. How could such a powerful wizard disappear? Hehe, then I will create a body for you, and then go to the outside environment to see, you will know? If I didn't lie to you, then you should stay by my side first. Eli's strong words seemed to make Dylan hesitate. Is what Eli said true? The light in Dylan's eyes dimmed for a few minutes. A few minutes later, a voice came over, okay. Hey, let me make you a body first. Eli looked at the head and smiled. Dylan's eyes flickered, and he seemed a little uneasy. Half a month later. In the wizard's tower, Dylan's head was placed on the table, and his new body was placed underground. But Dylan's blue eyes looked at the ground with faint eyes. On the ground, a body about 1 meter long was placed on the ground. The whole body was silver and white, and the mechanical structure was complete. It could be seen that the quality was very good, except for one head. The issue is, Eli, I need a human body. Dylan said his own words. The mechanical dolls on the ground are really good, the only problem is that they look like dogs. It's okay to wave it and say it's a wolf, but is there a difference? Not bad at all. You can say that, the outside world is dangerous. This is a good camouflage, and it also has skin functions. Then you will directly look like a dog, safe and reliable. Eli showed a kind expression. Dylan was silent, he was surprisingly silent. Impossible, even if you throw my wizard tower down and destroy me, I can't use this body. Dylan suppressed his anger in his deep voice. Use it or not. This is your last chance. Eli left the room directly, and it seemed that Dylan hadn't recognized the situation yet. Need to give him time to calm down. 3 days later, Eli stepped into the room again. Dylan's voice came, I promise. That's right. Eli smiled, Xiaomian, I can't control you yet. Soon, Eli put the extremely conflicted Dylan on the head of the mechanical dog. Once connected, I saw that the surface skin of the mechanical dog began to change instantly, and in the blink of an eye, it really turned into a seemingly real one, a bit like a husky. Let's go, General Dog, I'll take you to see the world today. I have a name, not General Dog. Okay, General Dog. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In 3 days, Eli took the dog General to wander around the neighborhood. He finally understands what the world is like today. And Eli might really be the only three-ring mechanic. Advertisement. Of course there may be other places, but it must be hard to find. Moreover, it seems that Herman is very close to the true spirit, and maybe there is a chance to help him find his body in the future. In the end, he promised to be by Eli's side until he found the body, and what he paid was his own knowledge. Before the body was found, he would give Eli the necessary mechanical assistance. Just when the agreement between Eli and General Dog was established. Hourglass of time. Anderson walked through one wizard tower after another and came to a wizard tower. The wizard's tower is located at the back of the city, but this wizard's tower is different from the normal wizard's tower, it is winding down, like a wizard's tower standing upside down in the ground. Arrived. Anderson took a deep breath and entered it. Inside is a circular staircase that winds down, and he walks down step by step. Soon, he came to the bottom of the wizard's tower. The bottom of the wizard's tower is very empty, covering more than 100 square meters. There is nothing around it, except for a vertical coffin in the center. The coffin was still emitting a cold air, and there was a strong aura coming from inside. Just feeling this breath, Anderson felt a little difficult to breathe. My lord, I'm Anderson, the person in charge of the time hourglass. Anderson bowed his head humbly. After Anderson finished speaking, the coffin slowly began to move. The coffin lid slowly moved away, revealing the scene inside. Anderson looked up, and saw a gray-haired old man inside the coffin. His hair was as dry as weeds, and his face and body were wrinkled and extremely pale, but there was a huge aura emanating from his body. Breath, that kind of breath far exceeds the third ring. Grunt. Anderson's throat moved slightly, looking at the legendary figure in the hourglass of time. Geomista. A person with the level of the true spirit of the Four Rings, but in the process of fighting with the true spirit of the central continent, he almost died, and only survived after undergoing a self-slumber. Hundreds of years have passed, and my lord has finally woken up. Anderson looked at Gedo. Suddenly, Gedo's eyes slowly opened. Those were a pair of eyes with dark purple pupils, and there seemed to be traces of lightning gathering inside, but what was puzzling was that there was another kind of black, as if corroding the lightning. Ahem. Gedo suddenly coughed twice. Just as Anderson was about to say something, Gedo had already spoken first. His voice was very hoarse, as if sandpaper was rubbing against a concrete road, and he said, "I've been in a deep sleep for a long time, and I haven't recovered from my injuries. The injury left to me by the true spirit was too serious. Give me another 150 years, and I should be able to fully recover. Anderson, I need you to collect a lot of blood." "Yes, my lord," Anderson said. "What's going on outside now?" Gedo was also curious about the outside situation after waking up. "My lord, the external environment has undergone tremendous changes in these years." Anderson quickly told Gedo the situation in the past few hundred years, especially the rise of the Bloodline Tower, Herman, and the recent arrival of the Holy Tower. "Is that so?" After listening, Gedo fell silent. He didn't expect that so many things happened here during the years he slept. After a few seconds, he slowed down. "Steady, since the Bloodline Tower and the Holy Tower have established a connection, it means that the situation here may be different from what we thought. Let's talk about it after I fully recover. Once I have fully recovered my strength, I will deal with these forces." Gedo decided to be more conservative. It has only been more than 100 years, and there should not be any major changes. When he fully recovers, he will have nothing to fear. In fact, he is not afraid of anyone on the west coast now, but he has to consider the main tower of the Bloodline Tower behind the Bloodline Tower, which is another holy tower with no attitude. Resolutely do not wave. Yes. Anderson understood. Since adults want to wait, then wait. Chapter 301 All the Forces in the Central Continent, Viveka Who Left. Chapter 301 All the Forces in the Central Continent, Viveka Who Left. A year passed in the blink of an eye. It's been an uneventful year for Eli. During this year, Eli has learned a lot of mechanical knowledge from General Dog, and his reserve in this area has increased rapidly, and because of the things about soul science found in the ruins, he is also preparing to make some progress in the soul rune. Relying on this, Eli created a new witchcraft. Advertisement. Soul Great Curse Seal. In the engraved soul, no matter how far apart they can communicate. As long as the soul is still there, the spell will not dissipate. It can be regarded as the sublimation of Eli relying on the past soul witchcraft. Eli branded Viveka and Nikolai with this witchcraft. During this year, Eli and Luoye sent letters several times, inviting Eli to go to the headquarters of the Holy Tower, but they were all rejected by Eli, and he stopped mentioning them after that. And judging from Luoye's words, it seems that the box caused quite a stir. Center Continent. The Central Continent is divided into 5 main regions: East, South, West, North, and Central. And the one closest to the West Coast is the Western regions. The main tower of the Bloodline Tower, as well as the Holy Tower and many other forces are located here. At this time, at the headquarters of the Holy Tower, on top of a huge mountain, a negotiation is in progress. "Everyone, I don't think my gains this time have anything to do with you. If you want to get a piece of the pie, you've offended the wrong person," Luoye said, looking at the crowd. As soon as he came back, he didn't know why the news was leaked. Almost at the same time, many forces gathered together. "Hey, Master Luoye, you know very well that if all this is really related to that wizard tower, you will not be able to keep it." A warlock stood up and looked at Luoyedeo. "Really? That's Grey Wizard's tower." Representatives of many forces were talking and aggressive. Hateful. Looking at this scene, Luoye gritted his teeth, anger showing on his face. 2FG shameless. At this time, a person suddenly ran over from a distance, came to Luoye's side, and said, "Lord Luoye, the Tower Master asked you to share the box, and all forces will study it together." Luoye's face darkened, and he understood that the teacher must have made some kind of deal with these forces, and his teacher probably didn't think that his harvest could really have a relationship with Grey Wizard Tower. But he really felt there might be something to gain this time. But since the teacher has spoken, his persistence is unnecessary. "Okay, I'll share it with everyone." Luoye didn't talk nonsense, and directly threw the box in the center of the field. Looking at the box with 3 locks, everyone's eyes lit up. However, this box requires at least 3 rings or higher mechanical knowledge to open it. "I have nothing to do with it. You can see which forces can do it." Luoye's voice came. Advertisement. "Leave it to us." A power representative smiled. Luoye's face was ugly. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and the clamoring force actually found a mechanical alchemist, and it is said that they paid a huge price. Soon, the alchemist arrived. It's still the same place. The alchemist spent 10 days unlocking the lock, and during these 10 days, everyone stayed here, waiting anxiously to unlock it, even Luo Ye was no exception. Soon, with a click, the third lock opened instantly. Everyone put their eyes into it and saw what was inside. A stone. Looking at the stone inside, everyone's eyes widened. What happened? Why is there a stone in the box? What a holy pagoda, to deceive us. A sorcerer looked at Luo Ye angrily, and said loudly. The others also raised their heads one after another, showing angry expressions. Santa is brushing them like monkeys. Luo Ye looked at the things inside, and his heart skipped a beat. Stone? How could it be a stone? With extreme puzzlement, Luo Ye looked at the crowd and said, I don't know what happened, but I brought this box back from the west coast. Humph. A warlock sneered, turned and left. The other warlocks didn't have good words either, this Luo Ye completely regarded them as fools. Since Santa has such an attitude, there is no need to talk about it. What? A big battle broke out in the western regions of the central continent. It was a year later when Eli received Luo Ye's message again. I learned from the letter that because of the box, many forces felt that they were being tricked, and even thought it was an insult, so they launched a big war with the Holy Tower. In this war, the Holy Tower suffered heavy losses. However, Luo Ye later proved that the box he brought back was really that one, and it was said that it was confirmed by some method, so many forces believed it. But the movement caused by this is still not small. For example, many forces decided to completely abandon the exploration of the west coast. They believe that after this exploration and the efforts of the past few hundred years, the possibility of having clues here is extremely low, and due to some previous events, the losses of various forces are not small, so they decided to recover the forces to supplement it. Advertisement. It will still be stationed on the west coast, but it will not pay too much attention here. Even if someone in the branch is willing, they can apply to go to the headquarters of the central continent. But when they contacted their respective forces, they discovered that the west coast seemed to be different from what they thought. Most of their forces have disappeared, leaving some small forces. During this process, Eli received another invitation from Luo Ye. Invite him to return to the central continent. This time Eli didn't reply. He realized that the west coast might be about to change next. But what Eli didn't expect was that it was Vivica who found him first. Teacher, I am going to leave the west coast and go to the central continent. Vivica looked at Eli with determination in her eyes. Of course, what do you think? Eli looked at Vivica. Because of her blood, Vivica still looks so beautiful, but it can be seen that her demeanor is far from what it used to be. Thinking about it carefully, she is almost 800 years old. Teacher, my lifespan is almost at the limit, and I have no choice but to break through. Vivica looked at Eli and said. I understand, you go. Eli looked at Vivica, expressing that he understood. On the west coast, Vivica probably has no chance to break through, but if it is the central continent, there may be a chance, even if the chance is very small, but she still wants to fight for it, which is exactly the same as Vivica in Eli's impression. Thank you, teacher. Vivica bowed deeply to Eli and took her leave. Eli looked at her leaving back and was filled with emotion. It's finally here. As time passed, the Tower of Blood was changing. Vivica's student Alice gradually took over Vivica's position, and Vivica also began to prepare. But to Eli's surprise, Vivica's departure this time, in addition to taking away some resources, also took away her family. She used to be a descendant of Byrne's family, and it seems that Vivica was killed by Vivica a long time ago. Moved to the Bloodline Tower area. Eli was also a little puzzled, but he didn't ask. After all, who hasn't revealed his secret yet? Vivica is his student, not a slave. A year has passed. An airship set sail from the Bloodline Tower, took Vivica and a large number of people away from the west coast, and headed for the center of the world, the central continent. Eli didn't send Vivica the last ride. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that Vivica didn't seem to want to be so sad, so she left in secret. But she left Eli a letter. Chapter 302 Vivica's Letter, The Limit of the Third Ring. Chapter 302 Vivica's Letter, The Limit of the Third Ring. Eli found the letter on a table in his wizard's tower. It was packaged in a yellow envelope with a very ordinary credit, and the seal was a petal, which was an ordinary wild flower, probably picked casually by the roadside, very common. Eli came to the table, picked up the envelope, and slowly opened it. Expand. Advertisement. Dear teacher. It's very sad to say goodbye in this way, but I think this should be the best way for me. After all, if I really face the teacher, I don't know if I will have the courage to turn around and leave, it's too cruel. I remember that the first time I met a teacher was nearly 800 years ago. It was the teacher who pulled me up from the darkness, gave me a new life, and let me know that there are more in this world besides knights. Strong force. During that time, I was really happy, no matter whether it was study or life, I didn't have any pressure. It wasn't until teacher you suddenly disappeared because of the secret realm that everything seemed to have changed a little. I left with my brother David, headed to the west coast, and joined the Tower of Bloodline. Although it was very difficult and the process was full of dangers, I never gave up. Probably the biggest reason is that the teacher must still be alive, and I have to live meet the teacher. Glad my guess was right. When the teacher appeared in front of me again, you were still my biggest reliance. You easily helped me solve the invincible opponents at that time, and after that, each opponent was easily defeated in front of the teacher. I stood behind me and looked at the teacher with admiration. Just like back then. How I wanted to go on like this forever, but obviously, I couldn't. Sensei still has a chance to break through to the true spirit, but on the west coast, I have no hope. So I decided to go to the central continent, where maybe I still have a glimmer of hope. I want to be stronger, and I can stay with the teacher longer. End of first page. Eli has complicated feelings. According to Viveka, he brought her up, and she was also one of the people he still existed in Bane at the beginning, let alone his student, so he would naturally take care of her. He didn't have any special ideas, but Viveka's feelings seemed to have deteriorated a bit. Read on. Eli turned to the second page. Teacher, once I leave, I may never have a chance to come back. Of course, if I can break through, I will definitely come back, but in fact, I also know that the hope is slim, but I still don't want to give up. Advertisement. Compared with the teacher, I am still too ordinary. In the last words, Eli could feel Viveka's sadness, and Viveka also seemed to be faintly aware of Eli's extraordinariness, so she said such a sentence. After all, Viveka knew about him being a wizard. And wizards shouldn't live so long. Eli knew this very well, and so did Viveka. Viveka is also the only one who knows how long he has lived, but both Eli and Viveka have tacitly ignored this matter. Eli shook his head and continued to look down, which was also the last paragraph. Teacher, if we can meet again in the future, and I am not in the identity of Viveka, then I hope to accompany the teacher in another identity. After reading it, Eli didn't speak. The last paragraph may seem mundane, but it's informative. He seemed to understand why Viveka took away the family children. This child was best at bloodlines when he was an apprentice. Now that hundreds of years have passed, he may have made new achievements in this area. In terms of bloodlines, Viveka may even study deeper than him. If you fail to advance, do you just look for opportunities in your blood? Are you behind? Then look forward to meeting next time, if there is a chance. Eli put away the letter paper and hit the window. Outside the window is the center of the Bloodline Tower, a scene of prosperity and vitality, and Eli also senses that Viveka's mark is getting farther and farther away from here. Viveka also left, Eli suddenly found out. Now West Coast, his former friends. Now there is no one, only some people I met later, or subordinates. But Eli gradually got used to it. Anyway, he has experienced these things many times. Immortality is a thing that countless people desire, but it is not a kind of punishment. But there are still many things worth pursuing. Eli opened the window, and the wind outside the window was blowing on his face. Advertisement. He still has a lot of scenery that he hasn't seen, and there are still many stories that he hasn't written. How can he slack off? He has to work hard and sprint to the true spirit. Steady for 100 years first, I'll break through a true spirit first. Now that the turmoil on the west coast has subsided, he should also work hard to improve his own strength. Not to mention other things, first break through a true spirit, and then talk about other things. After firming up his mind, Eli explained some things to Alice. He quickly left the Bloodline Tower and returned to the White Tower in the south. He-Man, the Tower of Blood, disappeared, and there was an extra warden in the Black Tower prison. Since Viveka left, Alice became the new Tower Master. She took over the power of the entire West Coast. Since then, the entire West Coast, except for the north, has been completely controlled by the Tower of Bloodline. Except for some deep mountains, other sites have been planted with chi banners belonging to the Tower of Bloodline. The momentum of the Bloodline Tower has also reached its peak. 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. This year, Eli's mental strength reached 400 points, which is also the minimum requirement to be promoted to a true spirit, which is often referred to as the limit of the 3 rings. During these years, Eli began to search the Bloodline Tower for the relics of former wizards on a large scale, trying to find information about wizards' promotion to the true spirit, but they got a lot of teasing. At this time, Viveka has also arrived at the main tower of the Bloodline for more than 20 years. From the imprint, we know that Viveka at this time is already at the limit of the 3rd ring, and she is climbing very fast in the Tower of Blood, and even almost reaches the top floor of the main tower. All of this was within Eli's expectations. Viveka's management ability has been seen in the eyes these years. Even if she goes to the central continent, it will not be too bad. In addition to these people, there is also Nina, the former head of the Iris camp. The reason why it was the X was because she was dead. It was an extraordinary death. When exploring a place, I encountered a monster with the limit of 3 rings. It was an accidental death, which was embarrassing, but it was also normal. In fact, Eli knew almost none of wizards who could die. Oh, and Udo. This guy is also preparing to leave, heading to the central continent. Because of the previous incident, Luoya was short of men, and it happened that Udo also wanted to visit the central continent, so it hit it off, and he took the spaceship to the central continent. So far, there are not even a handful of people Eli knows well on the west coast. Chapter 303 70 years, second-class talent. Chapter 303 70 years, second-class talent. The years are ruthless, and 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Eli's mental power is already 420 points, which can't be improved a little on average in a year. This is the result of Eli's talent is not too bad at this time, and the total amount has increased, so it is normal for it to be difficult to improve. For 30 years, the west coast was quiet. Eli participated in the Silver Moon Feast again, but unfortunately, this time he still didn't get anything. Advertisement. Anyway, he also resigned to his fate, knowing that it seems that relying on him alone may really have no hope of catching the heart of the element, but because of this reason, Eli also had a new idea. He could feel that the heart of the element might have no effect on him after a few more times. Since he couldn't catch it, it would be better to catch it once. The big deal is to damage this Uni Lake. For the improvement of talent, it is worth it. Therefore, Eli is already preparing for the next Silver Moon Feast, and there will be a wave of ruthlessness. In addition to these, Eli seems to have heard that the people of the Time Hourglass seem to be catching World of Warcraft recently. I don't know what the purpose is. Eli is not interested and doesn't want to know. 30 years later. At this time, the Tower of Bloodline has completely ruled the West Coast for almost 100 years. Some bad things are also breeding. Since the central continent has almost half abandoned the land on the West Coast, many people in the central continent who are wanted by some forces or who have migrated have also set their sights on this land. One after another, some people from the central continent came here. Generally speaking, those who can be wanted, or who can come here through the mountains, are not weak, so they have also caused a lot of trouble to the West Coast. For these people, Alice is also devastated. Eli also knew about the situation of the Bloodline Tower, but he ignored it. If it's just that this situation can't be controlled, then he doesn't mind changing the person in charge. 10 years passed again. A new Silver Moon event has begun. But unlike the previous situation, this time Uni Lake was emptied for hundreds of miles. It's the last time. Beside Silver Moon Lake, Eli looked at the calm lake. At this time, the surface of the lake has begun to tremble slightly, and strands of elements have begun to erupt. This is the first sign of the Uni Lake riot. For this, Eli has been waiting for 50 years. Advertisement. At this time, the Uni Lake, which occupies a huge area, is covered with dozens of cores of witch formations, and even the surroundings of the lake have been surrounded by witch formations. And all of this was done by Eli. Just wait. Eli's eyes were calm, he understood that today should be his last time here. Time flies. The familiar scene happened again. Accompanied by countless boiling elements, the elements within 100 miles of Uni Lake began to gather again, and the entire lake boiled like boiling water. Countless fish jumped out of the water, crazily swallowing elements. This time, Eli didn't take out the fishing rod, but slowly flew into the sky. With a wave of his hand, the core of the witch array that had already been placed in Uni Lake erupted at the same time, and dozens of beams of light shot up into the sky. For a while, the surface of the lake began to undulate, and the elements gathered around were also stirred. The weak balance of Uni Lake was instantly destroyed. A huge vortex appeared above Uni Lake. More elements converged here. Originally, Uni Lake was only surrounded by elements with a radius of tens of miles, but in just an instant, with a radius of nearly 150 miles, the elements all converged towards Uni Lake. With so many elements gathered, the concentration of elements in Uni Lake is frighteningly high, and even liquid elements have begun to appear in the air. This is due to the huge number of elements and the great pressure of the witch array. It is impossible to rely on itself to appear like this of the situation. And these elements are slowly irrigating towards the lake. For a time, countless fish broke through the bottleneck. The first ring breaks through the second ring, and the second ring breaks through the third ring. In just a few minutes, there may have been only a few three-ringed fish in Uni Lake, but the number of three-ringed fish may have reached dozens, and the fish that had been hiding in the depths of Uni Lake also ran out. Eli still watched calmly. This step is to draw most of the fish out. And looking at the humans in the sky, some fish with 3 rings even jumped out of the water, trying to attack Eli, but Eli just waved lightly, and countless wind blades tore these fish apart. Not enough. Eli observed the lake, and he found that there were still many fish that hadn't come out. With a thought, the beam of light from the witch formation bloomed again. More elements were gathered and poured towards Yunyu Lake, and more fish hidden in the depths of Yunyu Lake also came out this time and gathered towards the water surface. About there. After a general inspection, Eli knew it was time. The spiritual power connects to the witch array on the shore. Beside the river bank, hundreds of 3-meter-high stone pillars slowly came out, and elemental threads slowly appeared, and began to link into a huge elemental net, which was scooped up towards the lake. This is Eli's plan. Since you can't catch it, let's change it. Advertisement. Although his fishing net is a bit bigger, only about tens of acres. And looking at the huge fishing net, countless fish jumped high, as if they wanted to escape, but Eli couldn't let them do what they wanted. Another layer of fishing net appeared again, blocking their way from top to bottom. The end is set. Eli has been preparing for decades, and has already considered various possibilities. Today he is determined to win. The process of fishing lasted for a full day. Eli finally found his target among hundreds of thousands of caddies of fish. A total of 36 elemental hearts. As for the rest of the fish, Eli took some useful ones and sent them back to Silver Moon Lake. After all, they were really useless. But after my fishing this time, I'm afraid this place will be useless. Beside Yunyu Lake, Eli held 36 elemental hearts and looked towards Yunyu. At this time, the original special structure of Yunyu Lake has been destroyed. I am afraid that there will be no such thing as a silver moon feast in the future. It will gradually become an ordinary lake rich in extraordinary creatures. Eli knows it's not good, but he doesn't regret it. As long as the talent is improved, it is worth it. Let me see how far my talent can go this time. Eli looked at the elemental heart in his hand. A total of 36, which has far exceeded the number he has ever used. A day later, Eli returned to Black Tower Prison. In the secret realm, Eli started using the elemental heart. Only 5 were used. Eli's talent finally broke through the 3rd class and came to the 2nd class. After taking it, Eli's talent was fully upgraded to the 2nd class limit. It's not that he doesn't want to upgrade anymore, but that the elemental heart is useless. When there are 3 elemental hearts left, Eli's use of the elemental heart has no effect anymore. It's a pity that it's just a little bit away from the 1st class. I won't think about it from now on. Let's improve my mental strength with peace of mind. With the improvement of mental strength, Eli has only one thought in his mind. That is to pay close attention to improving the mental strength, and then find the information. Break through the true spirit. Chapter 304 Looking for, Wandering Warlock Alliance. Chapter 304 Looking for, Wandering Warlock Alliance. 30 years later. Again. Eli pushed open a door to the wizard's tower and headed outside. The place where he was at this time was a ruin of a wizard. Advertisement. Walking out of the door, there are a large number of warlocks. They are all surrounding the entire ruins at this time, exploring carefully, not missing any small places. Watching this scene, Eli shook his head. A map of the Age of Wizards was opened out of the box earlier, which recorded the location of the once powerful wizarding forces on the west coast. Therefore, Eli followed this map and began to search for the ruins of wizards one by one, with the purpose of breaking through the information of the true spirit. But after 30 years of searching, there was still nothing to gain. This high-end knowledge is more difficult to obtain than he thought. My lord, these are all the gains in this ruin. At this time, a warlock came over, handed Eli a list, and reported. In recent years, the Tower of Bloodline has established a new department, the Ruins Exploration Department, which has great power, and the purpose is to excavate things that used to be in the wizarding era, and he is one of them. I see. Eli nodded and took the list. Soon, he was a little disappointed. Still nothing. Do you really have to go to the central continent? Eli frowned. There is no doubt that the west coast should belong to a remote corner in the wizarding world. Not only is the location not good, but the overall strength in the past is far from being comparable to that of the central continent. Compared with here, the central continent undoubtedly has more resources and opportunities. If there must be such materials somewhere, then it must be the central continent. Forget it, wait a little longer. Eli really doesn't have the idea of going to the central continent at the moment, it's too dangerous. Moss, I'll leave it to you afterwards, I'll leave first. Eli said to the warlock. In fact, he would only come when he found some huge ruins, but undoubtedly this time it was another failed exploration, and he should go back. Soon, Eli returned to the Black Tower prison again. I was in a bad mood today and tortured my inmates. With the wailing of the prisoners, Eli also returned to a normal life. Advertisement. Although he hadn't reached the limit yet, his mental strength was already 450 points, and Eli could feel that he was about to reach his limit. Time blinks and 5 years pass again. The Relic Exploration Department found 3 relics at the same time this time. But there seems to be a little surprise. Master, of the 3 ruins this time, only 2 of them are located within the range of the Bloodline Tower, and the other is in the Wandering Alliance. Wizard Tower, Vivica's student, and now the Tower Master of the Bloodline Tower, Alice respectfully said to Eli. Okay, I see. Eli nodded. Over the years, there have been more and more wanted criminals or fugitives in the central continent. On the east coast of the west coast, they even formed a new force, the Wandering Alliance. Although this force has an ordinary name, its strength cannot be underestimated. Even on the bright side, there are dozens of third rings, but it seems that they are afraid of the background of the central continent of the Tower of Blood, so they have been huddled in a corner, but due to their strong strength, they inevitably occupy a large area. In this regard, the Bloodline Tower is also very helpless. Although the Wandering Alliance has a small number of people, their individual strength is very strong. Even the Bloodline Tower is not an opponent. Eli, the only one who can deal with these people, isn't too interested either. Master, do you need to take action against the homeless family? Alice had xie in her eyes, and he hoped that Eli could take action to solve this force. No need, aren't there many other ruins? Let's wait until the exploration is over. Eli understands Alice's thoughts, but he doesn't plan to cause trouble until he breaks through. Unless there is really evidence that that force has what it needs. Okay. Alice nodded, a little disappointed. The strength of the Wandering Alliance has become stronger and stronger over the years, and she is worried that some unknowable changes will really happen. Soon, the exploration of the ruins began. With the efforts of the department, the 2 ruins were explored in just 10 days. Unfortunately, there is still no gain. This year, Eli has 454 mental points. 10 years later, Eli's spiritual power reached 460 points. At this time, the external environment has undergone tremendous changes again. Most of the vagrants who came to the west coast chose to join the homeless home. Gradually, the power of the homeless home began to expand rapidly. In just a few years, they already had a complete organizational structure. But here comes the problem. With the expansion of their personnel, the resources they need also increase geometrically, and the existing resources can't meet them at all. At the beginning, they can still collect them in the ocean or in some places, but gradually, the resources in these places are no longer enough. What they need is resources that can be collected on a large scale and that are sustainable. Advertisement. But this part is monopolized by the Bloodline Tower. So, the trial began. Over the years, the Wandering Alliance began to send warlocks to harass the Bloodline Tower one after another, and gradually discovered that the people in the Bloodline Tower were not as powerful as they thought. And with the arrival of the Central Continent personnel, some news also came. The Tower of Bloodlines almost doesn't care about this place anymore. Therefore, the Wanderers made a bold move, and within a few days, they captured several resource points. The strength of the Wandering Alliance made the Bloodline Tower feel terrified. But fortunately, after obtaining these resource points, the homeless home did not make a new round of actions, which made Alice a lot easier. Eli still didn't make a move. At this time, his spiritual power was 458 points. In 10 years, it has only increased by 6 points, and it is getting harder and harder. Another 3 years. Eli's spiritual power reached 462 points. The homeless home did not move, but the time hourglass moved. In the northern area, traces of the time hourglass person were found. This force that has not shown up for more than 100 years has finally begun to show its fangs. You know, more than 1,000 years ago, the time hourglass was the uncrowned king here. As soon as the time hourglass people appeared, they occupied a large area in the north near the center, and then stopped, as if their purpose was for this. But no one dared to ignore them because of this. Everyone knew that when they moved next time, the situation on the west coast would change drastically. Eli wasn't interested in that. With one heart and one soul. At this time, his mental strength has almost reached its peak, but the relevant information has not been found for a long time. Eli is also very helpless about this, but there is nothing he can do. But what Eli didn't expect was that 5 years later, the arrival of a spaceship changed everything. In the area of the Bloodline Tower, an airship from the Central Continent arrived here. And this airship is a major force belonging to the Central Continent. Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 305 Jinji's Gift, The Shocked Corina. Chapter 305 Jinji's Gift, The Shocked Corina. In the main tower of the Bloodline Tower. Living room. The two sat opposite each other in front of the sofa, while the guards poured tea for them respectfully. Mr. Kalina, this is the blue sound unique to our west coast. It tastes very sweet. You should try it. I have already notified Mr. Herman. He is probably coming soon. Alice sat on the sofa, looking on the opposite side. Advertisement. Opposite her was a middle-aged warlock with a mustache, wearing a golden warlock robe, with rings on both hands, and a short staff in his right hand. It's okay, I have a lot of time. Kalina picked up the teacup and took a sip. I don't know what Mr. Herman is looking for. Is there anything I can do to help? Alice asked curiously. She never expected the visit from the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. Because the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce also gave up here decades ago, everything about them has disappeared, but this time, they have worked so hard to come here, it is hard not to make her think too much. I want to give Lord Herman something. Kalina smiled, but didn't continue talking. Seeing that Kalina stopped talking, Alice didn't ask any more questions. The two fell into silence for a while. Time passed little by little, and suddenly, footsteps were heard in the distance, and a man pushed open the door and walked in. Master. Seeing someone coming, Alice stood up immediately. Yet. Eli nodded at Alice, then looked at the man opposite her. Just yesterday, as soon as he heard that the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce was coming, he accelerated towards the Tower of Blood. There was only one reason, and that was that at the same time, Eli received a message from Jinji, whom he hadn't contacted for hundreds of years. The message is simple, just tell Eli it's here. At that time, Eli's heart was pounding, because he only asked Jinji for one thing, and that was to help him find enough information to be promoted to the true spirit. Eli looked at this man who was dressed in the style of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. Before he could speak, Kalina had already stood up, and quickly reached out to Eli's side, saying respectfully, "You are Lord Herman, right?" "Well, you are." Eli nodded. "My name is Kalina, you can call me Cory." Kalina smiled. Looking at his appearance, the corners of Alice's mouth twitched. "You didn't look like this when you saw me just now, just watch someone order dishes. Then what is your purpose?" "Master Jinji must have told you that I am here to deliver something to you this time." After confirming his identity, Kalina didn't talk nonsense, and directly took out a space ring and handed it to Eli. "My lord, this is what my lord asked me to give you." Eli took the ring and immediately turned his consciousness back. During this process, the two quietly waited aside. Alice watched as a smile gradually appeared on Eli's face, as if he was very satisfied with the things, which made her very curious about what made Master so happy. A few seconds later, Eli recovered and said to Kalina, "Thank you very much." Advertisement. "It is my honor to serve you and King Jinji," Kalina said humbly with his right hand on his chest. "It seems that Jinji is doing well in the central continent. I'm curious about his situation. Can you tell me?" Eli looked at him and asked. The moment he came in, he had already observed Corina all over. This is a warlock at the peak of the third ring. To make a warlock at the peak of the third ring come here to deliver things, it is obviously unlikely that Jinji relies on strength, so it is power. Of course. Corina nodded and smiled. When Eli watched him, he watched Eli. He was also very curious as to who was the person that Lord Jinji respected so much. Before he came, he had been told by Jinji many times, at least he had never seen him like that. In his impression, Lord Jinji is always a genius with high fighting spirit and will never give in to anyone. Even in the face of the true spirit, he has never been so revered as he was that day. But when he actually stood in front of Eli, he realized that something was wrong. Although this person has the third ring, his aura made him feel as if he was facing a real spirit. Is this reasonable? It's not reasonable. Although he has never fought, he feels that even 10 of them may not be able to beat Eli. He knew it was silly, but it really came from his gut. Soon, several people sat on the sofa, and Kalina began to tell about Jinji's situation. Lord Jinji, he just advanced to the third ring some time ago, and at the same time, he became the Jin-chan of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. You must know that he is only 200 years old, so he is really a top genius. Besides these, Lord Jinji is the most suitable warlock of Golden Toad's bloodline I have ever seen. With his talent, as long as there are no accidents, his promotion to the fourth ring is a certainty in the future. Since Mr. Jinji came to the central continent, he also took over part of the business of the Chamber of Commerce. At first, everyone thought that Mr. Jinji was just a mud leg from the west coast, so how could he have such strong business skills? But the Lord really slapped everyone in the face. In just a few decades, the performance of his branch has risen directly to the first place. I also defected to Jinji at that time. Corina tells Ginger's story. Eli didn't expect that so many things would happen after the little guys went to the Bloodline Tower, and he is worthy of the title of the person favored by fate. He is indeed fierce. Alice's eyes are also bright. She also has some expectations for the central continent. But adults are having a hard time recently. Then Kalina shook his head and sighed. What's wrong? Eli asked. It's like this. Although the adults can always make very accurate decisions, due to the previous incidents in the Holy Tower and the struggles between various forces, we made a lot of money in the process, but we were also envied by others. Someone cast a curse on the adults through excavation from the ruins, causing the blood of the adults to be continuously eroded. Kalina said angrily. Curse. Eli looked strange. So ruthless? And it was actually because of that war, wouldn't that have something to do with him? Then because of the problem with the previous true spirit information, he was known again. What a wonderful fate. But if it wasn't for Kalina, Jinji probably wouldn't have planned to tell him. It seemed that he really didn't want to bother him at all, or that he probably had nothing to do. But since he knew it, he couldn't ignore it. After all, Jinji brought him a big gift this time. Advertisement. Wait a minute. Eli stood up and left the room abruptly. Corina and Alice were also puzzled for a while, but they still waited. 3 minutes later, Eli returns. But this time when he returned, he already had an extra crystal in his hand, but it was a pitch-black crystal with a transparent shell, but there was indeed a cloud of visible shadows inside. He tossed this to Kalina. Corina hastily caught it. My lord, what is this? Kalina looked at the crystal, not quite understanding. This can help Ginger. Eli sat back down and looked at him. What? Kalina's eyes widened, as if he didn't quite believe it. I'll know when I get back, drink tea first. Eli understood his thoughts and waved his hand to signal him to calm down. But how can Corina calm down at this time? You must know that Jinji has been cursed for several years, and even now his blood has begun to decline, which is a very terrible thing. It would be great if it could be fixed. Could this be the reason why Lord Jinji asked him to come here? Corina seemed to have figured something out suddenly, showing a dazed expression. So this is a... Thank you, sir. Corina settled down and thanked Eli. Drink tea. Eli just smiled and didn't speak. It was an investment before, but this time it is the first round of financing. Time passed by little, and half a day had passed in the blink of an eye. Master Corina, how many days are you planning to stay here? Alice asked. I'm going to leave immediately. Originally, Kalina still had the idea of staying for a few days, but at the moment he had no idea at all. He just wanted to fly back to the central continent as soon as possible. Lord Jinji needs something from Lord Herman. All right then. Alice nodded. That afternoon, Alice and Eli sent off an anxious Corina. Watching the airship slowly take off into the sky, Alice and Eli return. On the way, Alice couldn't bear his curiosity anymore, and asked Eli, Master, what exactly did the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce give to the teacher? Hope. Eli replied calmly. The information to be promoted to the true spirit is hope for him. Hope. Alice was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 306 Conditions for Advancement to True Spirit. Chapter 306 Conditions for Advancement to True Spirit. After sending Corina away, Eli temporarily lived in the wizard tower here. Returned to the secret realm. As soon as he entered the secret realm, a figure appeared in front of him. Eli, when can we go to the central continent? Advertisement. The dog General Dylan stood in front of Eli, and Yolan's mechanical eyes looked at him with dim eyes. Eli is his last hope. He always hopes to go to the central continent as soon as possible. His main body is in the central continent. He desperately wants to find those things back. But Eli, this guy, why does he feel that he doesn't mean that at all? Don't worry, hurry up. Seeing that Dylan was blocking the way, Eli comforted him. No matter what, I have to be promoted to the true spirit. After all, the central continent is so dangerous. You don't want me to die halfway, then there is no hope at all. Don't worry. Okay. General Dog had nothing to say, ran to the kennel not far away, and lay down. He has heard the same rhetoric many times, but he can't help it. That's right. Eli passed by with a smile. Further forward is the area where hill is located. The height of tens of meters blocks the sunlight, thousands of branches hang down, exuding a bright green light, and a breath of life is unreservedly emitted. I haven't advanced yet. Eli had forgotten how many times this was the first time he had said such a thing. Hill's promotion to the second ring was much slower than he thought. It can only be said that he is naive. Underestimated Hill. Hearing Eli's voice, Hill hung down the branch and got close to Eli. Responding to Hill in the same way, Eli continued walking forward. Soon, they came to the potion field. This place has not changed much from before, except that there are many more rare magic plants, and the ordinary ones have already been removed by Eli. After all, he does not rely on the potion field to make money for him now, unless the year is very effective. But that's rare. Advertisement. And in the center of the potion field was a large field of blood bamboo flowers. Although it has little effect on Eli, Eli still raises them and has planted quite a large area. It's not that Eli is nostalgic, but he is curious whether he can grow a blood bamboo flower with 4 rings. At that time could there be any surprises for him? Anyway, it's just occupying a piece of land, so it's not a big deal. After passing through the blood bamboo area, Eli finally came to his laboratory and living area. The house here is not the same structure as the wizard tower, even a bit like the bungalows before, but it doesn't matter, and in front of it is the huge body of the sea Della. The tens of meters long shadow body is entangled together, and the three heads are curled up in the body. Although it is only lying here, it has a mountain-like feeling. Usually put him here to help him guard the laboratory. Eli walked along the road, during which time Della raised her head, and when she saw that it was Eli, she lowered her head again. Eli entered the laboratory all the way, and then took out the space ring. Come on. Eli took a deep breath and removed everything from the ring. A crystal ball, a fruit, and a letter. Eli opened the envelope first. It was a letter from Jinji to him. In addition to introducing his situation, the first half of the letter is pretty much the same as what Kalina said, but there are some more details, and there is no mention of the curse. The second half introduces what he brought. The crystal ball records the information needed by Eli for the promotion of wizards, and there is also information for the promotion of warlocks. The fruit is a precious material called Komaro's fruit, which is used to increase the success of warlocks in the process of promotion. Right. It seems that the special person came to deliver this fruit this time. Eli picked up the fruit. The appearance of the fruit is like a pineapple, exuding spiral patterns, and in essence, it has almost reached the fourth ring, a little less. If Eli remembers correctly, this is a four-ringed monster, the companion of the Komaro's giant crocodile. They will grow this kind of magic plant on the head, and only one can grow every few hundred years. It is self-evident to collect from the heads of monsters with 4 rings of true spirit level. Even Jinji probably paid a high price. There are also materials, in addition to wizards, there are also warlocks. It seems that Jinji is really caring, and he actually made him do it. After checking the fruit, Eli began to look at the information. Soon, he finally understood what it takes for a true spirit to advance, and what is the difference between a true spirit and a person above the third ring. There is only one condition to be promoted to true spirit. That is the bottom line of mental power reaching the standard, a minimum of 400. Advertisement. But this breakthrough process is the most difficult. According to the requirements, the warlock needs to compress the mental power to the extreme until it reaches a limit, and then in this process, the power that belongs to the true spirit is born, the power of the true spirit. A kind of power that is closely related to spiritual power, but has a different spiritual power. This step is also the only threshold for promotion. Yes, promotion is that simple. But this step has caused countless 3 rings to fall into the sand, and only one of dozens of them will succeed on average. Of course, warlocks are similar, but they condense the blood and compress the blood to the extreme, and the power born is the source of the blood, which belongs to the more essential thing of the blood. All in all very interesting. As for the difference between the real spirit and the 3 rings, it is the real spirit body and the bloodline real body. The huge body condensed by the huge power of the true spirit can make the wizard explode with dozens of times the power, and the effect is devastating. The bloodline real body can be transformed into the bloodline itself, gaining the powerful fighting ability of those creatures. In short, when it comes to the true spirit, it will be a huge change for both wizards and warlocks, so the 4 rings are called the true spirit, not the 4 rings. Because the nature of its power has changed. The information that Jinji gave to Eli has both the promotion information, and there are many precautions. Eli guessed that it should be the internal information of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. Strictly speaking, Jinji should have violated the rules and took risks. This is a good boy. Eli sighed, which is why he was willing to help him. But promotion still requires a lot of preparation. Eli thought. For the real spirit to advance, he must be fully prepared. First of all, Jinji's Komaro's fruit should help him, which is related to blood, but Eli wants to advance to the wizard. But Eli felt inexplicably that he might really be able to use it. The reason was that when he was promoted to the third ring, there was a little accident that couldn't be ignored. I need a lot of soul crystals, higher level soul crystals. Apart from some commonly used materials, what Eli needs most at the moment should be a large number of high-level soul crystals. And this Eli intends to obtain from his batch of freed soul slaves. The group of tens of thousands of monsters are hidden in the mountains at this time, and there are also a lot of third rings. Although it's a pity, if it's for his promotion, then it doesn't matter. Spiritual power is 462 points. It is estimated that I can reach 470 points of spiritual power. It will take about 15 years before I can advance. Eli feels his own situation. Although 500 points is the limit, that is completely a theoretical value, and it is impossible to reach it. Even if it is 470 points of spiritual power, it is already more than 99.9% of wizards. And when he is ready, and his mental strength should be enough, he can advance. Time has gone without a trace, and he has finally reached this point. Chapter 307 Poignant and Stunning Scenery, the Half-Step True Spirit of the Wandering Alliance. Chapter 307 Poignant and Stunning Scenery, the Half-Step True Spirit of the Wandering Alliance. 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Eli's spiritual power has reached 467 points, a little more than expected, which is related to Eli's improved talent, and even at this time, he can improve his mental power faster than before. He was no longer that talented and garbage wizard, relying on his own efforts. Even if he was placed in the wizarding world, he could still be regarded as a little genius. Of course, besides mental strength, Eli's preparations are almost done at this time. Advertisement. Kamaro's fruit was made into a potion by him, and other auxiliary potions were also prepared. The only thing missing was the crystallization of spiritual power and spiritual power. The latter waited for time, while the former, apart from collecting the bloodline tower, he also started to act. West Coast. Sawyer Mountains. Eli floated above the sky, his eyes calm, looking at the rolling mountains below. Almost all soul slaves are gathered here at this time. Since 3 years, Eli began to order the spirit monsters that had been scattered all over the west coast to gather here. Now 3 years have passed, and tens of thousands of monsters have gathered here. There is only one purpose for him to come here today, and that is to crystallize his soul. Stretching his body, a wave of soul wave began to center on him and spread in all directions, summoning the monsters in the Saya Mountains. Follow his call. The entire mountain range gradually began to have some small echoes, followed by the roars of countless monsters. They gathered together, like a riot of monsters, rising and falling among the mountains. This is just the beginning. After shouting, in Eli's eyes, an unknown number of monsters began to gather here. Between the mountains stretching on the ground, torrents rushed here. They were countless soul slaves. It's almost the same in China, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. There were 40,000 to 50,000 hundreds of years ago, and the number at this time is even higher than before. Even Eli couldn't help but feel shocked watching this scene. The riot lasted for half an hour. Half an hour later, Eli looked at the mountains, where there were all kinds of monsters in a radius of dozens of miles, densely packed, scattered on the ground like sesame seeds. I don't know if these are enough. At this moment, all the monsters raised their heads, waiting for Eli's order. They are also very curious about what Eli is going to call them for. In fact, Eli has not cared about them for 100 years, and only restrained them from entering the territory of warlocks at will, so even some monsters almost forget that they have soul imprints. Tens of thousands of eyes stared at Eli, and Eli smiled slightly, then stretched out his hand. Close slowly. Advertisement. At this moment, all the monsters felt a throbbing in their hearts. Eli wants them dead. Do not. Countless resistance turned into a torrent, and the monsters on the edge looked crazy, and ran towards the distance. Fear made them lose their will, and they didn't understand why Eli would do this. And those monsters that are closer are basically 3 rings. All of them showed hideous faces and roared. The brand of slavery, which stems from the spirit, told them that Eli really wanted their lives, and that gathering them together was nothing more than a convenience to kill. The power of the 3 rings gave them initial wisdom, and they knew that they had to kill Eli to have a glimmer of hope. In an instant, nearly 100 3 rings rushed towards Eli. Heaven and earth, in all directions. They stretched out their claws and fangs, approached Eli, and surrounded him. The brand imprinted on the soul is an insurmountable shackle. What a pity, a group of creatures that can't even control themselves. Eli just looked at them and said with pity. The next second, the outstretched hand closed. At the same time, the bloodlines and even the imprints of countless monsters were instantly activated. Crash! Like ripples released, the souls of the monsters shattered in an instant, without even a chance to resist. The monsters in the sky fell together, and the monsters running on the ground drew a path on the ground. The monsters rushing towards Eli fell like rain. This is the dominance of the soul slave, the life and death that is completely controlled. Watching tens of thousands of lives passing by in front of Eli, Eli's eyes are still calm, but he has a little more understanding of life and fate. If you can't control your own life, just like these monsters are controlled by others, how sad it is. This is what drives Eli to keep going. He controls his own destiny, so he always chooses to be more cautious. After all, he only lives once. What are you thinking about? Let's condense the soul crystallization. Eli shook his head, and let's stand in the moment. He stretched out the space ring, took out a few crystals, and threw them around, accurately hitting the boundary of the death of the monster, and then beams of light lit up. A large-scale witch formation. Seeing the magic array light up, Eli's eyes gradually turned silvery white. In the sky, a dark vortex slowly appeared, and on the ground, the soul fragments in the body of the monster appeared and began to gather towards the sky. The soul fragments are a little faintly light blue, so at this time, it is like a orchid rain rising from the ground for tens of miles, and the vortex in the sky is black, making the picture extremely dreamy. Beautiful scene! Eli exclaimed. Although the scenery is beautiful, he has not forgotten what kind of premise it was built on. It was created by the broken souls and lives of tens of thousands of dead monsters. Advertisement. And as the soul crystals gathered, one soul crystal began to condense in the sky. Although there was only one soul crystal, it exuded a large wave of soul breath, which was much more than ordinary three-ring crystals. This is what Eli did on purpose. What he needs is a high-level one, and he needs as many low-level ones as he wants. There are hundreds of third rings, and several second rings and first rings. Eli is bleeding a lot, how could he not gain anything? Soon, an hour passed. The condensation of the crystals in the sky has reached the last moment, the breath has reached the peak of the third ring, but it has been slow to condense, almost. Lack of a half-step true spirit level soul. Eli quickly judged that a core was missing, but this made him worry, where to find a half-step true spirit. But at this moment, he seemed to sense something. He looked towards one side. In the distant sky, a figure flew towards this side quickly. Exuding a powerful aura of a half-step true spirit, terrifying and terrifying. It was a middle-aged wizard, who looked a little old, with skin sticking to the bones, skinny, and wearing a grey-black wizard robe with a bloodstain drawn on it. And this wizard robe, if Eli remembers correctly, should be the recently rising Wandering Alliance. But why would he appear here? The Wandering Alliance shouldn't be near here. But does it matter? It does not matter. Isn't this delivered to your door? Eli had a smile on his face. The sorcerer in the distance had a ferocious smile on his face and shouted loudly. Hand over that soul crystal. So it was robbery? Eli suddenly realized, then he would have no psychological burden. The author Lan Bai's new book, and I both have a blue and white, recommended recommendation. Chu Liansheng, who has been successful for many years, returned to his alma mater in high school to donate scholarships. But he fell asleep on his stomach in the seat where he sat for 3 years. After waking up again, what I saw was the stern face of the head teacher, the laughter of the classmates, and her at the same table. After figuring out the situation of his rebirth through time travel, Chu Liansheng made a decision that went against his ancestors. Talk more about romance. Chapter 308 Four-Ring Soul Crystal, The Ignorance of the Wandering Alliance. Chapter 308 Four-Ring Soul Crystal, The Ignorance of the Wandering Alliance. Masood is a half-step real magician who had to escape because he offended a big force in the central continent, and then came to the relatively remote west coast. In order to obtain resources, he joined the homeless force here, the Homeless Alliance, which has been decades since today. But in recent years, the contradictions within the alliance have become more and more serious. The reason is very simple, it is because of insufficient resources and uneven distribution. Compared to the Bloodline Tower, which occupies most of the resources, their Wandering Alliance only occupies dozens of resource points, which is far from meeting their needs, and more people come to the West Coast every year to join them. Advertisement. So, just last year, their leader decided to attack the Bloodline Tower. In fact, their power is long enough, but the number is not large enough, but with the increase in the number of these years, it is barely enough, so he was sent out to investigate today to prepare for future attacks. After preparing, he sneaked into the Saya Mountains all the way, preparing to go to the core area of the Bloodline Tower to investigate, but on the way, he encountered a special situation. He only saw countless monsters converging towards one place in the Saya mountain range. At this time, he was surprised to find out how there were so many monsters in this mountain range. So he followed immediately, and before reaching the center, he saw all the monsters die suddenly, and then the soul fragments gathered towards the sky, like a dream. And looking at the soul crystallization made him feel dumbfounded. The quality is already infinitely close to that of the fourth ring, and it is definitely an extremely precious item. But when he got closer, he realized that an ordinary-looking man was approaching, so he became ruthless, ready to kill and steal. Hand over the soul crystal. Masood flew not far from Eli, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and at the same time, the aura of a half-step true spirit was fully exuded. Are you going to grab it? Eli asked knowingly. Nonsense, boy, this is not something you can have. Masood's skin gradually appeared a trace of scales, his right hand turned into a sharp claw, and his eyes turned into vertical pupils, looking at him coldly. Then come and get it. Eli looked at him with a smile on his face. Scorned. Masood looked at Eli's smile, his eyes became colder. Being wanted in the central continent received all kinds of cold looks, but no one dared to underestimate him when he came here. The blood flow in the body accelerated, and Masood's blood suddenly surged from the outside of his body, and it emerged from the skin, turning into a huge lizard behind him, wrapping him and then staring at Eli. In the next second, Masood flew across the sky like a bomb. His strong physical fitness made his speed almost invisible to the naked eye, and he could only see a terrifying red shadow rushing towards Eli, and the coercion of his blood drove the sound of hunting. Go to hell. Masood had a grin on his face, making no effort to hide his malice. Eli smiled and raised his hand. A shadow gradually gathered. The shadow dragon breathes. On the other side, at first he didn't take it seriously when he watched the shadow condense, but as the shadow condensed, Eli's power gradually appeared, and a feeling of fear that made him gradually entangled in his heart, like a shadow. Die. Wrapped in blood, Masood's eyes gradually widened. What the hell is this? Is this 3 rings? Advertisement. What the hell did he do? This is the true spirit. Messed up with the wrong person. My lord, spare me. Masood has never been so frightened like today, he shouted loudly, turned around and ran, and did not dare to think about the crystallization of the soul. This person in front of him is not the person he thought was the one who picked up the leak, this frankly is the maker of this tragedy. What the hell did he do? Immediately, the blood outside his body began to burn, and he was burning his own vitality so that he could run faster, but when he turned around, he saw only a shadow coming before his eyes. It's over. Masood cursed, and then was covered by black light. As a beam of light with a diameter of several meters swept across the space, he could only see the blood around him like bubbles, and his body, before he even reacted, had disappeared into the shadows. This is definitely true spirit. Before his death, Masood had the last word in his mind, it is impossible to have such a strong 3rd ring. Seeing the death of this half-step true spirit, Eli just waved his hand lightly. At the place where Masood died, a grey shadow gradually appeared, and then flew towards the sky, flying all the way into the soul crystal. Following this step, the soul crystallization also instantly became complete, bursting out with dazzling white light. After a few seconds, the white light also disappeared, and the shadows in the sky disappeared without a trace. But a translucent crystal is floating in the sky, exuding a soft light, and the breath is even more terrifying, reaching the level of the 4th ring. The penultimate step of promotion is completed. Eli flew over to grab the crystal, and couldn't hide the joy on his face. Soul crystals at the 4th ring level are almost ready now. So, after transforming the soul slaves on the ground into undead, Eli left here and returned to the Tower of Blood. It's almost mentally weak now. A valley. It used to be an abandoned wizard ruin, but since the arrival of the Wandering Alliance, it has become the core area of the power. And in this center, in a wizard tower, there was a sudden exclamation. What? Masood is dead. Guyudo looked at the warlock who sent him a letter in front of him with a confused expression. Yes, my lord, we have confirmed that the breath of Masood in the alliance has disappeared. A woman said to Geo in front of his eyes. How did you die? Geo frowned. He was a half-step true spirit level warlock and the current head of the Wandering Alliance. He was the one who sent Geo to investigate, but he died unexpectedly. Can anyone in the bloodline family kill him? He doesn't quite understand. Call the others. He thought for a while, and then said to the woman. Advertisement. Yes. The woman walked away arm in arm. Half a day later, dozens of people gathered in a conference room, among them were the 3-ring limit, and there were 6 people who were half-step true spirits, including Geo. At this time, everyone else looked at Geo. Geo looked calm, and then said, Masood is dead. What? Masood is dead? Didn't he go to investigate? How is it possible? Was it discovered by the Bloodline Tower, but how could they keep Masood? In the end what happened? Geo's words awakened everyone like a bomb, and they were a little surprised. I don't know what happened. But Masood seems to have disappeared near the Yasuo mountains. Geo tapped the table lightly to signal silence. But everyone didn't listen to him at all, and they continued to argue. Looking at this scene, Geo frowned. There is no way, they are all wanted criminals, and it is not easy to unite these people, but it is foolish to want them to be completely obedient, and this is also an important reason for their development. No way, just wait. After a while, the discussion ended, but there was still no answer. They really couldn't think of any powerful figures in the Tower of Bloodlines, after all, they had only come here not long ago. As for Herman, almost never heard of it. This is normal, even in the extraordinary world, if you haven't shown up for more than 100 years, how many people can remember you, let alone these outsiders? Seeing the quiet scene, Guyudo said again, this time, Masood's death will be counted as the worst case. This shows that there may be stronger characters in the Bloodline Tower than we expected. So our plan was temporarily suspended for a few years, and I happened to have a friend who belonged to an evil organization in the central continent and had 4 half-step true spirits who were going to join us. At that time, when they come, we will have 10.5 steps of true spirits. No matter how many cards the Bloodline Tower has, it will be useless. Blood bag. What, 4 half-step true spirits? That would be great. Really, I think we have enough people now, maybe Masood's death was just an accident. Some people are happy, some people are not happy. But this time, Geo did not intend to spoil them. A huge aura swept across the audience, and his eyes were cold. This matter is like this, who wants to object? What he can master here is not relying on lip service, but real strength. Seeing Geo like this, the others said nothing and agreed. Then wait for the arrival of the 4 half-step true spirits. They are not short of these years. Chapter 309 Breakthrough, Breakthrough. Chapter 309 Breakthrough, Breakthrough. The other side. After returning to the Tower of Blood, Eli explained to Alice again, and then started a new round of retreat. After that, the changes in the Sawyer Mountains were also noticed by many people. Everyone was shocked, but no one knew why so many monsters died here collectively. At first, many people wanted to investigate, but in the end there was no conclusion, and it was classified as a mystery. Advertisement. 4 years later. With the sound of the door opening, a wizard tower that hadn't been opened for several years opened. Eli stepped out. 4 years. The sun was shining on Eli's face, and Eli felt very comfortable. Originally, he estimated that he should be able to reach 470 points of spiritual power in 2 or 3 years, but when he reached 470 points, he found that this was not his limit, so he continued to meditate, and finally reached 472 spiritual power. Since then, his mental strength has been completely perfected, and he can no longer improve it a little bit. The next step is to break through the true spirit. In fact, Eli has really done a lot of preparation. Mental power is just the last gate, and now this gate has been opened, and there is only one way to break through, and there is no other choice. And the changes in his wizard tower were naturally noticed. After a while, Alice came over with someone. Master. Alice said respectfully, and the people behind her also bowed their heads respectfully. However, many of them did not know He-Man, only some of them knew Eli, and they were a little shocked, because except for some people, some of them hadn't seen Eli for nearly 200 years, and even thought that he might be dead. Master, why did you come out this time? Alice asked curiously. Eli glanced at the crowd, but did not answer, but instead asked, Are you ready for all the things I have asked you to collect over the years? Master, get ready. Alice said. These years, soul crystals and other things they have been collecting. Okay, then leave it all to me. Eli nodded, it is very convenient to have a power. Okay, Master, are you leaving? Alice asked. Yes, let's leave for a while. Eli nodded, and said again, By the way, you asked Nicholas to come over, this time he will go out with me too. Yes. Alice nodded. Unlike Vivica, who can easily ask some intimate questions, she is more like Eli's subordinate. Advertisement. H.B. Soon, dozens of space rings were sent over, and Nicholas also arrived late. My lord. Nicholas came to Eli and said respectfully. At this time, Nikolai's strength has not declined compared to before, and it is even stronger than before. But when the silver light flashed in Eli's eyes, he could only see black spots in Nikolai's soul, like rotten generally. Eli was taken aback. The undead naturally have a lifespan, but their lifespan is different from that of ordinary people. As long as they keep absorbing spiritual power, their strength will continue to rise, but this process cannot be stopped. Once it stops, then the soul body will start to corrupt. Nicholas, who is now at the limit of the 3rd ring, naturally has no shortage of ordinary souls, but it is hard to find ones of the same level, so Nicholas's state has not been very good these years. You don't look well. Eli said, looking at Nikolai. My lord can see it too, but it should last for decades. Nicholas sighed. As the level increased, it was indeed getting harder and harder for him. I don't know what my lord needs me to do. He changed the subject and asked. Breakthrough. At this time, Alice and the others had already left, and Eli didn't hide anything, and told him directly. What? Nicola's voice rose sharply, looking at Eli in surprise. Is it finally here? I need you to guard with High Della. Eli said again. Yes. Nicholas immediately said, if the Lord is strong, then maybe he can change his situation. Then let's go, this time, I chose the south as the location of the breakthrough. Okay. After all, the two understood the Tower of Blood, and then set off all the way south. 1 day later. The two came to the White Tower area, but they still didn't stay. Continue to go south until you reach the territory of the former Shadow Monitor Lizard Warlock Academy. That's right, this time Eli placed the promotion site in the most fringe area of the west coast, where external interference can be minimized. It's not that he doesn't want to go further south, even burn, but the concentration of elements there is too low for a breakthrough. My lord, where is the place you chose? Above the sky, Nicholas followed Eli and asked curiously. It's here. Suddenly, Eli, who was always in front, suddenly said, and the speed began to slow down slowly, flying towards the ground. Nicholas followed silently, and saw exactly where it was. Isn't this the Shadow Monitor Lizard Warlock camp? But it has been abandoned for a long time. Nicholas looked at the ground, and this is actually the place where Eli first came into contact with warlocks. Advertisement. That's right. At this time Eli has landed on the ground, and the former camp is in front of him. However, with the northward relocation of the White Tower, it has been completely abandoned at this time, with only dilapidated houses and a dirty and messy environment. Eli chose this place as a breakthrough location. Nicholas, go here and clean up. Eli ordered. Yes. Thousands of undead emerged from Nicholas' soul body, flew forward, and began to clean up the place for Eli. During this process, Eli hangs out here for a while. Emotion. Soon, this place was cleaned up, and Eli started to imprint the witch array in the center square, layer by layer, extremely complicated. This process lasted for half a month before Eli finally stopped. At this time, in the center of the entire town, there was a huge hexagram engraved on it, and a complex wizard formation was engraved in it. If an apprentice or even a ring of wizards took a look at it, they would feel dizzy. Apart from this, within a kilometer of the vicinity, there are all witch arrays. To be honest, the materials consumed in this step are no less valuable than soul crystals, because all the materials he uses are the best. After that, hundreds of thousands of soul crystals piled up on the ground, spreading around the hexagram like several hills, emitting waves of fluctuations. There are fourth order and potions. Eli then took out the 4-ringed soul crystal and put it on his chest, and then took out a bottle of orange potion, which was formulated with the Kamaros fruit sent by Jinji, and the effect was even better. When these preparations were over, Eli called for Nicholas. Nicholas, it's a few kilometers away, if anyone wants to come in, kill them. This time, Eli ordered directly. Yes. Nicholas nodded, he understood that this time it was really a success or failure, but with the talent of an adult, there is absolutely no problem. Watching Nicholas leave, Eli summoned tens of thousands of undead skeletons and ran around. The undead were in charge of the sky, and the skeletons were in charge of the ground and underground. Then the sea Della, who had not been summoned for a long time, was also summoned. Go, guard around here. Eli patted High Della's head. High Della rubbed against each other, and then left. The current him is enough to rival several half-step true spirits. Seeing that everything was done, Eli glanced at the sky, then sat in the center of the hexagram, closed his eyes, and meditated over and over again. He needs to let his spirit and soul, and even his blood reach the peak state. Half a month later. With a deep breath, Eli closed his eyes. In the eyes, there is only firmness. Time to break through. Chapter 310 True Spirit, True Spirit. 5K. Chapter 310 True Spirit, True Spirit. 5K. Call. Eli took a deep breath, letting go of his mental power like sea waves, and the surrounding air gradually rippled layer after layer, a terrifying suppressive force rippling. At the same time, the six-pointed star witch formation under him started to light up from the core, and spread rapidly towards the periphery, bursting out with dazzling light, directly covering Eli in it. At this time, Eli closed his eyes, feeling his body. Advertisement. Between the sea of consciousness. The mental power like the ocean began to riot, like waves, beating Eli's mental power layer by layer, and during this process, Eli's spiritual power was also solidified little by little. Sea Tides Meditation. The intermediate level meditation method that Eli obtained from Byrne's secret realm was much more effective than ordinary meditation methods. Even after so many years, Eli found a lot of meditation methods, but none of them were as good as this one. And at this time, it also plays its role. Waves of mental power are like ocean waves, constantly compressing Eli's mental power, and the power of the witch formation assists Eli to better control his mental power. Rush. Eli is determined. There is no medicine for regret in breaking through the true spirit, there is only progress. Not enough, not enough. The mental power in the body was compressed slowly, and the pressure was not enough, so Eli made a decision immediately. In the next second, the wave of mental power instantly became bigger and rumbled, as if there was really a wave blowing between Eli's spiritual power ocean, and the process was also infinitely accelerated. The ocean of spiritual power gradually turned into a big river, and then from a big river to a lake. But when it reaches a certain limit, it can't shrink anymore. At this time, outside, the huge witch formation spread over 1 kilometer around Eli instantly activated, and the activated light even illuminated a radius of dozens of miles, as if a big sun had fallen on the ground. At the same time, the witch formation drives the elements, and the elements dozens of kilometers away are gradually gathered towards Eli. Above the sky, countless elements seem to turn into entities, blocking the sun, like the end of the world. The great day is below, and the end is above. With the activation of this witch formation, Eli's mental power continued to compress. At this moment, I don't know how many people have seen this scene. Although this place is very remote, the movement and scope are still too large. Looking closely at the scene that obscured the sky and the sun in the distance, everyone showed horror. What is that? Doomsday natural disaster. Oh my god! Ordinary people saw this scene, some knelt on the ground immediately, and some ran back home to hide. This terrifying scene really made many people feel frightened, but there were also some warlocks who gathered here. They thought it was so precious. But something. As expected of an adult, the movement of each breakthrough is not small. Nicholas looked at the vision and said with emotion. He had seen the scene where the true spirit broke through, but it was not as terrifying as it is now, but it seems reasonable to think that the third ring is so scary. It is conceivable that even if you get to the true spirit, the adult is probably a powerful existence. When the adult breaks through, maybe a little leftovers will be enough to keep him going. At this time, he also felt that warlocks had begun to gather towards this side in the distance, and there was even a warlock who was only a few kilometers away, looking towards this side. Nicholas' eyes turned cold, and the undead roared behind him, and then rushed over. My lord breaks through, how can I let this group of miscellaneous fish interfere? But a figure was faster and flew out from beside him, it was Della. Ha ha ha. Nicholas laughed. The undead erupted, and the coming warlock looked at this scene with a frightened face, and was about to turn around and run, but there was no way he could run, a snake head had arrived and swallowed him in one gulp. Then Della lifted the snake's head, swung its huge body of nearly 100 meters, and looked around, with murderous intent in 3 pairs of eyes. The owner told him that no one was allowed to approach. The other side. Eli's mental power is still being compressed, and in just 1 hour, the lake of mental power in Eli's mind has disappeared, and there is only a collection of basketball mental power, but it seems to have stopped shrinking again. The limit has been reached again. But Eli didn't panic, it was totally expected. Next second. Beside Eli, millions of soul crystals began to burn, and pale flames flew towards Eli, pouring into Eli's body, burning his spiritual power. From the outside, it looks like the water in the ocean poured into a bottle, but at this time the water is the soul flame, and Eli is the bottle. With the assistance of the soul flame, Eli suddenly felt that his spiritual power began to be compressed, the spiritual power began to gather, and the impurities in the spiritual power were also burning rapidly, which made the spiritual power more pure. But even if it was millions of soul crystals, it was only reduced to the size of a football. At this time, the soul crystals at the 4-ring level in front of Eli also exploded instantly, and a more powerful flame poured into it. At this moment, Eli's mental power burned rapidly again. In the blink of an eye, his mental strength is only the size of a ping-pong ball. Aware of this situation, Eli did not relax, knowing that the next step would be difficult. That is, in the ultimate compression, in the spiritual power, a true spirit is born. Come on. Eli took a deep breath, and silver light bloomed in his eyes. In the consciousness, the spiritual power is rapidly shrinking, getting smaller and smaller, and an inexplicable power is gradually brewing, which is a power higher than the spiritual power. Still, that pressure doesn't seem to be enough. Come again. Come again. Eli let out a low growl, and the silver eyes burst into dazzling light again. Besides the 3-layer silver ring, the 4th silver ring gradually appeared. At this time, the silver eye was promoted to the 4th ring. The advanced silver eye is stronger than the 3rd ring, but it only takes a blink of an eye, and the mental power can almost only see a small spot. The silver eye has accelerated this process. This is also normal. Eli has a strong accumulation and is well prepared. He also has silver eyes. If he can't reach this level, it will be ridiculous. With the extreme compression of mental power, that inexplicable power became clearer and clearer in Eli's heart. Time passed little by little, and the illusory mental power gradually changed. A trace of translucent power gradually appeared in the spiritual power. Eli felt that power, it was only a trace, but it was probably stronger than the spiritual power of dozens of units, and its essence was higher than spiritual power. He understood that it was the power of the true spirit. And with the birth of this touch of spiritual power, he understood. This time the promotion has been successful, and the next step is to wait for it to take shape. Advertisement. It can be said that as long as the follow-up changes are completed, he will be a true wizard. Even Eli felt extremely excited at the moment. But suddenly, in Eli's peripheral vision, a dazzling light suddenly burst out. Eli froze for a moment, then looked back consciously. In the illusory spiritual world, that white beam of light that pierces through time is blooming with dazzling light, emitting a grand and distant breath of time. Meanwhile, Eli finds out. His own blood began to condense. In the blink of an eye, the blood in the blood vessels began to jump like a violent elf, and the power of the blood in it jumped up and down and began to condense. This scene is very similar to the process of a wizard's promotion. Wrong. Eli's eyes widened. This is the process that warlocks only go through when they advance to the next level. He's about to advance again. Although I don't quite understand how such a thing happened, but before Eli was promoted, he felt that something unexpected might happen, so the current accident is not particularly unexpected. It can only be said that it was an unexpected accident. They come, the security. Outside, Eli opened his eyes, immediately took out the unused Kamaro's potion, opened it, took it directly, and let the orange-red potion enter Eli's body. With the dispensing of the potion, the blood riot was obviously reduced a lot, and the blood began to slowly condense. Although the accumulation of Eli's warlocks is a little weaker, it is still not known how much stronger than warlocks of the same level, so this step is still much smoother. However, due to the lack of many benefits in this step, it took Eli a lot of time. Finally, Eli heaved a sigh of relief as a blood-red power was born in the blood. This is the source of the blood belonging to the warlock. But the next moment, Eli was not calm again. The moment the source of the bloodline appeared, the source of the bloodline and the power of the true spirit seemed to be attracted. In the blink of an eye, the power of the bloodline rushed into the consciousness space, and then the two began to merge. This feeling was inexplicably familiar to Eli. After a while, he understood, this is not what happened when he advanced to the third ring, the fusion of blood and spiritual power, and the same thing happened in the process of advancing to the true spirit. Eli also Buddha. Let him be free, anyway, his road to promotion is over, and the next step is just a follow-up. And with the fusion of the Tower of Blood and the power of the true spirit, a power between the two was born again, but Eli could feel that this power was still dominated by the power of the true spirit, supplemented by the main force of the blood. And as the fusion of the two ended, the white light beam that had been blooming also stopped. Before it resumed again, it seemed that it hadn't moved a bit. Eli was also curious about what it was and what its purpose was. We can only wait until after the promotion. It is a wonderful process to be promoted to the true spirit. The breakthrough in the first half can only be said to be the beginning, and the changes in the second half are the real essence. In Eli's mind, he feels that he has something more. That is, every wizard can get it when he advances. The body of the true spirit or the body of the true spirit. It took another full day for Eli to realize this change, and at the same time, an inexplicable aura gradually emanated from Eli's body, which was the essential aura belonging to the true spirit. One day later, Eli opened his eyes again, and let out a long breath. Finally made it through. At this time, the cloud of elements in the sky has reached tens of miles, while on the ground, there are broken soul crystals, like crystals in the same place, sparkling. But the mental strength is a little weak now. Eli stood up, stretched his body, and looked at the elements in the sky. The next second, the elements all over the sky seemed to be attracted, rushing towards Eli, quickly replenishing Eli's strength. And Eli's body is like a black hole, absorbing it unscrupulously, and his blood vessels, including his mental power, are recovering at an astonishing speed. And it wasn't until a ray of sunlight hit his face that he realized that the elements had been swallowed up by him, so he stopped. At this time, his strength had reached its peak. It's over. Eli stretched his body and made a clicking sound. At this time, although he didn't seem to have changed much, the essence had already changed. Is it true? Eli felt the power in his body, which was dozens of times stronger than before the breakthrough. At this time, he also understood how big the gap between the fourth ring and the third ring was. This is completely heaven and earth. But this needs a place to check it out. There's nothing here for him to fix. Of course, he had to get out of here first. Eli has already sensed that there are thousands of warlocks gathered in a radius of several hundred miles. The central part is too late, but most of the people in the south are probably here. After all, there are not many people in the south. It seems that he caused a lot of commotion. And at this moment, Hydella and Nicola are confronting a group of people. At this time, outside the abandoned warlock camp, Nicholas calmly looked at the dozens of three rings and thousands of witchcraft in front of him. Are you going to let us pass? The leader was a warlock with a long face and a high nose, looking at Nicholas with a gloomy expression, but there was a trace of fear in his eyes. The abnormal situation here has been maintained for more than a day. They originally planned to come here to pick up the leak, but they were stopped by an undead and a group of skeletons. Even everyone was very afraid. After all, they were not in the same group. No, no one can go in here today. Nicholas shook his head. Nicola is in charge of the outer area, and Hydella is in charge of the inner town. Hateful. Boss, or let's force our way in. That is. Next to the warlock, several warlocks said to him. The leading warlock was hesitant, because the group of undead and skeletons in front of him was really not easy to mess with. But suddenly, he looked up, and the original dark cloud of elements began to gather towards the town. In the blink of an eye, the cloud of elements covering tens of kilometers disappeared. Damn it, it's done. The leading warlock gritted his teeth, realizing that something must have changed inside. It's over. And watching the elements in the sky disappear, Nicholas was relieved. He knew that this kind of element was originally used to make up for the strength of the advanced true spirit. It seems that the adults have already advanced to the true spirit, so these people don't care. Advertisement. If he was not afraid of disturbing adults, he would have done it long ago. For a moment, the eyes of both parties changed. But when Nicholas was about to start, he suddenly felt something resting on his shoulders. He turned his head to look, and his eyes were immediately pleasantly surprised. "My lord." "Yet." Eli nodded. And the people on the opposite side were also stunned. They didn't even perceive anything, and this person suddenly appeared, which made them feel uneasy. "Who are you?" The leading warlock looked at Eli and asked cautiously. But Eli didn't seem to pay attention to his plan, and said to Nicholas on the side, "The breakthrough is over, put away the undead, it's time to go." "Yes." Nicholas nodded, looked at the people in front of him again, and asked, "What about these people, my lord? How to solve it? Do you need to kill them?" "No need." The corner of Eli's mouth twitched. "In your heart, do I like killing people so much? However, some people who join in the fun are malicious, and they haven't done anything yet." "Yes." Nicholas understood. Immediately, the undead behind him flew towards him. As for the skeletons on the ground, they were hidden in the shadows and gradually disappeared. Seeing that the two were about to leave, many warlocks were also in a hurry. "Did you put us in your eyes and leave as soon as you say? Did you go inside? What's inside? Don't go." The warlocks stared, but in the next second, Eli turned his head and looked at everyone. With just one glance, everyone felt their hands and feet were cold, and at the same time, an aura erupted from Eli. This aura was like a mountain, covering the sky and the sun, and the terrifying aura made everyone's eyes widen, as if they were facing some terrifying existence. The apprentice in the first ring fell into a coma, the second ring managed to stay awake but couldn't lift a finger, the third ring fell from the sky towards the ground, and fell straight down. They all looked at Eli with horrified faces. What exactly is this? Just relying on the suppression of biological instincts made them almost unable to move. What exactly is this? The leading warlock is actually a wandering third ring limit, and he only has one thought in his mind at this moment. True spirit. True spirit. Is this absolutely true spirit? If it is a half-step true spirit, it is absolutely impossible to suppress them like this. This is already a two-dimensional creature. Then the change just now is probably not a treasure, but a true spirit advancing. Many warlocks trembled, knowing that they had offended someone they shouldn't have. But fortunately, that person didn't intend to continue killing them, but just turned his head and flew towards the distance with that true spirit. It was only after Eli flew away that the three rings stood up. They could barely get up just now, but lying on the ground felt a little safer. "Boss, what is that?" A younger brother came to the peak warlock of the third ring and asked. "True spirit." He took a deep breath before uttering these words. Although the other warlocks had guessed something, they still showed shock. No one thought that in the southern part of the west coast, the most resource-poor area, they could meet such a character. It was outrageous to open the door to outrageous to come home. True spirit? Can trademark true spirit be so arrogant? It's because he didn't face me in front of me, otherwise I have to let him know how good I am. A warlock in the late stage of the third ring cursed. He hit his head on the ground just now, and he was extremely embarrassed. "Bell, don't talk about it, be careful that the true spirit can perceive it." The warlock with the limit of 3 rings frowned and said. He didn't know what the true spirits were capable of, but if they were really heard, maybe they would be finished. "Humph, how far have you flown?" The warlock was an old man, and said disdainfully, and the voice was even louder. "There is something that will kill me in a second. Everyone stay away from this warlock is a bit brainless." "Bell, stop talking." The warlock at the peak of the third ring still advised. "Humph, I'm going to scold you, damn." Everyone looked at the warlock, and suddenly they felt the energy change. A black light descended suddenly, and the warlock instantly turned into smoke and dust, and even a large pit of tens of meters appeared on the ground. Everyone was stunned and looked up. In the sky, a 3-headed giant snake spewed out a shadow, and then flew towards the distance. "What is this?" A group of people immediately lowered their heads and fell down. Could this be another true spirit? It wasn't until 10 minutes later that everyone got up. Many warlocks looked at the big pit, and they could only rejoice. Fortunately, they did not scold. Could it be that the sky is going to change again? The warlock at the limit of the third ring looked at the sky and sighed. A true spirit is enough to completely change this land. The other side. Eli, who was flying in the sky with Nicholas, frowned suddenly. He always felt like he had forgotten something. Looking back, the sea Della in the distance was flying towards this side, and Eli remembered that he forgot to call the sea Della. "Hold on." After a while, High Della came to Eli's side. Her small eyes seemed to be wronged. Eli smiled and patted High Della's head. "Hey, what, you killed someone? I know from High Della that it killed a person who insulted him just now." Eli laughed. "Time to go." High Della narrowed down to Eli's shoulder, and then one person, one undead, and one synthetic beast set off to the north and returned to the area of the Bloodline Tower. Chapter 311 Taking stock of the situation, Fishing Law Enforcement. Chapter 311 Taking stock of the situation, Fishing Law Enforcement. Soon, Eli quietly returned to the Tower of Blood. And his return was not even noticed. It wasn't until Alice knew what happened in the south of the west coast, as well as the undead and the huge three-headed snake described by those people, that Alice came to look for him. Master, is that person you? Alice asked a little confused. Advertisement. Yes. Eli nodded. Based on the figures of Nicholas and Hydella, it can be judged that it is not particularly difficult for him to understand Eli, but Eli still hopes to hide it as much as possible. After all, no one knows, and a real spirit may pop up somewhere. He has to be careful. Okay, Master. Alice nodded respectfully, but her mouth squirmed, as if she wanted to ask something else. I've broken through that level, keep it secret. Eli naturally understood what Alice wanted to ask, and didn't hide it. Alice's eyes widened upon hearing Eli's reply. After being stunned for a few seconds, he said in a panic, Okay, Master, I won't let it out. Master really broke through the true spirit. This news is too shocking. Even until Alice left, her head felt dizzy. Eli shook his head. For him, realizing and mastering his own changes is the most important thing at present. A month passed in the blink of an eye. This month, Eli finally did some thinking on all aspects of himself. First of all, in terms of combat power, it may be very easy for him to face hundreds of 3 rings now, but if he uses the real spirit body or the blood body, it will be even easier. Speaking of which, Eli only discovered this month. He seems to have the ability of both a warlock and a wizard, the body of a true spirit and the ability to transform into a shadow dragon, which is of course a little different from the normal form. This may have to be fought to have a chance to test it. Secondly, his silver eyes have also advanced to the 4th ring level, and now he has better control over illusion and mental power, and can even permanently change the memory of some people, and even implant memory. It's scary, and Eli doesn't want to use it much. In the end, he discovered that with the change of the mysterious beam of light that day, he seemed to be vaguely aware of something brewing in the beam of light, as if it was some kind of power. Eli doesn't quite get it, but he thinks it should be a good thing. In fact, there is nothing else. The promotion to the true spirit is more of an essential change, and it does not affect Eli's other aspects. After all, how can the level of knowledge increase with the promotion? Those are his own efforts. But in fact, he still has a lot of problems. That is, although he got the promotion method from Jinji, but there is no other information. At this time, he is relatively lacking in witchcraft and methods at the level of true spirits, especially witchcraft at the level of true spirits. Advertisement. But this really can't be helped. The witchcraft at the level of true spirits is incomparable to those before the 3rd ring, and the number may be reduced by hundreds or thousands of times, but every witchcraft is not simple, and some true spirits may only have a few, and more rely on the true spirit's fight with your body and your own means. There is a way. That is to go to the central continent. There must be a lot of resources. But how is it possible for Eli to leave? He has just been promoted, and he is ready to improve himself to the point where he can't be promoted before he can leave here, and it will take a long, long time. He is currently a star wizard, and he is still too weak. After the true spirit, that is, the 4th ring, it is actually divided into 3 stages. Stars, moons and suns. Note that this is not 4 rings, 5 rings, and 6 rings, but a division of 4 rings, and each stage is divided into 3 subsections. The first stage is divided into MSI, Kungsing, and Nebula. Currently he is in MSI stage. The standard of this stage is that the power of the true spirit blooms faintly like a tiny star, and when it can spread to dozens of units, shining like stars, is the next stage. But Eli estimates that this time may take a long time. He didn't know how long it would take. But he doesn't care, just take it easy, anyway, even if he gets old forever, he won't panic at all, as long as no one comes to FK him, safety comes first. It's still too weak, let's develop it in Xidalu. Eli thinks that there must be many strong people in the central continent, so what did he do in the past and rise again? It's better to grow up here. Again. Time is on his side. Of course, the principle must be adhered to, and it is not easy to fight at the same level. But I still need an actual battle, otherwise it will be difficult for me to estimate my own strength. Eli frowned. After all, relying solely on the strength of perception is not so reliable. It would be much better if there is a standard object, but there are not many people on the west coast that he can detect. The hourglass of time counts as one, they have people at the level of real spirits, and Eli has known this for a long time, but how could he rush into the territory of a real spirit, even if he is already asleep, even if he has been injured? As long as there is a 1% chance that the opponent cannot be defeated, the consequences may be serious. One misstep becomes eternal hatred. His mistake may be ruthless for hundreds of millions of years, and it is not worthwhile. He even used dice during this period. Although he had a winning rate of 15 or 6, he still felt that it was too dangerous. It was just a test, not necessary. Then there is only one wandering league left. This force is an invading force from outside, which not only damages the development and maintenance of the bloodline tower, but also has basically all evil people and not many good people. The most important thing is that the influence is also very strong. There are many half-step true spirits. As a touchstone, it is suitable. The only bad thing is that they have been quite honest recently. Eli is also a little embarrassed to kill them directly, which is a bit unreasonable. I'm still too kind. Eli sighed a long time. Advertisement. But judging from their development model, sooner or later they will invade the bloodline tower, and it will not be too late to do so at that time, and he can just get acquainted with his methods. This wave is called fishing law enforcement. And he was sure the fish would take the bait. Really? 1 year later. Alice came to report the latest situation to Eli. In the room, Eli sat behind the table, while Alice stood and reported. Master, half a month ago, some suspicious warlocks appeared within the range of the bloodline tower. We suspected it was the home of the Wanderers. In the end, we caught several spies, and they really belonged to the Wandering Alliance. They are going to attack us. 10 days ago, they sent several teams to invade the bloodline tower from multiple angles. It seems to be a test, led by 3 half-step true spirits. But that's all. The bloodline tower lost several resource points within a week, and several third-ring warlocks died, which caused us some trouble. After the report, Alice was also preparing to leave. Because she used to come back to report to Eli every other year or when major events happened, but Eli didn't respond and just let her arrange it by herself. There shouldn't be any changes this time. But this time. After she finished her report, he only saw the bright light in the master's eyes, and he slapped the table heavily with his hand, and said angrily with a loud bang. A small wandering force dares to be so bold and give them face. I must teach them a lesson. Alice was dumbfounded. Seeing Eli's huge reaction, Alice was stunned. Master, you were not like this before. For a moment, Alice thought that their bloodline tower had reached the end of its rope, and was beaten to the final stage of the core area by the Wandering Alliance. My lord, it's not enough. Alice asked. As for, it must be as for, they are too arrogant, I will do it myself this time. Eli shook his head, as if he was really angry. Alice was still a little dazed at first, but when she heard that Eli was going to do it herself, she felt a burst of joy in her heart. Others didn't know, but she knew that the master had already advanced to the true spirit, and it shouldn't be a big problem to destroy the homeless family. She also understood that this time, the master probably wanted to make a move a long time ago. I don't know how they provoked the master. But it doesn't matter anymore, she just wants to know. As the ancestor of the true spirit, can he destroy the wandering family with at least 6 half-step true spirits, and if so, how much time will it take? And she was also very curious about how strong the true spirit was. It seems that this time I can feel it. Chapter 312 Instant Kill Half-Step True Spirit, Kill an Advance Army First, 4K. Chapter 312 Instant Kill Half-Step True Spirit, Kill an Advance Army First, 4K. The sun was shining and there was no cloud in the sky. The day after Eli heard the news, Alice sent all the high-level information about the Wandering Alliance, but Eli just glanced at it. Joke. Although he was very cautious, there was no need to take a close look at everything. Advertisement. Then when is Master going to make a move? Alice asked. The weather is fine today. It's a good day to kill people. Eli just glanced at the sky, stretched his body, and looked relaxed. Alice looked surprised. Then Master, do you need us to send someone to help? Alice asked. Auxiliary. Eli shook his head and said, you let your people leave the enemy area, I don't know who is ours. Yes, I'll arrange it now. Alice also understood. The movement of the real spirit's attack must be very loud. If it is within the range, it may be killed by the aftermath. If the death is unclear, that would be too bad luck. After speaking, Alice immediately left the room. Eli took out a recliner, basking in the sun, relaxed and comfortable. Half a day later. Master, all have been evacuated. Alice Hui reported. Okay. Eli stood up on the recliner and nodded. The window opened with the sound of the wind, and in Alice's sight, Eli turned into a streak of blood, and instantly got up and left from the window. At that speed, Alice hadn't seen Eli's figure clearly, and he had disappeared from her sight. The only evidence that he was out the window was that the open window was swinging rapidly. Alice silently closed the window and left. It depends on the master. At this time, in a forest not far from the front-line battlefield, hundreds of people lined up to form a dragon, and the noise was mixed together, moving towards the direction of the bloodline tower. What do you think Master Alice is thinking? Let us evacuate at this time, is she crazy? That's right, there's something wrong, she's much worse than Master Viveka Tower. Hey, retreating at this time, what is the difference between this and sending resources out directly? Isn't this a betrayal of the bloodline tower? The warlocks talked a lot, with dissatisfaction on their faces. Hey, the more you think about it, the more angry you get. How can you give up? Some warlocks loyal to the bloodline tower are even more unhappy. Some of them have witnessed the glory of the bloodline tower in the past, and are very dissatisfied with the current retreat. Hey, what's that? Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky and asked. Everyone looked towards the sky, and on the distant sky, bloody spots appeared, flying towards them. And as it got closer, the blood became bigger and bigger, like a shooting star, and finally passed them, so fast that they didn't even see what was inside. Everyone fell silent. It took a few seconds before someone said, "What the hell is that?" "Do not know." Everyone frowned, and the direction of bloody was exactly where their front line was. But there are only people from the Wandering Alliance there at the moment, and the risk factor is full. What is it? Some people are puzzled, but some people are going to touch it and have a look. After being promoted to the 4th ring, Eli's own speed has been accelerated, and he can also burn more power with the secret method of burning blood, which makes his speed even more terrifying. In just 10 minutes, he had already reached the front lines of the two sides. It's here. In the sky, Eli didn't hide his position and looked towards the ground. Here is a plain, and at this time, there are thousands of warlocks stationed on the plain, and behind them are dozens of tents, which should be high-level members of the Wandering Alliance, and there are several half-step true spirits inside. After a brief observation, even Eli has to admit that the average level of these people is higher than that of the Bloodline Tower, and they are indeed wanderers from the central continent. Let's begin then. Eli didn't care, and his mental power was like waves. Above the ground, countless shadows began to drill out. Starting from the edge of the battlefield, a huge shadow rose slowly like a high wall separating the world. He wants to ring up and beat the dog. And this sudden change was also noticed by many people, shouting loudly one by one. Before long, thousands of warlocks were awakened, and they also saw Eli in the sky. No one knew who he was, but the shadowy walls around him were even more frightening. Looking at the shadow like flowing water, many warlocks looked confused, and their first reaction was to run first. Advertisement. But a 3-ring warlock punched Shadow Jiao, but the shadow only squirmed twice, the shadow spread out like ripples, and then there was no more movement. Even above the sky, the surrounding high shadow walls continued to extend, and shadow threads appeared, covering the high sky. For a while, the area with a radius of several kilometers instantly turned into a birdcage. What exactly is this? My god, even the 3rd ring cannot be broken, this is at least a half-step true spirit. The ground warlocks panicked, and what made them even more frightened was that as the shadows on the ground were built, more shadows began to spread towards the inside. Among them, a 1-ring warlock was accidentally swallowed by the shadow in an instant. It's not good. The warlocks panicked, but there were others who tried to stay calm. What are you panicking about? We still have 3 adults who are half-step true spirits. A 3-ring warlock shouted loudly. Others also settled down a little. At this time, the people in the center tent obviously noticed the change. 3 figures rose from behind and flew towards Eli in the sky. 2 men and 1 woman, one of the men is wearing a black warlock robe, the other is wearing a grey warlock robe, the woman is wearing hot clothes, with patterns all over her body, and the aura of the 3 of them has reached the level of a half-step true spirit. Who are you? The woman spoke first, with a serious face. The other 2 also became bloody in an instant, because they couldn't see through the person in front of them, and couldn't see through his power at all. But Eli didn't seem to answer what they meant, but just looked at the ground. On the ground, shadows flowed, rolling up layer after layer of high waves like ocean waves, constantly devouring warlocks one after another. Warlocks caught in the shadows, some stretched out their hands, some cried out for help, and some clung to things around them like straws. But without exception, despair was written on everyone's face. These shadows are too strong, and ordinary warlocks can't resist them at all. Even those powerful warlocks with 3 rings can only scurry around, trying not to let the shadows touch them. As for flying, there is no doubt that Eli is a terrible person, and no one wants to face him. They are waiting for the half-step true spirit adults to deal with the sudden appearance of the warlock. Seeing that Eli ignored her completely, the sorceress's face was stained with anger, and the blood in her hand was gradually activated, and a woman with a snake's tail appeared in the sky. Go to hell. She made a sound and approached Eli, the storm condensed all over her body, expanding to a range of tens of meters in the blink of an eye, tearing apart everything around her like a natural disaster. Eli's eyes were calm, and he gently raised his hand, a wind blade slowly condensed between his fingers, thread by thread. Seeing the weak wind element, both the sorceress and the other 2 half-step true spirits laughed. Compared with the sorceress' massive attack, it was undoubtedly too weak. My lord has made a move, he is dead. It's finally over, damn it, this damned shadow. On the ground, the warlocks showed joyful expressions and looked at the sky. But in the next second, everyone's eyes were blank. The wind blade in Eli's hand flew towards the sorceress, getting bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye, it became nearly 100 feet in size, as if cutting the world apart. When she got close to the sorceress was wrapped in a storm, looking at the huge wind blade of 100 meters in front of her, as if she was about to destroy the world. She fell silent. Do not. The sorceress' eyes widened, and she was about to turn around and leave immediately. She already understood that she was not an opponent. But the wind blade has arrived, and under the hundreds of meters of wind blade, her storm is as fragile as a baby. With a light stroke, she disappears instantly, while she has turned into a hair in the wind blade. Powder. The wind blade didn't stop after passing by him, but flew straight towards the ground. The warlocks who were still alive were stunned, feeling the harsh storm, and frantically dodged around. Boom. Finally, the wind blade still fell, and directly carved a crack of hundreds of meters or tens of meters on the ground, and the flying heavy soil also covered the entire area, and in the process, hundreds of people only came into contact with the aftermath, is already dead. This is. When the smoke dissipated, everyone looked at the cracks on the ground. Hiss, is this the third ring? This is too scary. While dodging the shadows, the warlocks looked at Eli in the sky with fear in their eyes. They didn't expect that a half-step true spirit would be easily killed by him, as if he didn't use any force. Seeing the death of the sorceress, the other two sorcerers were also shocked. One of the warlocks even opened his mouth wide, pointed at Eli, trembling all over his body, and said, "It's true, true spirit. True spirit. This word seems to have some kind of magic power." The other warlock also froze. No way. Is it a lie? How can there be a real spirit here? The corner of his mouth twitched. The bloodline tower actually has a true spirit, no wonder the strength is generally on the west coast. This is not scientific. Advertisement. The shock prevented Warlock from closing his mouth, but then he realized another problem. Can he get out of here alive? The other Warlock also turned his head, and the two looked at each other. At the same time, the two made kneeling postures in the air. "My lord, please forgive me, we really didn't mean it. If we knew that the lord belonged to the bloodline tower, we would never have done it. They understand that this is the only hope of survival. Next time." But Eli shook his head. Although this time was a test of strength, he didn't intend to hold back. He waved his hand casually, and the two wind blades condensed again. Looking at the wind blade, the two warlocks were desperate, their whole body's blood was aroused, and the blood around them was entwined like a titan, trying to block these two attacks. But the wind blade passed by, like a breeze smoothing everything, the blood was shattered in the blink of an eye, and the two were instantly torn into countless flesh and blood by the storm, and disappeared with the wind. Watching this scene, the throats of the warlocks on the ground moved slightly. They are completely desperate. How can the three half-step real spirit adults not carry it for a minute? Some people directly chose to give up resistance and let the shadow swallow them, others also resisted, but it was meaningless, and Eli stretched out his hand. The surrounding high shadow walls instantly collapsed inward. A wave of shadows hundreds of meters high swept towards the interior, and countless warlocks struggled. A few seconds later, the shadow gradually disappeared, but all the warlocks had also disappeared, and even the houses and tents were corroded in the shadow, leaving only the ground riddled with holes and a huge crack. And watching everything disappear, Eli remained calm. Almost an intuitive feeling. Eli calculated. For him, it is not difficult to test other powers using this witchcraft as a standard amount, so he only made one move, and then deduced the specific strength based on the power of this move and the mental power used. Really strong. He also really understood the gap. Totally heaven and earth. The next step is to test the real spirit body or bloodline body. There is also a Wandering Alliance headquarters, let's use it as a testing place. Thinking of this, Eli looked further away, as if he had really seen there through space. Set off. Eli chuckled lightly, the blood around his body entwined, and he moved in the intended direction. Daily Krypton life on the road. And a few seconds after Eli left, the warlock from the bloodline tower who came here to check before finally came here. They pushed through the thick undergrowth and out of the jungle. This. But when they saw the picture in front of them, they were all shocked. On the battlefield in front of me, there are no people anywhere, some are just a mess, and the ground is also scorched black, as if some kind of devastation has been encountered here. As for the thousands of warlocks and half-step true spirits in the Wandering Alliance, they have long since disappeared without a trace. This is what happened. A sorcerer walked into the land. Dirty. When he looked down, the boots he was wearing actually started to melt, as if corroded. Seeing this scene, he immediately stepped back, but in just a few seconds, he could already see his feet. Everyone else was shocked too. The warlock is not wearing ordinary boots, but a first-grade witchcraft, but just the leftovers on the ground can damage a witchcraft. The source of the blood is above, what happened here? A warlock trembled. At this moment, he already understood that it was probably not those people who left and died. It's just that they are a little late, and all of them are dead. Who is in that bloody light? A warlock's throat moved and he made a sound. The way blood light moves, I seem to have seen it in the records of the previous Bloodline Tower War. Suddenly a warlock exclaimed. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused. The warlock pursed his lips and said, if I remember correctly. In the Tower of Bloodlines, the person who has this method should be the teacher of the previous Tower Master, Viveka, He-Man. The last time he showed up seemed to be 200 years ago. Herman. Many warlocks fell silent, and some of the new generation of warlocks had never heard of this name. However, it is foreseeable that this name will be known to the world again. Chapter 313 True Spirit Body, Mushroom Cloud. Chapter 313 True Spirit Body, Mushroom Cloud. The sun is high. The bright sunlight shines on the ground, providing an energy source for all things, and in the sky, a bloody light streaks across the sky at an extremely fast speed, like lightning. Amidst the blood, Eli's eyes were calm. His direction is very clear, which is the valley where the Wandering Alliance is located. Advertisement. Eli's speed was at least several times faster than before. A few hours later, continuous mountains appeared on the edge of his vision, and a valley also entered his sight. That's where it is. Eli's eyes lit up. The valley is located at the corner of the mountain range, and it looks quite large. Eli can feel the aura of a warlock from inside. This should be the headquarters of the Wandering Alliance he was looking for. Seeing the destination, the blood light around Eli gradually disappeared, and the height of his body rose again, until he reached an altitude of several thousand meters before continuing to set off. This altitude is already very high, and Eli has almost touched the cloud with his hand. A few minutes later, he came to the top of the valley. Silver light shone in his eyes as he looked towards the valley. The breath of life gradually appeared in Eli's eyes. The number was not as many as imagined, only a few hundred, but the quality was extremely high. The third ring occupied most of them, and there were 7.5 steps of true spirits. 7 half-step true spirits. Eli was a little puzzled. If he remembers correctly, there should be only 6 half-step true spirits in the Wandering Alliance, and he killed 3 of them just now, and there are still 7 here, which is not the right number. What? Suddenly, Eli realized something was wrong. He found a small black dot beside the valley. When he looked carefully, it turned out to be a small airship. It looked a bit vicissitudes on the outside, as if it had experienced something. Seeing this airship, Eli suddenly realized. It should be a wanted criminal from the central continent again. Eli smiled slowly on his face, since he's here, don't leave. And judging by the appearance of the airship, it should not be long. A bit unlucky. Just happened to meet him. The valley is also suitable for my experiments, without damaging the surrounding environment too much. Eli did not forget that his purpose was to test the new method of the true spirit. Start. Eli's eyes gradually calmed down, and the mental power in his eyes was rolling like ocean waves. Eli took a deep breath, and the true spirit erupted instantly. A strange atmosphere spread in Eli. Behind Eli, a huge body emerged from Eli's body. It was the unique method of the true spirit of the wizard system, the true spirit body. A huge illusory body emerged from behind Eli, rapidly inflated like a balloon, and expanded to a height of almost 100 meters in the blink of an eye, standing quietly behind Eli. The appearance of the true spirit body is the same as Eli's original appearance, but except for the extremely bright eyes, other parts are composed of special true spirit power and elements. And what's interesting is that on the back of this real spirit body, there is a tattoo-like pattern of a shadow dragon. The huge dragon head is hideous and terrifying, and the spread wings even extend to the shoulders. Be a little social. Eli narrowed his eyes slightly, admiring the real spirit body. The huge true spirit exudes a powerful aura, which can fully exert the power of the true spirit. Even as soon as it appears, the surrounding air begins to flicker, and the clouds are pushed away. At this moment, if a half-step true spirit stood in front of Eli, he might not have the courage to fight. Eli stretched out his hand, and the huge real spirit body behind him also stretched out a huge hand. Advertisement. In the next second, at the fingertips of the true spirit body, a fireball slowly condensed. At first it was only 1 meter in size, and the flame was weak, but after only a few seconds, the fireball expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the size of several meters, exuding scorching heat. But that's not enough. Eli continued to increase input. Slowly, in front of the true spirit, a fireball with a radius of nearly 100 meters appeared. The inside was hot golden red, and the periphery was wrapped with orange flames, exuding a terrifying temperature. Eli could feel that the surrounding air even rose by tens of degrees. With a radius of nearly 100 meters, This is also a small fireball that Eli tried his best to condense, and its root is the fireball technique of Yuhuan. Go ahead. Eli felt its blazing heat. In the next second, the fireball fell downwards. Like a big sun, it passed through the clouds and flew towards the valley at an extremely fast speed. Eli watched this scene calmly, silently recovering from the consumption just now. At this time, in the valley, in a living room, a small banquet is going on. A long table is in the center, on which there are all kinds of delicacies, roast suckling pig, bread, roast duck, drinks. Even the tablecloths are precious fabrics that can be made into wizard robes, and the bright alchemy lamp illuminates everything. 7 people sat around the table, seeming to be communicating with each other. Hey Leitai, it's been a long time. I'm really glad you can come here. Gio said with a smile on his face, looking at the warlock opposite. Guyudo, I'm also very happy to see you again. The warlock opposite had a slender face and red eyes. He looked very aggressive and smiled at Gio. Yet. Guy nodded and glanced at him. There were 2 of his subordinates on both sides of the table, and 3 of Haladi's subordinates, all half-step true spirits. Looking at these half-step real spirits, Gio's smile became brighter and brighter. As long as these people join them, this west coast is not at your fingertips. Gio, where did your other men go? Hela asked. You said they are already on the front line. The local forces here are called the Bloodline Tower. You should have seen their forces in the central continent. We have already fought with them. Gio replied. The Bloodline Tower. Hearing the words Tower of Bloodlines, the corners of Hadala's mouth twitched obviously, as if recalling some bad memories. He patted the table hard. What's wrong? Gio asked curiously. Humph, I'm angry when I say it. Gio shook his head before saying. This time we had to flee. It was the 3rd ring leader of a bloodline tower in the western region of the central continent, who seemed to be called Viveka. Then he joined forces with many forces and found our territory. That's it. Guyu Duo smiled, then picked up the wine glass and said to him, the past is over, maybe you still have a chance to break through the true spirit here, and then go back and take revenge. That's right. Haladi nodded, but still said angrily, you don't know, this kind of person just wants to make more contributions to advance to the true spirit, but an ordinary blood of the 3rd ring wants to advance. Think too much. Forget it, let's not talk about this. He shook his head and picked up his glass. At this time, the others also picked up their wine glasses, ready to share a drink. I suddenly felt something was wrong. Suddenly, Gio raised his left hand, and everyone stopped and looked at him. Master Gio, what's the matter? A warlock asked. My heart is pounding, as if something is coming. Gio frowned, this feeling was sudden, but he took it very seriously. Heart pounding. Advertisement. Haladi smiled, and was about to laugh at Gio, but in the next second, the smile on his face froze instantly, and his eyes seemed to start to tremble. No, it's dangerous, get out of here. He said abruptly. For a moment just now, he felt a great fear, as if some kind of danger was about to come, but they were clearly at the base of the valley, so how could there be any danger? Let's run first. They are all half-step true spirits, and their reactions are naturally extremely fast. The moment Haladi said it, everyone was entangled with blood. Flying directly towards the sky, as for the roof, it was directly lifted off. They felt that the danger should come from the inside, and this is the fastest way out. But when they just flew out of the building, they looked up at the sky one by one. I froze for a moment. Just a few tens of meters away from them, a touch of red occupied all their sights, and a huge elemental fireball was hitting straight at them, and the power contained in it had surpassed the 3rd ring. This is... Gio was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? The other 3 rings were also terrified. But what made them even more frightened was that the distance was too close. When they found the fireball, it was only 50 meters away from them, and the speed and area of the fireball made it impossible for them to dodge. I go. Everyone's eyes widened, and they exclaimed and screamed, mixed with fear. The same is true on the ground. Most of the warlocks watched the meteorite-like fireballs in the sky and fled in all directions, but the distance was too close, and it was too late. No one knows where the fireball came from. In fact, it took less than 3 seconds for the first person to see the fireball, so they had no time to dodge. In fact, a few half-step true spirits were the first to perceive it. They were too late to run, let alone others. Ruined. Seeing the huge fireball close at hand, everyone fell into despair. In the next second, flames descended into the valley, and everyone was instantly covered in flames. When the fireball landed, all the power exploded in an instant. Everyone felt a burst of warmth, and then felt their bodies gradually melting. The bursting flame swept across the entire valley in an instant like a breeze. Then there is the explosion. A devastating explosion occurred in the valley. The violent explosion erupted with terrifying rigidity and heat, and a layer of white air continued to expand outwards, which was caused by the air pressure. During this explosion, whether it was houses, buildings, or others, the valley fell into an instant. In a void, the flame exploded, and a small mushroom cloud rose from the valley. Beautiful and brilliant. All the half-step true spirits and low-level warlocks died in the explosion, without exception. Even until death, some people die before they come out. Spectacular. Looking at the mushroom cloud rising from the ground, Eli pursed his lips. After confirming that the person inside was dead, Eli turned and left. The test has been completed, and the power is good. Chapter 314 Harvest, New Changes. Chapter 314 Harvest, New Changes. The valley is the main territory of the Wandering Alliance, but not all warlocks live here, and there are quite a few people around, but they are basically a few kilometers away. Therefore, wait for that horrible explosion to come out. I don't know how many warlocks only felt the house tremble, followed by ringing ears. They ran out of the house one after another, and then saw the 100-meter-high mushroom cloud in the valley in the distance. Advertisement. The warlock's eyes widened, filled with that brilliance. What happened? A three-ring warlock trembled, his face trembling. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something, his eyes glared, his blood pulsed, and instantly turned into a vein, and scales appeared on his skin instantly. At the same time, he only felt a huge shock wave passing by, which was the aftermath of the explosion. Fortunately, this didn't affect him too much. A few seconds later, he withdrew his blood and could clearly feel that the air here seemed to be much hotter, full of fire elements. I have to go and see. Warlock's body trembled, knowing that something serious must have happened. He immediately flew towards the valley. Along the way, the closer to the center of the explosion, the more fire elements remained, and he even activated his bloodline to avoid this kind of damage, and he was not the only one, whether in the sky or on the ground, he saw many people heading towards gathering in the valley. Soon, he came to the valley. Ah, this! Warlock looked at the scene in front of him, completely stunned. Where is there any valley? The original valley has been razed to the ground, the surrounding rocks have been blasted into several parts, and the buildings inside have long since disappeared, and even the ground has turned red. He hesitated for a moment and continued walking inside. Soon, wait for him to reach the central area. At this time, in the central area, the ground has almost turned translucent crimson, and the flame directly crystallized the ground and sand here. In it, he saw a black bracelet, but it was almost half melted and damaged. His eyes widened. If he remembered correctly, this should be the accessory of Lord Geo, which he had seen before. The accessories are already like this, so wouldn't my lord? His throat moved, and he continued to look around, and found a lot of remnants, several of which he guessed, should be the adults who are half-step true spirits, and the few warlocks who just arrived. All dead. He just felt a little pain in the head. What the hell happened? He held his head and made a painful sound. When the adults die, the Wandering Alliance will disband. Then what should they do? At this time, many people came in from a distance, and they were all shocked when they saw this scene. Advertisement. The next day, the news of the high-level annihilation of the Wandering Alliance completely detonated the entire West Coast. Whether it was from the Bloodline House, the subordinate forces of the Bloodline House, or other Grey forces, they were all confused by this sudden situation. Even though they were still fighting the day before, they all died the next day. This is a force. And with so many high-level officials, why are they all dead? This time, He-Man's voice was also spread again, that is, those people who were on the front line of the battle that day, they spread the news that He-Man killed thousands of warlocks and 3 half-step true spirits on the battlefield that day I went out, and then someone offered to see a red shooting star flashing in the sky on the way to the homeless home. Once contacted, everyone knew that a warlock named Herman did it. Then the information about Herman was dug out. Only the new generation of warlocks know that there are still such powerful people in the Bloodline family. Many people with bad intentions also lurked, a little scared. As for Eli, he has silently returned to the Tower of Blood. He already had a good understanding of the true spirit when he went out this time. The only pity is that I didn't test the Bloodline avatar this time, so I have to do it next time. He also understood that the gap between the true spirit and the third ring is really 2 dimensions, and there is no comparison at all. At this level, even in today's wizarding world, they are definitely not weak. Of course Eli feels that he still lacks too much now. Whether it is knowledge or otherwise, it is far from enough. In this regard, Eli also understands that it will not be resolved for a while, and he can only wait for the future. Anyway, he will not go to the central continent for the time being, and he will talk about it later. Still the same sentence, there must be a way for the car to reach the mountain. Take your time, so Eli walked into the lab again. Start your research studies. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Alice comes to visit Eli. Because of your intervention, Master, the Wandering Alliance is no longer our opponent. After a while, we should be able to completely capture the previous territory. Alice Hui reported. Yet. Eli said he understood. Oh, by the way, Master, we seem to have found something in a collection of the Wandering Alliance. Master, you might be interested. Alice said. What? Eli asked curiously. Hey, Master will know when the time comes, it's still in transit. Alice replied with a smile. Okay. Eli smiled. Advertisement. 3 days later. A box was delivered to his wizard's tower. It is a cuboid black box, slender and narrow, with intricate patterns and textures engraved on the surface. If Eli reads it correctly, it should be a witch array. This is supposed to be a wizard age box. Eli became interested and gently opened the box. I saw a wizard staff fixed in the box. The body of the wizard staff is about 1.5 meters. The body of the mithril staff is thread-shaped, and the head of the staff is an amethyst, which seems to have liquid flowing inside. A wizard's staff. Eli narrowed his eyes slightly. Although this wizard staff has 3 rings, it is the top among the 3 rings. Even he has never seen a better one. He hadn't used a wizard staff for a long time, mainly because there was no suitable one, but he liked this one very much. Eli took out the wizard staff and held it in his hand. The mental power quickly imprinted on the wizard's staff, and the information about this wizard staff was quickly known to him. Moro staff. Eli put his wand on the head of the country, and he was in a good mood. Although he is already a true spirit, the magic wand can still give him a lot of assistance, which can increase his strength by about 1/20. You must know that it is a magic wand with 3 rings, which is already very good. It's just that the crystal on the head of the wand is a little short, otherwise it might have a chance to become a 4-ringed wand. Amethyst is certainly beautiful, but it is a pity that the level of the item is mediocre, which lowers its level. If there is a chance to change to a better wand head and remelt it, it may really become the 4th ring. Of course, today's is also good. Eli loves it. Let's call it the Eli Scepter. Eli naturally changed the name of the staff. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. With the death of the top management of the Wandering Home, the Bloodline Tower quickly regained most of the area occupied by the Wandering Home, and the territory of the Wandering Home shrank rapidly. Finally, with the recapture of the last resource point, the Tower of Bloodlines finally regained its former territory. As for the members of the Wandering Home, some were planning to return to the central continent, and some sneaked away. This force completely disappeared in the west coast. Although there are still warlocks from the central continent occasionally, most of them choose to join the Bloodline House. Of course, they are selectively allowed to join, but it also increases the power of the Bloodline Tower a little bit. Everything is going in a good direction. Another interesting thing is that Alice ordered many statues of Eli to be placed in the area of many blood towers, which made Eli's reputation spread a lot. Eli wanted to stop it when he heard about it, but after thinking about it, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with him, so he ignored it. After all, the West Coast could threaten him now. There is only the real magician in the hourglass of time. Chapter 315 Korina's Despair, The Abandoned Jinji. Chapter 315 Korina's Despair, The Abandoned Jinji. Roha Mountains. A huge mountain range stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, with peaks gathered in it, the stretching mountain range can't be seen at a glance. There are many monsters hidden and even other intelligent races left over from the wizarding era. The danger is not low. It is also the boundary separating the central continent and the west coast. If you want to go to the central continent, you must cross here. Unless you take an airship or other items, it is generally difficult for ordinary warlocks to cross. At this time, at the edge of the mountain range. Advertisement. A trembling figure came out from inside. His hair was messy, like weeds, and he was wearing a golden warlock robe. The warlock robe was broken with several big holes, which could barely cover his private parts. And his body was trembling, and he walked out of the mountains, his face was full of joy that could not be concealed. What is even more surprising is that he is actually a warlock at the peak of the 3rd ring. It's finally out. Kalina brushed away the hair that hadn't been washed for several years, and glanced at the sky. 10 years. A whole decade. 10 years ago, he took an airship to the west coast. After communicating with Herman and getting the potion to dispel the curse, he immediately returned anxiously, but who would have thought that on the way, he would be attacked by an intelligent group in the Roha Mountains, and destroy the airship, then be captured and imprisoned. This imprisonment lasted for more than 9 years. In the past few months, they once again intended to attack passing airships. But who would have thought that there were actually 4 half-step true spirits up there? They failed, and he finally took the opportunity to escape, and then spent several months escaping. No, I have to go back quickly. Kalina took a deep breath, and then touched his abdomen. There was a faint lump inside, which was the crystal he had hidden in his body to avoid searching. He-Man said that the curse can be lifted. He naturally understands its importance. But... Colina trembled a little. It has been 10 years now. Who knows what has changed in the past 10 years, he doesn't even know if Master Jinji is dead or alive, he has nothing now, and he can't be contacted. If the adult is dead, then what is he? It's better to go back quickly. He gritted his teeth and quickly set off towards the nearest city. 3 days later. He finally saw a city. Home city. He looked up, not far away, a city stood, surrounded by a black wall of nearly 100 meters, with red blood stains faintly on it, and a huge city gate underneath. Outside the city gate, 2 one-ring warlocks were wearing black armor, silver helmets on their heads, like knight armor, and long swords on their waists. Outside the door, warlocks and humans came in and out. Most warlocks wore leather armor and held various melee weapons in their hands, and they were not covered by a witch formation. Seeing this scene, Colina just curled his lips slightly, and said, "It seems that the forces here have fully accepted melee weapons." In his opinion, this is a step backward of the times. Before he went, people here still wore wizard robes, but now they have become leather armor and armor. Without alchemy technology, these are indeed more defensive. He walked directly towards the city gate, and the people on the road looked at him and moved away one after another. Advertisement. When he came to the city gate, 2 guards saw him. 2 magic stones into the city. Said a guard. Magic stone? Corina is penniless at this time, where did the magic stone come from? But you can't force your way. Corina hesitated, but suddenly someone stepped forward and put 4 magic stones on it. I'll pay this lord. Colina turned his head, he was a young man with black hair and black pupils, but dressed plainly, the only bright spot was his bright eyes. He was a little surprised. But after paying the money, the guard urged the 2 of them to go in quickly. The 2 walked in quickly. Thank you, young man. I will return your magic stone, but I am in a hurry now. I don't have time. If you need help, then come to the Western Region headquarters of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. Remember, my name is Colina. Corina quickly said to the boy, and then left quickly. What he lacks most now is time. Watching him go, the young man seemed to cheer up a bit. He just looked at the warlock robe that seemed a little familiar. He happened to see a senior member of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce wear it, so he was ready to take a gamble. It seems that the bet was right this time. The other side. As soon as he entered the city, Corina ran directly towards the branch of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce here in the city. Soon, he arrived at his destination. After showing his strength and name, the middle-aged store manager immediately made arrangements and quickly changed his clothes and other things. Arrange for me an airship to the headquarters of the Western Regions. Colina said. Yes, my lord. The middle-aged store manager nodded, looked at the 3-ring limit that had just been washed, and asked tentatively, My lord, are you from Lord Jinji? Oh. Colina stared, and the aura of the peak of the 3rd ring exploded, asking, What do you mean? The store manager hurriedly waved his hands and said, My lord, I don't mean anything malicious, but I remember that Lord Jinji seems to be dying, is he about to be given up? Why are you here at this time, my lord? What? Colina's eyes widened and he let out an exclamation. 3 hours later. An airship took off from the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce and flew towards the distance. In the airship, Corina was extremely anxious. After communicating, he fully understood Master Jinji's situation. The curse of the year was getting deeper and deeper. At this time, it was almost difficult to stimulate the blood, and he was about to become a useless person. Although the talent was very good, the Jinshan Chamber of Commerce was about to give up on him. I hope Lord Herman won't lie to me. He touched the hard crystal in his belly and prayed. This is his last hope. Of course, he also hoped that Lord Jinji would hold on. He felt a little depressed at this moment, and silently came to the window of the airship. Look down. Advertisement. At this time they were flying over a desolate land. On the ground, huge towers with a height of 100 meters stand one after another, and one can be seen every 10 miles. This is the way of long-distance communication in the wizarding world. As for now, except for a small number of forces communicating through some things from the wizarding era, the rest basically rely on it. There are many such things. Along the way, Colina saw the volcano covered by a huge witch weapon, which is now abandoned. It was once used to change the sky. The huge mechanical doll collapsed on the ground, corroded and rusted, and fell to the floating city on the ground used as a gathering place for. There are many, many of these, and Colina just sighed when he looked at them. The era of others is more and more evolutionary, while theirs is degeneration. After 1,000 years, I am afraid that the world of wizards will completely become the world of warlocks. I'm depressed. 5 days later, Corina finally arrived at his destination. A city located on the floating island, but the floating island lacks the coverage of the witch array, so it is ridiculously inserted on the ground at this time. This is the headquarters of the Jinshan Chamber of Commerce in the western regions, Jinyan City. Inside, Corina stepped off the airship. Fast forward on the familiar road, ignoring the bustling streets on both sides, he soon came to the most central villa area, where Jinji lived before. There are guards here, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. The guards were two warlocks with one ring, and they were standing outside with a sad expression on their faces. Corina walked over directly, coughed twice, and the two guards raised their heads. Lord Corina. The guard looked at the person coming, shocked. It's me. Kalina nodded and said directly, take me to see the adults. Yes, but it seems that someone from the headquarters has come over now. The guard hesitated for a while, and they didn't know where this confidant of Mr. Jinji had disappeared for 10 years. HQ. Kalina blinked. In the end, the guards led Corina to meet Jinji. After crossing several roads, everyone came to a villa area. This is where Lord Jinji rests. The guard said. It's so lively. Corina narrowed his eyes slightly. In front of the villa in front of him, there were dozens of people standing here and there, many of them were high-level officials from the Western Regions branch, and there were many others he didn't know. There should be headquarters there. The two are not closed yet. Suddenly, the door of the villa in the distance opened suddenly. A man came out. The man has blonde hair, golden pupils, is wearing a red gold warlock robe, and has a round body. He looks like a standard golden-toed warlock, but he has a dark face at this time. A red gold warlock robe. Corina was a little shocked, because in the Golden-Toed Chamber of Commerce, only warlocks of the true spirit level were eligible to wear this color of warlock robes. He could also imagine that such a person should be for Lord Jinji. But his face is so ugly. Could it be that the adults are gone? With a trembling body, he walked slowly towards the villa. The time of the first 10 chapters has been slightly adjusted, which does not affect the reading and makes the plot reasonable. Chapter 316 Chapter 306, The Curse That Was Lifted, This Is Not a Warlock. Chapter 316 Chapter 306, The Curse That Was Lifted, This Is Not a Warlock. In front of the villa, as the real spirit walked out, other people leaned over one after another. And the true spirit just glanced at everyone, and calmly said, the curse has penetrated into the blood, I tried to use the power of the blood to get rid of it, but the effect is very little, it is useless. Hey! After hearing this, everyone sighed. Advertisement. One of the men, who was dressed extremely gorgeously, came out and said, My lord, since this is the case, I have decided to give up Jinji. His face is long and narrow, and his eyes are shrewd like a businessman. We have already found out that the person who cursed Jinji belonged to a hostile force, and we have taken revenge. Now we have exhausted all means, and the adults are also here. Based on the consideration of interests, I think we should give up Jinji. In fact, in the past 10 years, we have done our best. Can. The necromancer closed his eyes, and nodded after a few seconds. It's a pity, such a good seedling. What? He shook his head, and out of the corner of his eye, a man swayed his body, trembling through the crowd, and walked in towards the open gate of the villa. Others noticed the man too. Isn't this Corina? Jinji's confidant, I haven't seen him for a long time. A warlock said to him. The limit of the 3 rings. Zhenling also glanced at him. His blood is strong. Although he is not young, he still has a chance to break through to Zhenling. This Jinji actually has such subordinates. But according to others, he has disappeared for more than 10 years. Kalina. The gorgeously dressed warlock also glanced at him. No matter what you come back to do at this time, it is meaningless. Too late. Corina tremblingly walked into the villa. The villa has a large area and is divided into 2 floors with gorgeous decoration. There is nothing on the first floor, and there is nothing on the second floor. It is very empty and quiet. Kalina's throat moved slightly, and his body was almost stiff. He walked up the stairs, and came to the bedroom with the closed door on the second floor. This is Jinji's bedroom. My lord, don't die. He didn't even have the courage to open the door, but suddenly, there was a coughing sound from inside. The sound was weak and powerless, but his eyes lit up. The adults are still alive. He immediately opened the door, and a stench full of blood came out. Kalina sniffled and looked inside. On the big bed inside, Jinji lay weakly on it, eyes closed, bare skin, his whole body seemed to be sucked dry, the skin was almost attached to the bones, and there were black marks all over the place. Wriggling. Master Jinji. Kalina couldn't imagine what it must have been like to be tortured by the curse all these years, so that he could become like this. He walked forward slowly, his boots making a slight sound on the ground. The good thing is that after hearing the sound, Jinji opened his eyes. Advertisement. But it can be seen that his eyes are cloudy and weak, like an old man in his twilight. Kalina. Seeing that it was Kalina, Jinji's eyes were still sad and joyless, as if he didn't care why Kalina didn't come back until 10 years later. My lord. Corina came to the bed. Did the things be delivered to Lord Herman? Jinji asked weakly. It's delivered, but you, my lord. Corina didn't expect it to be this time. Master Jinji was concerned about whether the things had been delivered. That's fine. Hearing the reply, Jinji seemed to be a little more relaxed, and then continued, I'm almost dying, and the curse has gone deep. I'm alone, it's a pity that you have only been with me for a short time. Seeing Jinji's appearance, Kalina didn't speak. The right hand stretched out, the fingertips slowly stretched out, and then stretched towards the stomach, the skin was directly torn, and a few centimeters were stretched in, and then began to search. A few seconds later, he stretched out his hand, but his clothes were completely stained red with blood, and in his hand, there was an extra crystal, a black crystal. He silently placed the crystal on Ginger's bare skin. Corina, don't bother, the real magicians have tried it just now. Jinji felt the cold touch, forced a smile, and immediately spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Master Herman gave it to me, saying it could help him, Kalina said. Lord Herman. Jinji was a little surprised. But he still shook his head, this time it was a curse, even Lord Herman couldn't help him. Corina didn't speak, but just looked at the crystal, which seemed to have not changed at all, which made his expression gradually darken, a little disappointed. Is it really useless? He sighed. Jinji didn't say anything. He had tried many times in the past 10 years, but if he could do it once, he wouldn't be like this. The two were silent. Hey! Suddenly, Jinji exclaimed. He looked down, at this time the crystal actually began to melt slowly, and the black shadow inside gradually gushed out, then drilled into his skin, and directly entered his body. What? The next second, he let out a howl. As soon as the shadow entered his body, he felt that the shadow was like a wild beast, and then it began to surge in his body, and a strong sense of devouring emerged from it. This shadow is devouring his curse. How can that be? Jinji howled in pain, but was extremely shocked inside. Kalina also noticed this change, his eyes widened. What the hell happened? Suddenly, he heard the sound of trampling from the side. Corina looked back, only to find that the true spirit he had seen before, as well as other high-level executives of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce had come to the room, especially the true spirit, who was staring at Jinji. Apparently they heard the sound came in. My lord, this is... The gorgeously dressed warlock said to Zhenling. I don't know, but I feel that the curse in Jinji's body is disappearing rapidly. Zhenling was also a little shocked. What the hell happened? How did the curse start to disappear? Advertisement. Hearing his words, the others were also shocked. A group of people stared at Jinji who was howling, and looked at him. At this time, Jinji's skin was gradually covered with a layer of black shadow, and within it, traces of curses could be faintly seen, which was very terrifying. The shadow absorbed the curse. As time passed, Jinji's voice became louder and louder, but everyone could feel that Jinji's damaged body was gradually recovering, and the curse was really gone. Soon, 10 minutes passed. At this time, Jinji has fallen into a coma, but his body is showing a healthy ruddy color, as if he has fully recovered. At this time, a little shadow drilled out from the skin and gathered together. Even if everyone just observes, can they feel this mass? There is something bad in the shadows. This is... True Spirit seemed to want to touch it, but he saw a slight fluctuation in the air, a crack appeared, and then the shadow directly drilled into it, and disappeared from his sight. Ran? He froze. But others were more concerned about Jinji. A warlock immediately came to the bedside and checked Jinji who was unconscious. Everyone looked at him. A few minutes later, the warlock raised his head and said to everyone, Master Jinji has fully recovered, but his blood is a little weak and needs to be made up for. Hiss. Hearing this sentence, everyone gasped. They still haven't figured out what happened. All the true spirits were sent out, but it was useless, and now it is all right. What happened? Okay. Kalina on the side directly slumped on the ground, relaxed a lot, and admired Eli in his heart. It was really useful. My lord, is this? The gorgeous warlock asked Zhenling. This little guy, I'm afraid there are other real spirit level figures standing behind him. True Spirit pondered for a while and said. One of the core futures of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce has other true spirits behind it. I don't know if this is a good thing. The sorcerer's eyes widened, as if he hadn't expected this to happen. After a few seconds, he tentatively asked, then, my lord, how should we deal with him? How to deal with it? He is the Golden Toad of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce, and he has a chance to become the president, do you understand? Zhenling just glanced at him, then turned and left the house, leaving everyone looking at each other in blank dismay. It seems that I will take more care of it in the future, there is a real spirit behind me. The sorcerer in gorgeous robes is the person in charge of the western regions. At this time, he silently said in his heart, with the support of the true spirit, that is not an ordinary bargaining chip. He has a chance to seize the position of president in the future. He has to be taken care of. At this time, the eyes of other high-level officials in the western regions also had an inexplicable light. There are actually quite a few Jin Chan, but at this moment, they all put Jinji in a more important position. Eli not only saved Jinji, but also changed Jinji's position and situation in Jinshan Chamber of Commerce inadvertently, and Eli didn't even know about all this. But that's a real deterrent. But other people are more curious than this. What kind of bloodline can lift the curse? Isn't this what a warlock should be able to do? This is not a warlock. Chapter 317 The Book of Curses, The True Spirit Gedo Mista. Chapter 317 The Book of Curses, The True Spirit Gedo Mista. Mystery. Eli lay on the recliner. Not far away, Hill stretched out his branches, and next to him, Della was lying on the grass, with 3 snake heads raised, as if enjoying the sunshine. Farther away, there are a large number of mechanical items piled up around the body of the dog General Dylan, who is transforming himself. In his words, he has to make himself stronger before heading to the central continent. It is currently a beginner. The combat power level of the second ring. Advertisement. During this period of time, Eli once again fell into a leisurely environment. He usually does experiments and then meditates daily. The main reason is that he currently has nothing but the upgrade information for the fourth ring. So he is just upgrading his previous knowledge and methods, which can be regarded as an important means to improve his combat effectiveness, especially the manipulation of shadows, which is the most important thing. I kind of want to go to the central continent to see. I'm going, what am I thinking? Eli suppressed this terrible thought. Since he has no knowledge, then he can just raise his realm level, and wait until he can't improve. Still the same sentence, wait until his level is high enough to open the high-level map, and now let's wander slowly on the low-level map. At this moment, Dylan the dog general came over and asked a familiar question, Eli, when are we going to the central continent? Don't worry, hurry up. Eli said with a smile. Okay. Its mechanical eyes were full of helplessness, it was almost too soon. That's what Eli said for more than 100 years. But he won't leave, especially after Eli is promoted to the true spirit. This may really be the last true spirit wizard he may meet, and he can't do without him. Dylan left disappointed, and Eli turned his head to look behind him. The huge hill exudes a glow, and is nearly 20 meters high at this time. When do you think you will be able to advance? Eli asked with a sigh. That's when Hill stretched out the branch and pressed it to Eli's forehead. We need more space and richer concentration of elements, isn't it satisfied here on the west coast? Eli blinked, this is the first time that Hill has expressed his appeal so clearly. He also finally understood why Hill hadn't advanced for so long. It turned out that he encountered the same problem when he was in Bayern, and the environment did not allow it. Then the closest one that can satisfy him is probably the central continent main continent. Eli was speechless, his subordinates were also restless, it would be better to have Della, she just ate and slept all day. Eli looked over. As if feeling Eli's gaze, Della opened her eyes, and fell asleep again a second later. Eli. Sil, don't worry, hurry up. Eli said, looking at the big tree behind him. Hill didn't respond, but shook the branch slightly. Eli guessed yes. Good boy. Eli smiled, and the hill branch moved even faster. While laughing and playing, suddenly, the space in front of Eli's eyes seemed to tremble slightly. Eli sat up straight, and looked over, a gap gradually opened in the space, and a breath containing a curse slowly drilled out of it, flying towards Eli. Advertisement. Hey, I thought they had already solved it themselves. Seeing this shadow, Eli was taken aback. Ever since the crystal hadn't responded more than 10 years ago, he thought that Jinji was fine, but he didn't expect to suddenly use it more than 10 years later. Something must have happened. Is the blood curse? Eli pursed his lips lightly, feeling the curse in it. Another new curse he hadn't seen before. With this, I have 3 curses, or else I can just integrate them together. Eli took over the shadow and sealed the curses in it. One of his hobbies is that he likes to integrate. When the elements are too complicated, he will integrate and simplify them. It just so happens that he has nothing to do recently. Going ahead, Eli headed straight for the steering wheel in the lab. 3 months later. Eli walked out of the laboratory, already holding a book similar to a wizard's book in his hand. The cover is dark green, with golden lines on the surface and a silver border. Interestingly, the entire book is wrapped with a layer of mithril chains. The Book of Curses, a 3-ring level witchcraft, made with the shadow dragon skin, mithril, and quicksand gold left before. It currently contains 3 curses, 1 ordinary curse, 1 mental power curse, and 1 bloodline curse, and has growth potential. Eli held the book and smiled slightly. A new witch weapon is added, and I am in a good mood. But now that it's made, it needs to be used. So who is it for? Eli was lost in thought. A few seconds later, his eyes lit up. Isn't there a suitable person on the west coast? The real magician in the time hourglass, but there is no information, so I need to collect it first. Since time hourglass fought with the forces on the west coast, there must be clues. I have to ask Alice and the others to check it out. Soon, Eli sent a message to Alice. What, there is still a real spirit in the time hourglass? Alice, who arrived, was surprised. Yes. Eli nodded. A long time ago, he judged the true spirit of the time hourglass according to the fate dice. Hiss. Alice gasped after hearing this. Master, I'll send someone to investigate right now. Alice became serious. If this matter is true, it would not be a good thing for them. The master has just advanced, so he may not be an opponent. Alice leaves in a hurry, and Eli returns to wait. A month later, Eli received a message from this real spirit. Geomista. The collected information only has one name, but it is enough for Eli. Eli took out the book of curses, and the silver chain slowly unraveled. He directly turned to the third page and wrote down the name of Geomista. As for the price he paid, it was 1,000 years of life. After all, it was just an experiment. Sending goose feathers from thousands of miles away is light in gift and affectionate. Advertisement. Of course, this lightness is for him. At this time, the hourglass of distant time, the inverted tower. The bottom of the tower has been transformed into a huge pool, which is filled with blood, and there are pipes on the side to continuously replenish blood into it. In the pool, thick blood was rolling and bubbling from time to time, and in the center was an old man with his naked body, absorbing the power in the blood. Geomista, who used to be a star-level warlock in the second stage of Siwan Chensing, but almost died in the battle, has recovered for 100 years now, and has almost finally returned to his previous level. Puff. Suddenly, Gedo opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. What is this? Gedo was confused. He was absorbing the blood as usual, but he suddenly felt that the blood flow was not smooth, and he almost had a blood vessel riot, which caused him serious injuries. Almost wiped out the amount of recovery he had made in the past 2 decades. Depend on. The corner of Gedo's mouth twitched, and he could only attribute it to his bad luck. So he quickly ordered his men to replenish the blood immediately. 30 years later. Puff. Gedo spit out a mouthful of blood again. Damn it. At this moment, his face was ferocious, and his face was full of anger. For the past 30 years, he had a blood riot once a year, which was more punctual than the sun rising, which caused his recovery to be extremely slow, even similar to when he just woke up, and his level fell to the level of MSI. But at this time he also realized a problem. This may not be an accident, but someone wants to kill him. Who the hell? Gedo gritted his teeth. After waking up, he has been adhering to the principle of keeping a low profile. How could anyone find out? Could it be the guys from the central continent? No, maybe they are all dead? And how could they suddenly FK him after 1,000 years? Then the central continent is impossible, then it should be the west coast. But on the west coast, there is only one faction, the Bloodline Tower. Although he didn't go out, he had also heard the story of the Bloodline Tower, and knew that they had a true spirit warlock who was suspected to have just been promoted. Originally, he planned to kill him when he recovered a little, but now it seems that it is the other way around. Damn it, the blood of a true spirit should be enough for me to recover. Gedo gritted his teeth, his face was livid. He is really angry. Chapter 318 Attack, Sky Thunder Eagle True Spirit Warlock. Chapter 318 Attack, Sky Thunder Eagle True Spirit Warlock. 20 o'clock. Eli looked at the numbers on the dice of fate, his face getting weirder and weirder. Since he started cursing, he found that Gedo's strength seems to be decreasing, which is directly reflected in the rising probability of him defeating Gedo, so he insists on cursing every year. After all, this is an enemy that may be encountered. But Eli was also confused. Advertisement. After all, he is just a curse, and the falling speed of this strength is too outrageous. At this point, Gedo has a lot of troubles. He originally relied on blood for treatment, but Eli arranged a blood curse, and helplessly, the treatment could not be stopped, which made the situation like this. Hey, I'm not afraid now. Eli relaxed a lot. I was worried that this guy might come for revenge, but now I don't panic at all. You have the guts. If you come, I will kill you, and then seize the hourglass of time. Hourglass of time. A wizard tower, in a room. Anderson stood respectfully aside, while Gedo was sitting not far away. Anderson looked at Gedo, clenching his fists tightly. He was both surprised and excited in his heart. The surprise was that Gedo came out so suddenly without any warning. The excited one was that when Master Gedo came out, it was time for them to retake it. West Coast again. He has been waiting for this day for hundreds of years. If your lord doesn't come out again, he's probably going to die. My lord, your injury should have fully recovered. Anderson asked with concern. No. Gedo shook his head and said, my current situation is only better than when I first started. Anderson's heart skipped a beat. How so? He suddenly thought of Gedo's request for more blood in the past 30 years. He thought it was because the adults had reached the final stage and almost sent out a third of the people to search, but now it seems that this may not be the case. My lord, that's because. Anderson asked cautiously. I suspect that Herman did it. Geo sat on the chair and said calmly. Herman. Anderson's eyes widened. Over the years, they have completely shrunk their power because of this man. 30 years ago, the homeless home was razed to the ground. Although there is no direct evidence to prove who did it, Herman is the biggest suspect, and the destruction of that level can only be done by the real spirit. They also didn't expect that in the land of the West Coast, he actually became a true spirit. Advertisement. What is your lord going to do? Anderson continued to ask. This time Geo glanced at him and said, I'm going to kill him. Hiss. Anderson gasped. Don't worry, even if my level is backward now, it's still no problem to kill a newly promoted true spirit, not to mention that I still have time and sand, he can't kill me. I'll yank his head off and let him know he's done something stupid. Geo sneered. Hearing Gedo's words, Anderson heaved a sigh of relief. This is actually, how many years has it been since the adult was promoted to the true spirit, how can he man, who has just been promoted, be comparable, and there are still time sands, which is a precious treasure of their hourglass of time, obtained from a wizard relic. If it is used with all its strength, the people in it can burn their lives unconsciously, even if they are true spirits. This is Gedo's trump card to save his life in front of the true spirits of the central continent. It's not that he can't kill Gedo, and he is unwilling to bear the terrible consequences. Anderson, you start organizing your people. After half a month, I will fly directly to the Bloodline Tower area to kill Herman, and then your people will immediately invade the Bloodline Tower. Since you want to make a move, then do everything at once. I want to kill Herman, and I want to kill West Coast too. Geo sneered, and the killing intent made Anderson shiver like a cold wind. But he couldn't hide the joy on his face. Yes. His eyes were full of determination. The day has finally arrived. Stupid Herman, you don't even know what you've done. Half a month later. On the plateau of the Hourglass of Time, nearly 10,000 warlocks gathered. They are all the main force of the Time Hourglass. Every 1,000 people form a regiment. Everyone is fully armed like this, and everyone has a smile on their faces. Anderson had told them the purpose of the trip. With Mr. Gedo Mista taking action, this time it is still not easy to catch. In front of the warlock is the high level standing with the Hourglass of Time. The most central of these are Gedo and Anderson. My lord, we are ready. Anderson said respectfully. Well, you managed well. Gedo glanced at the warlock behind him, and nodded approvingly. It's all what I should do. Anderson said modestly. There is no need to be modest. When we occupy the West Coast, the area you need to manage will be many times larger, and your abilities will be used. Gedo had a smile on his face. He ran away with his head in his arms and almost died, so why didn't he feel angry in his heart? Today is the beginning, he wants to take back everything that once belonged to him. Let's go too, I'm going. Gedo glanced at him, and then flew directly into the sky. The moment he flew into the sky, Gedo was entwined with infinite blood energy. Depending on the space, Gedo gradually turned into a huge bird, floating in mid-air. Advertisement. This giant bird is hundreds of feet long, with a slender neck, purple feathers on its neck, and black feathers on other parts. Its huge wings shone with a cold light, and its sharp claws seemed to tear the sky apart. And to the astonishment of everyone, outside his body, endless thunder and lightning entangled, like chains that twisted people, the god of thunder in the sky. The bloodline body of the thunder giant eagle. Looking at the bloody real body of Gedo, everyone on the plateau felt short of breath, but their eyes were full of confidence. Such a powerful Mr. Gedo, this wave is stable. The giant bird flapped its wings, and purple lightning flashed 100 meters around. Anderson, I'll start first, you follow. The giant bird Anderson's voice uttered, and then flapped its wings. The next second, the wings fluttered, and the thunder flashed instantly, and his body flew towards the distance, like a bolt of lightning. On the ground, Anderson was overwhelmed. Flying into the sky, he was full of energy and shouted loudly, everyone, it's time for us to take back our former territory. Set off. The sound passed over every warlock, and all the warlocks cheered. The next moment, Anderson flew forward, and the others followed. The gigantic hourglass of time is going back. What Herman, what tower of blood? It's just rotten fish and shrimp. The huge Thunder Eagle was heading towards the Bloodline Tower. The legion behind them is also advancing rapidly. At this moment, the morale of the Time Hourglass is unprecedentedly high. Although they have not yet fought, it seems that they have won. At this time, in a tower prison in the Hourglass of Time, Dus was lying in front of the prison window, holding the railing of the window tightly with both hands, looking at Gato, Anderson and others who were going away with old and muddy eyes. He was imprisoned here hundreds of years ago and never went out again. At this time, almost every part of his body was rotten, giving off a stench, exuding a strong breath of death. His blood was crippled at the beginning, but now he has reached the limit of his life. I failed at the beginning, but this time with adults around, I will definitely succeed. Dus let go and leaned against the wall, his eyes full of hope. He can't die yet. He wanted to die hearing the news that Herman was killed, the Bloodline Tower was destroyed, and the Time Hourglass ruled the West Coast again. That was his last hope of living. Herman, I won in the end. There was a piercing sneer on Dus' already rotten face. The adults will bring victory to the Hourglass of Time. My friend's new book, if you are interested, you can read it, it has the same subject matter. Chapter 319 Running for Thousands of Miles, Shadow Dragon and Thunder Eagle. Chapter 319 Running for Thousands of Miles, Shadow Dragon and Thunder Eagle. More City. A city at the junction of the Hourglass of Time and the Tower of Blood. In addition to collecting nearby resources, the other function is to act as an outpost to monitor the Hourglass of Time. Today is also a very normal day. All the guards stood on the city wall and looked into the distance, even a little sleepy. Suddenly, in the distant sky, a burst of dark clouds dispersed. Advertisement. In the dark clouds, countless thunder clouds rolled, and a huge thunder eagle flapped its wings, engulfing the storm and thunder, flying towards this side like a god. The huge body of more than 300 meters can be seen clearly by everyone even a few kilometers away, and the pressure it brings makes everyone feel short of breath. What is that? My god, how could there be such a big thunder eagle? I've seen a creature with 3 rings, but it's only tens of meters in size. Could it be a creature with 4 rings? And it flew from the direction of the Time Hourglass. Could it be theirs? The guards woke up instantly, and their eyes were occupied by this huge body. This is the first time they have seen such a powerful creature? People in the city also saw this huge body, and many warlocks immediately jumped onto the construction paper and looked over, all of them nervous and excited. But after a few seconds, the excitement turned to fear. Oh my god, it's coming our way. A sorcerer's eyes were full of fear. The Thunder Eagle in the distance flapped its wings and flew towards this side. Run! For a while, many warlocks watching the excitement immediately understood the seriousness of the matter, jumped off the building one by one, ran towards the outside, and some hid in the basement. But before it was too late to run, Moore suddenly found that the ground under his feet was black. Looking up, the huge giant eagle has come outside the city. But to everyone's surprise, he didn't stop. It's just that the wings vibrated, and countless thunder lights gathered automatically. Thousands of thunder lights have already smashed towards the city, instantly turning the city into a sea of thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning raged, and hundreds of warlocks who were hit turned into black sticks directly. Where the thunder raged, buildings collapsed one after another, and patches of scorched black appeared on the ground. Countless spells tried their best to dodge, but they had little effect. Just such a blow, I am afraid that nearly 1,000 people died in this city. But fortunately, the giant eagle didn't seem to have any intention of staying. It just attacked casually and continued to fly towards the south. And watching the Thunder Eagle fly away, the warlocks in the ruins climbed out of the ruins of the building, looking at the city, it was almost destroyed. Ruined. A warlock knelt on the ground and immediately sent a message to the Bloodline Tower. Thunder Giant Eagle at the 4th ring level. Worse. Soon, the news of a 100-foot Thunder Eagle rushing towards the south reached the Bloodline Tower. Advertisement. Alice, Nicholas, and many other blood magicians were all horrified. And the Time Hourglass warlock who followed closely afterwards let everyone know the identity of the giant eagle. It was not a monster with 4 rings, but a real body with blood at the level of a 4-ring true spirit warlock. For a while, people panicked. In the Tower of Blood, dozens of people are sitting around and discussing. What do you guys think? Alice looked at the crowd with serious eyes. My lord, I think there is nothing we can do in front of the true spirit, and looking at the form, I'm afraid that Ghetto is not comparable to the new true spirit among the true spirits. A warlock gritted his teeth. And the headquarters didn't kill him back then, I'm afraid there are some powerful methods. The warlocks all had fear on their faces, as if Ghetto had arrived. My lord, can I ask a question? Suddenly a warlock asked. Say. Lord Herman, is it a true spirit? Warlock asked cautiously, and others also looked over curiously. After all, apart from the crater, there is no direct evidence to prove Eli's identity, and he has never shown his strength, which makes them a little bit uncertain. Yes. Alice said simply. Hearing this, their faces seemed to relax a little, but they were still a little worried. I have already reported this matter to the adults, and the rest will be called to Lord Herman. We cannot intervene in this matter, let's adjourn the meeting. Alice shook her head, indicating that everyone can leave. Everyone nodded. Indeed, they had no other choice but to believe in Lord Herman. It's unbearable. In the secret realm, Eli put down the information in his hand and stood up. My lord, what happened? Dog General Dylan came over and asked curiously. The true spirit of the time hourglass has come. Eli said calmly. What, true spirit? Dylan was taken aback, walked anxiously left and right, and after a few seconds, said, Eli, or let's run quickly, after all, you just advanced. Eli. He kicked Dylan directly, and said angrily, are you so unconfident in me? Of course. Dylan got up, but he was still a little worried. After all, Eli is the only true spirit wizard, and if he is gone, he will be completely gone. Don't worry, he was injured, not my opponent. Eli said. Dylan breathed a sigh of relief. Not far away, Hydella opened her eyes rarely, and looked at Eli, as if asking if he needed help. Farewell, this time I am enough. Eli shook his head. Hydella is definitely the top in the third ring, but let's forget about Zhenling, he will be beaten to death, but unfortunately he still doesn't have the right things to upgrade Hydella. Move around, and test a bloodline avatar by the way. Eli stretched his body, then closed his eyes and adjusted himself. Advertisement. The huge Thunder Eagle streaked across the sky over the west coast. Countless cities along the way suffered heavy damage due to its casual blow, and panic spread along with it. Under the deliberate publicity of Time Hourglass, the entire west coast has already known the identity of the Thunder Eagle, and Gedo seems to be intentional, deliberately flying to some places instead of flying straight towards the Bloodline Tower. The purpose is obvious, it is to build momentum. Gedo wants everyone to know that they are back. Many people also understand that after this war, there can only be one faction on the west coast, either the expansion of the Bloodline Tower, or the return of the Time Hourglass to the west coast. It took him 3 full days to fly to Gedo, which was less than half a day's journey. 3 days later. Bloodline Tower West Coast Headquarters. After hundreds of years of development, the buildings here stretch for several miles and are divided into inner and outer layers. The inner layer is the former urban area, and the outer layer is the vassal forces and institutions. At this time, there are thousands of warlocks and tens of thousands of ordinary service personnel gathered here. Suddenly, at a certain moment, there was a thunderclap. Everyone looked up. Among the clouds all over the sky, thunderclouds rolled, and a huge thunderbird flew slowly, its huge eyes staring at the Bloodline Tower in the distance, its gaze was icy cold. Countless blue and purple thunder and lightning entangled, as if the end was coming. After several days of parade, Gedo finally came to Eli for the final decisive battle. Looking at the huge bird in the sky, everyone stared blankly. The suppression of the life level makes everyone silent, and the heart beats fast. Everyone just feels cold in their hearts. No one knows what will happen next. But suddenly, everyone felt a wave of fluctuation passing through the entire Bloodline Tower, and the original suppression was swept away. They looked up. In the high sky in the distance, a person was flying in mid-air. In front of him is the huge Thunder Eagle, behind him is a large cloud of thunder and lightning, and even 100 meters around is thunder and lightning, but his eyes are calm. And the large shadow behind him spread out like thick ink, as if it was going to dye the sky black, and in the shadow, countless tentacles squirmed, as if there was something terrible inside. The black shadow gradually covered the man until it dissipated again. In the sky, a huge shadow dragon appeared. It is a typical Western dragon creature, stretching more than 100 feet, covered with pitch-black scales, golden vertical pupils exuding breathtaking dragon power, and behind them are 2 huge black wings, instigating, shadows go hand in hand. And around him, there are countless shadows winding and blending. The moment he appeared, the sky behind him turned into darkness. Shadow and thunder divided the 2 sides of the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded. Another true spirit. And this body, why is it so big? Chapter 320 Fighting, Crushing, 3.3k. Chapter 320 Fighting, Crushing, 3.3k. That's Lord Herman. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Only then did the others understand the identity of this shadow dragon, who was the last support of their Bloodline Tower. Everyone hid in the building, looked towards the sky, and silently prayed for Eli. They didn't want Eli to fail, because if he failed, Gedo would kill all the people here. Advertisement. In the sky, the huge Thunder Eagle and the Shadow Dragon confronted each other. Herman. Geo looked at Eli with some surprise in his eyes. Shadow Dragon's blood, this is the blood of the 5th ring level, where did he get it? What's more troublesome is that Herman's body is actually nearly half his size, which is not like the newly promoted true spirit. In other words, his 3-ring accumulation is very deep, but it is not so deep. At this moment, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. I'm Herman, and you're Gedo, right? You're more impatient than I imagined, and you can't bear even that little curse. Eli said to Gedo, feeling his current body. With a body of more than 100 feet, blood flowed inside like a big river, and the scales on the outside of his body exuded a cold light. He looked at the people on the ground as if he was looking at one small black spot after another. Is this him in Shadow Dragon state? It's really scary. On the other side, after listening to Eli's words, Gedo stared and cursed, sure enough, you did it. I'm going to kill you. Eli's words completely enraged Gedo. After more than 100 years of hard work to recover, he was abruptly cursed by Eli to the current situation. How could he not be angry? In an instant, the lightning around him bloomed instantly, and countless thunderbolts flew towards Eli like sharp blades of 100 meters, with a terrifying sound of piercing through the air. Seeing this scene, the people on the ground held their breaths. Come on, my lord. Master, come on. In the tallest wizard's tower in the distance, Alice was praying, while watching Gedo's attack. Even if it was just a thunderbolt, it was enough to kill her easily. Not bad. Eli looked at the sky full of thunder and lightning with calm eyes. Although he has just been promoted for 30 years, it would be a big mistake to treat him as an ordinary true spirit. Although he is a blood-blooded avatar, he still has the unique true spirit of a wizard in his consciousness. It is very weak. Come on. It's time to test your strength again. Roar. In the sky, a huge shadow dragon flapped its wings, and countless shadows emerged from the void, turning into curtains, blocking Eli's body. In the next second, thunder and lightning arrived. Go to hell. Geo yelled angrily, as if he had seen the scene where lightning pierced through the shadows and then shredded Eli. Thousands of bluish-purple lightning strikes on the shadow curtain. In the next second, the angry voice stopped abruptly. I saw that although each shadow hit the shadow, each impact only tore a small hole, which could not be broken at all. What's more, every time it was torn apart, more shadows would appear in the next second. It will be added and completed. How is this possible? Gedo couldn't believe it, his huge eagle eyes were full of inconceivable. How can a true spirit who has just been promoted be at this level? To suffer. There was a sudden thump in his heart. If Eli is at this level, can he really beat him in his state? He wants to quit a bit. He wasn't very courageous in the first place, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to lurk for hundreds of years just to be safe when he woke up, not to mention that he almost died once, so he was more cautious. Although this attack is just a test, it also contains 70% of the power. All in all, he was discouraged. The huge body waved the wind and thunder, as if preparing for more attacks. The people on the ground waited, but in the next second, Gedo changed direction directly, as if preparing to leave. People on the ground were stunned. Advertisement. On the other side, the corner of Eli's mouth twitched. But since you're here, don't leave. His eyes gradually turned cold, and his golden vertical pupils radiated a cold light. With huge wings flapping, countless shadows following, and countless blood burning, Eli's speed reached its peak in an instant, and he chased after Gedo. The blood-burning secret art is more powerful, and of course consumes more lifespan. In the blink of an eye, he had already come behind Gedo. The huge body is above Gedo's body. The huge dragon's claws directly grabbed the wings of the Tianli giant eagle, and grabbed it hard. In an instant, the giant eagle was bleeding, and a huge hole was torn open in one of its wings. The blood splashed towards the ground like a waterfall, and the giant eagle let out a long and painful howl. After one attack, the two separated again. Herman. At this time, Gedo was in a daze, and he turned his head away. He couldn't understand how Eli could possibly catch up to him. The Thunder Eagle is a creature that is good at speed, how could it be chased by the Shadow Dragon? But when he saw the blood around Eli, he seemed to understand it. MD, as for? The secret method of burning vitality. Gedo was stunned. He felt that he had met a lunatic today. Eli has nothing to lose by letting him go? As for? But he also understands that today's battle may be inevitable. He-Man, you are too deceitful. Gedo said loudly, and in the next second, countless thunder and lightning entangled and flew towards Eli. Eli smiled, wrapped in shadows all over his body, and flew over. The giant eagle and the shadow dragon, two creatures several hundred meters away, fought in the sky. The fierce battle made everyone feel scared, and occasionally even an aftermath was enough to tear a mountain or destroy an area. During the battle, Eli deliberately made the battle take place outside the Bloodline Tower. Therefore, the warlocks of the other Bloodline Towers watched the two giant beasts fight blankly from a distance. This was the first time they saw a true spirit-level battle, and it might be the last time they saw it. Is Master so strong? Alice stood in the wizard tower, staring blankly at the sky. In the sky, the shadow dragon and the sky thunder giant eagle were fighting, and every confrontation would cause huge waves, the clouds were riddled with holes, and even the surrounding elements were almost only shadows and lightning. But what shocked her was that the shadow dragon was hitting the giant eagle. Every once in a while, Eli will deal damage to Thunder Eagle. At this time, there were more than a dozen wounds on Tianli giant eagle's body, the largest of which was more than 20 meters long. You could see wriggling granulation and lightning in it, but it was also covered by shadows, preventing him from recovering. Although the Tianli giant eagle is big, the shadow dragon is even bigger, almost 1.5 times its size. There is quite a feeling of an eagle catching a sparrow. It can be seen that Gedo can't last long. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and there seemed to be a new change in the sky. During the brutal battle, Eli found a chance again. This time, he directly caught the link of Gedo's wings, which made Gedo's balance uncontrollable in an instant, and he swayed from side to side. Eli stepped back quickly. Opening the dragon's mouth, countless shadows quickly gathered. A black ball is brewing in it. The shadow dragon breathes out. This time it was a full blow. In the next second, a black light with a radius of tens of meters flew towards Gedo. The black light pierced through the clouds and lightning, and hit Gedo's body directly. Boom! Gedo's body smashed towards the ground, followed by a terrifying explosion. Accompanied by a black air wave passing by for a few miles, a large crater of nearly several hundred meters appeared on the ground, and Gedo's body was embedded in it. Advertisement. At this time, Gedo's eagle eyes had turned white, his wings were torn, his feathers were broken, and there was a nearly penetrating wound on his abdomen, making him extremely embarrassed. Not dead yet, but dead if not treated soon. And with this blow, the huge blood-veined avatar also disappeared little by little, leaving Gedo lying on the ground with his hands seriously injured, his arms had disappeared, and a wound on his chest. He stood up in the deep pit with difficulty, staring at Eli in the sky. Eli slowly landed, and the bloody real body gradually came into contact. Slowly came to the pit where he was. Hopefully he's got some injuries too, but it's nowhere near as good as Gedo's. He-Man, you are very strong. When they met, Gedo stared at Eli intently. At this time, the flesh and blood on his shoulders were rapidly recovering, and soon turned into a white arm again, but this recovery was only short-lived. He looked at Eli apprehensively. He didn't expect that Eli was really so terrifying. This trademark is not like a more advanced true spirit. Of course he knew that the most important thing now was to save his own life. His hand was brought to his chest, a necklace was torn off, and then he took out an hourglass, with transparent mysterious particles flowing inside, which looked very mysterious. While holding the hourglass, he looked at Eli who was approaching, and said, "Herman, let me go." "Oh, why?" Eli looked at him, eyes on the hourglass. He felt the sense of time. "This is the treasure of our hourglass of time. It contains sand grains of time. You should understand that once you touch the sand grains of time, you will lose at least 100 years of life. Come close, I don't mind dying together. On the contrary, as long as you let me go, everything is easy to say, and I even promise that the hourglass of time will never enter the area of the Bloodline Tower on the west coast." Geo trembled, looking at Eli and said. "He's scared. Time sand." Eli narrowed his eyes slightly, and it happened that his Eli staff lacked some materials, which are very good materials, and they are also top-notch. As for the threat, Gedo said, Eli smiled. "Of all the threats, you chose the least useful. Feel sorry." Eli shook his head and continued to approach. Gedo's eyes widened, he didn't expect Eli to be so brave. But at this moment, he was at the end of his strength. Once Eli came over, he was really dead. "Don't come here, I really used it if you came here." Eli came step by step, and Gedo stepped back with the hourglass in his hand. But Eli didn't seem to be afraid at all, striding forward. "He-Man, you forced me." Gedo trembled. In the next second, one side of the hourglass was suddenly opened, and the sands of time in the sky flew towards Eli, shining with the unique breath of time, surrounding Eli in every direction. "Humph, you're courting death." Gedo smiled. Only when the time hourglass is in a special container can it not cause harm to people. In this range, Eli is doomed, and it is a pity for his sand grains. But in the next second, his smile stopped abruptly. With a wave of Eli's hand, the grains of sand all over the sky accelerated towards Eli, and then directly gathered in his hand, and his hand, without any protection, just held it directly in his hand. Things that others can't hide in a hurry are nestled in Eli's hands. Gedo was dumbfounded. "Thank you for the gift." Eli looked at the grains of sand in his hand and smiled. After a few steps, he came in front of Gedo, and he directly grabbed his neck. "Then push hard." Click. In the next second, Gedo's neck tilted, and this true spirit died in Eli's hands with a confused expression. He didn't understand until he died. Why the time sand doesn't work for Eli.